this is where we were introduced to the space because they hosted the first Green Summit ever. This was back in April. And so I was here, I gave a keynote, and that's when we met Jean-Marc and La Triviette. And yeah, and they became our partner.
That's super. And you live in Horizon condominiums?
I missed you last night. I really did.
No, you didn't. I was taking good care of myself yesterday. I can't just say, give me another sparkling water. I would have gone, give me another gallon of wine, you know?
No, well, that's what I did. And yet here I am.
No, Shutta. By the way, Ruben there, who's originally from India, right, says that your name is pronounced Shweta.
Shata.
He says, no, you've got it wrong.
I've got it wrong. Shutta, like shut the door.
Shutta your mouth.
I'm fine with any pronunciation as long as it's not shitta.
Yeah. Shweta.
Because I've heard that.
Yeah.
The worst is when you... Okay, Fox News is not my friend for obvious reasons, but they also love to say sweater.
Right, yeah. Well, maybe they're interested in warm clothing. We're ready to roll, yeah?
Awesome.
Okay.
Welcome to the first day of We Don't Have Time's two-day broadcast, The Road to COP28, brought to you live from New York City. My name is Shetta Chakraborty. I'm the CEO of North America for We Don't Have Time, and my co-host...
Nick Nuttall. Today we're broadcasting live from Horizon Media in Lower Manhattan, a great venue from which to share some exciting climate dialogue. We have a packed two-day broadcast ahead of us with a great variety of experts, change makers, and even celebrities, all here to talk about how to drive real change. And yet, this two-day broadcast is only a part of all that we are doing and broadcasting from Climate Week NYC this year. Shutta, tell us about the Climate Hub.
So, in addition to our exclusive We Don't Have Time broadcast, our aptly dubbed Climate Hub gives you access to content from so many of our partners: Solutions House, Clinton Global Initiative, Fashion for Development, the Nest Climate Campus, Business Sweden's Initiative, Pioneer the Possible, the Ocean Race Summit, and the Battery Tours Clean Energy Concert in Times Square, tomorrow with A.Y. Young. There's so much more live talent and speakers to tune into beyond just our broadcast. You don't want to miss any of it. It will also include addresses from peace messengers like Michael Douglas, Leonardo DiCaprio, Dr. Jane Goodall, Stevie Wonder, and Shakira.
Oh my God.
The Climate Hub is your go-to source for keeping track of all that is happening here in New York this week. Please make sure you go to wedon'thavetime.org and register for free.
This is the second year that we have organized a live broadcast from Climate Week NYC, and last year we were at WeWork. Remember what it was like, Shutta?
I do. It was intense, and it was also a lot of fun. We had so many interesting guests on stage. Do you remember the live dinosaur?
Who can forget the live dinosaur, yeah. Let's watch this summary movie and refresh everybody's memory of what it looked like last year.
Already at 1.3 degrees. We're approaching 1.5 degrees, and we'll get there within the 2030s. And we found that at 1.5 degrees, we're likely to cross 5 tipping points in the Earth system.
We don't have time.
We don't have time.
And we don't have time.
Yeah, we don't have time for business as usual.
Welcome, everyone, from around the world to the We Don't Have Time Climate Week New York City broadcast in support of the UN Race to Zero.
It's not a cost question. because there's enough money to go around.
There is finance, but it's going the wrong way.
$2 trillion are moving from the poorest countries to the richest countries.
How do they scale wind power and solar throughout Indonesia? They're finding they cannot borrow money at reasonable rates to scale up. And this makes absolutely no sense.
Last year, there's $423 billion in subsidies that was being used directly for, subsidizing fossil fuels. Most of that goes to manufacturers. That means oil companies. This year, we're going to be close to $600 billion.
It's insane, right? I mean, it's just absolutely insane.
We could use that money so much better.
The challenge of regulation is it takes a long time to put into place. The beauty of voluntary action is it can happen immediately.
We're at nearly 200 buildings that are operating on 100% renewable energy throughout the world.
The single biggest thing that any average person can do is move their money.
We are committed to being carbon neutral for our entire product supply chain by 2030.
We're developing a portfolio of projects that over their lifetime will reduce or remove as much carbon from the atmosphere as is embedded in our products.
So I think we need to get away from this old perception that there's a conflict between profit and sustainability. There absolutely is not. This is a huge business opportunity.
We're going to see green skills demand outpace green skill supply.
And in many cases, we're finding that we can go faster than we thought we could.
A lot is happening. Within a few years, we will have a lot more solutions.
We have solutions, we have ways, we have technology, we have a will now.
That's why we're looking forward to our next COP27 and to see what we can achieve there.
What is important is that, of course, this COP is taking place in Africa. It's drawing attention to the fact that there are regions of the world which need productive investment to help them develop in a sustainable way.
Food's clearly looking like a big topic at COP27, the UN Climate Conference in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt in November.
I think it's a watershed moment. We need to ensure that whatever discussions ahead is translated into actual policy on the ground in the countries.
It's really time to get to work.
Yeah, I think so. What do you think, Frankie?
So, at last year's Climate Week New York City broadcast, we were looking forward to the UN Climate Conference, COP27, which was held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. Nick, you were previously the spokesperson and director of communications for the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat. From your perspective, how did COP27 live up to its expectations?
Well, it didn't solve climate change, did it? I mean, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to halve emissions by 2030 to have a 50-50 chance of hitting net zero by 2050. But I say one thing about Sharm el-Sheikh. Some issues that have been a little bit in the dark actually came to the fore as real solutions for climate action. And I think food and agriculture was a very significant part of the outcome of Sharm el-Sheikh. I think we have a good chance to hit halving of emissions by 2030 if we get regenerative agriculture in food systems everywhere.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye out for that. And this year's climate conference, COP28, we know will be taking place in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. There's already been a lot of controversy around this COP. The main reason is that the host country has chosen Sultan Al Jaber to preside over the climate summit. For those of you who don't know, Sultan Al Jaber is the CEO of Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, ADNOC. And this very idea that an oil company CEO is heading the major climate conference of the year has been widely criticized. Al Gore Sr. is one of the many critics that has spoken out on this appointment. What do you think about this, Nick?
Yeah, the optics are not very attractive, right? But I think we forget that in this country of, the United Arab Emirates, the same person who is the president and head of the oil company is also the head of Masdar, which is their renewable energy company. And if you actually look at some of the numbers, I mean, the UAE, or Dubai anyway, which is part of the Emirates, is now generating just over 14% of its energy from renewables. Dubai is aiming to generate 25% from renewables by 2030, 100% by 2050. And overall, the UAE is planning to invest over $160 billion to meet its net zero strategy. In the end, we have to realize that the United Arab Emirates is the host of this conference, but they're the host of 190 plus countries. Their decisions will actually shape what happens in Dubai. So I think we have to watch this space.
So I can understand, yes, that many people are feeling uncomfortable about this. And
yeah.
If we leave this controversy behind, tell me, what are your main hopes and expectations for COP28?
Yeah, I think a clear decision at this COP that all nations are committed to phase out fossil fuels is absolutely critical. Not just phase down, but phase out. We need to hear that quite clearly from all governments. And I also think that for people in the poorer countries of this world, we need to end this doubt about how they are actually going to get access to finance so they can play their part in the climate action stories. So funding loss and damage, for example, making that real.
So we know that these discussions at COP28 will be crucial. And we don't have time. We'll be broadcasting and reporting in the diplomatic zone, the blue zone, some of you will know is how it's referred to. And we'll also be accessible in the green zone. As per usual, we'll be hosting our Climate Hub live every day, morning to night. And the major themes of the day will be set forward by the UN, will range from agriculture to transportation, and there will be many more topics covered in between. Our broadcast schedule is filling up. But if your company or organization is interested in joining us in Dubai, in person or virtually, please do reach out. COP28 will, of course, also be a major theme in many of our keynotes today. Our panels, our discussions, you will hear it come up today and tomorrow. Today, we're bringing on stage climate experts, CEOs, and other leading voices for solution-oriented discussions on clean energy, fossil-free transport, a brand new scientific report, the role of arts and culture, and all of this to accelerate climate action. So stay tuned. There's a lot to tune into today.
There's certainly a lot to be excited about, and we'll be starting first in the courtroom. In the past, using litigation to hold governments, companies, and cities accountable for their climate and environmental actions was something of perhaps a fringe topic, but that appears to be changing rapidly, at least we hope so. Just last week, the state of California sued 5 of the world's largest oil companies for hiding climate change risks. And today, we will meet experts who can tell us how much climate litigation is on the rise, and we will look at 2 inspiring cases, one relating to the Pacific small island of Vanuatu, and the other, a very well-known one now, to youth in the United States state of Montana. Great. So here we are in the courtroom. Not exactly, we're actually in Horizon Media, but it feels a bit like the courtroom. Hello, wonderful guests. Let me introduce Catherine Hyam from the Grantham Institute of the London School of Economics. She'll be joining us from London via the magic of Zoom. We've also got Michael Gerard from the Sabine Center for Climate Change Law at the University of Columbia. Hi there, Michael. Also on Zoom, the magic of Zoom, we've got Margareta. I hope I don't garble your last name. Please correct it when we talk. Margareta Verwerinka Singh, who's professor at the University of Amsterdam and Blue Ocean Law. She'll join us from Amsterdam, as well as Julia Olson, Executive Director and Chief Legal Counsel of Our Children's Trust, who we're delighted to have in the studio with us. Hello. Catherine, Kate, on the magic of Zoom, could you give us, as one of the key authors of this brand new report you've got on the growth in climate litigation worldwide, could you tell us something about the report, about what is happening in terms of climate litigation worldwide? Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Nick. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. So I want to give 3 key points to bear in mind through the conversation today, drawing on the report that we've published. Firstly, I want to give a sense of the growth in the field of climate change litigation that we're seeing and some of the key figures from the report. Secondly, I want to highlight that this is an increasingly complex field of litigation. There are a lot of different types of cases, some of which may accelerate climate action, but some of which may also have negative consequences for climate action, and we need to think about those too. And then finally, I want to talk to you about the impacts of these cases. Why do they matter, and how are different stakeholders responding? So firstly, the report, which I should say we produced in collaboration with Mike and colleagues from the Sabin Center, and which draws on the wonderful climate litigation databases that the Sabin Center leads. As of June, when we published the report, there were more than 2,300 cases contained in the databases, around 200 of those filed in the last year. And the vast majority of those cases have been filed in the US, but we are starting to see that shift with more and more cases being filed outside the US. There are now cases in at least 50 countries and before numerous international and regional courts and tribunals. Current analysis suggests that the rate of new cases being filed may have peaked in 2021, when we saw more than 200 cases being brought. But my suspicion is that that is a temporary peaking, and that we may see more and more cases being filed as some of the newer types of litigation start to see potential successes. This is a phenomenon that we've already seen happen in cases challenging governments' overall responses to climate change, where we now have 80 such cases filed around the world, following on the heels of successes in the Netherlands, Colombia, and Pakistan. So that's the first point. Climate change litigation is a growing phenomenon. The second point about climate change litigation that I wanted to raise, and which we raise in the report, is the diversity of cases involved. Historically, the majority of climate cases have been filed against governments, but we're starting to see more and more cases filed against companies. These could be cases that are directly trying to challenge links between companies' greenhouse gas pollution and the impacts of climate change that are being suffered by communities and individuals. But they can also be cases about the way companies are managing the transition to net zero, about misleading claims that companies might be making about the climate friendliness of their products and services, and many other kinds of claims. It's also important to note that we're seeing companies potentially being involved in challenges to climate action, a so-called wave of anti-ESG cases or backlash cases that perhaps Mike might be able to speak to further. And then the final point I want to touch on is what's the impact of all of this litigation? I've said that the field is very complex and diverse, and so it won't surprise anyone that there isn't a simple answer to this question. In the report, we look at all the cases filed outside the US, and we find that more than 50% of closed cases have had an outcome favorable to climate action. In some cases, this might be favorable in a very marginal way, so it might be a dispute about solar panels, and it might be allowing the solar panels to go ahead. But in other cases, that favorable ruling can be very significant. But looking at closed cases also only takes us so far when we're talking about the impacts of litigation, because we're starting to see cases having an impact on policy even before they're successful. Recent research that I conducted with colleagues at the LSE suggests that just the filing of a case against a company seems to cause a short-term drop in that company's share price. And we've also seen government policy processes that appear to have been significantly influenced by litigation and what's often referred to as litigation risk. So those are just some of the ways in which this phenomenon of climate change litigation is starting to impact on the broader climate policy debate. And I'm sure as we get into the discussion of some of the recent cases that we're going to talk about today, that will become clearer. So thanks very much, and I'm looking forward to the further conversation.
Kate. Thanks very much indeed. And just to ask our two guests here in the studio, can you hear what Kate was saying and think that's fantastic? Thank you. Michael, your centre contributed to this report. I know you've done other reports with the United Nations, I think the United Nations Environment Programme. Right. I'm just curious about the growth, but I'm also curious about two things. One that Kate said, for example, why is it the US where most of the cases seem to be happening? Is it just because the US is a more litigious society, if I can put it that way? And is there any evidence of this growing into, more developing countries? Do we see any cases emerging in Africa, for example, or Asia or Latin America, either against governments or against companies? Is there any movement in those areas too? Is it becoming a worldwide phenomenon? I suppose that's the question.
Well, the U.S. is certainly a very litigious country. We have 70% of the global climate cases. Part of it is because in the U.S., unlike other countries, the loser doesn't have to pay the other side's attorney's fees. So in many other places, it's risky to bring a lawsuit that you're not confident you're going to win. But we are seeing a real growth in lawsuits in the global south, in Asia, in Africa, especially in Latin America. And I think this will grow. I mean, as a general matter, as the nations of the world uniformly fail to do enough to fight climate change, as the governments don't do enough, the national parliaments and executives, more and more people will be resorting to the courts. And I think we'll see more of that as the years go by.
Okay. And just to pick up on something that Kate said, maybe I should save this for the end, because this is another absurdity that seems to be happening in our world. In our world, some very positive things happening, but sometimes you get the crazy things happening, is this phenomenon of backlash. So some of the oil, it's not all good, right? Because some of the oil companies now are using the law to actually say, you can't stop us, producing more oil because it'll affect our profits. So we're going to sue you, maybe a government or something like that. Tell us about this phenomenon.
That backlash has not yet succeeded in court, but is having an impact politically.
Okay.
We don't yet see that the oil companies are winning cases where they're challenging it, but it is scaring some politicians, and it's scaring some business types and others. And so a major impact is some governments may be becoming nervous about taking strong enough action. I don't think that's having a big effect yet, but certainly there are efforts by the oil companies to do that.
Right, interesting. Okay, sounds like dirty tricks to me, but anyway. Okay, so let's go to Julia next. This case in Montana that you were involved in, it really captured world attention, and so we're delighted to have you with us. And tell us in your own words why you brought the case to court, and why do you think it was successful? And perhaps now it's getting a marathon question. What sort of precedent does this perhaps set for cases in the future? So, why did you bring the case? Why was it successful? And what about the future of similar kinds of cases?
Thanks for having me, Nick. Our Children's Trust started representing youth in 2010. We started the youth climate rights-based movement of litigation across the world. And the Montana case was a result of 13 years of litigating on behalf of youth to protect their fundamental, unalienable human rights, often found in constitutions, to have a stable climate system and protect their rights to life and freedom. And we brought the case in the state of Montana because youth deserve representation everywhere and holding their governments accountable for ending the activities and the conduct that is exacerbating the climate crisis. And Montana, as a state in the United States, is one of the largest fossil fuel producers. So they are still extracting oil, gas, and coal. And we had evidence in the case that they had never denied a permit for fossil fuel activity. And so we represented 16 young people and brought a case under the Montana Constitution. And what's different about the Montana case from our other litigation over the past 13 years is we overcame the hurdles that governments have put up and trying to stop these youth from having access to justice. And they got to go to trial. So it was the first case in the United States to ever put on a full trial against a government as to their role in causing climate change. And 12 youth got to take the stand under oath and tell the stories of their harm, including youth like Ricky, who is a rancher. And she has had to work in intolerable heat with fires threatening her ranch, smoke-filled skies, and it's her family's, the economic value of their business. And then we represent indigenous youth like Sariel, who took the stand and told stories about how in her native traditions, their creation stories can only be told when there's snow on the ground at a certain elevation, where the snow is not coming in the same way anymore. So the result of the case was the judge ruled in favor of these 16 youth and said that the state had violated their constitutional rights to a healthful environment, to dignity, to equal protection of the law, to health and safety. And she struck down laws that Montana had on the books that really favored fossil fuels and required the state to ignore the climate crisis. And really importantly, Judge Seeley found in her opinion that every ton of fossil fuel pollution, greenhouse gases, is exacerbating the constitutional injuries that these youth are already experiencing.
Right.
So we're already in a state of constitutional breach.
Right. We're going to have to come back to that because there's so many questions that come from that what you've just said, absolutely fascinating. But I don't want to forget Margaretha, who's coming in from the Netherlands. Margaretha, just clear up one thing, which is, how do I exactly say your last name?
Weverinke Singh.
Okay, all right, that's good. So, thank you. Earlier this year, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution asking the International Court of Justice to take forward a climate change case, and this was championed by Vanuatu, an extremely vulnerable island in the Pacific Ocean that is already feeling the effects of climate change. This legal spotlight is amazing, but as the lead counsel here, what do you hope to achieve from this initiative? What could be the dream outcome of this case?
Well, I think it's important to clarify that this is not a contentious case. It is not Vanuatu suing another state, but it is a request for legal advice, basically. And that legal advice carries a lot of weight because it comes from the world's highest court, the International Court of Justice, which is the principal judicial organ of the United Nations. And so it is legal advice that is strictly speaking not binding. However, in a way it is, because what the court is pronouncing on is existing and so very much binding international law. And that is specifically the obligations of states to protect present and future generations from climate harm, and also the legal consequences for states that basically fail to take the necessary action. And so that is, and the legal consequences of breaches of international law generally are two things. First of all, what is unlawful, what the court says is unlawful, must stop. And it also means that it can be unlawful, of course, to do something, but also not to do something. So if it's unlawful not to take the necessary action, for example, to keep temperature rise below 1.5 degrees, then it becomes clearly imperative to do so in order to stop the unlawful omission. And secondly, there's a duty to make reparations for harm that is caused by the unlawful act. And of course, this triggers a lot of questions. But if we see from the ICJ a clarification of these two things, the obligations of states, and then we're talking about the obligations of all states, of course, to address the climate crisis, and then also the consequences of failing to do so, including the obligation to cease the unlawful conduct, but also the obligation to make reparations, that will be incredibly useful, because it will change the entire conversation, which is now mainly about voluntary action. I think many are under the impression that, at least on the international law, addressing the climate crisis is a matter of voluntary commitments, and that is so because under the Paris Agreement, states' climate plans are basically voluntary, they're not binding. And so for the ICJ to come in as the world's highest court and to clarify once and for all that we're dealing with binding obligations, these are the obligations, and if they are not met, then there are consequences, which basically then also shifts the burden of dealing with the material real-life consequences of climate change, and that includes loss and damage, from away from the victim towards the polluter, basically.
Mm-hmm. Good, that's really fascinating. So what we're seeing here is we're seeing a growth in climate litigation worldwide. It's not just confined to the United States. We are seeing cases coming through that are being won. Because I was always told in the past, right, as a UN bureaucrat by my seniors and my betters, that the Paris Climate Change Agreement is soft law. You can't really enforce it. For example, that the science of climate change is a risk assessment, and others can use the fact that it's a risk assessment rather than being 100% certain, to actually wiggle their way out of, being sued, blah, 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 blah. But what we're actually seeing is things really happening. So, Michael, from your position, are we seeing a slightly new dawn in terms of how the courts are responding to these cases, that they're in a sense accepting the science and saying there is a problem here if you don't act? Or what? Give us your take on this. I mean, it may be rubbish what I'm speaking, but I just think there's something in it somewhere.
The courts are absolutely accepting climate science, but they have long done that. In fact, there has never been a decision from a court denying climate science. The trial that Julia and her organization just led was the strongest statement we've ever seen from a court on climate science. But the courts have been accepting it. What's new is that you're quite right that most of the Paris Climate Agreement is soft in itself. However, national courts are now reading the Paris Climate Agreement to impose a binding obligation on their countries to meet these obligations. So we saw in the Netherlands, we've seen in Germany and France, very recently in Brazil, decisions from their countries saying that these countries now are under an obligation to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, partly because of the Paris Climate Agreement, partly because of a number of international human rights treaties that their countries have signed on to, partly because of their own tort theories. But for various reasons, we're seeing more and more of these decisions, and each decision spawns other cases and shows what theories can work. It becomes inspirational to lawyers and advocates around the world. I think the victory in the Montana case is going to inspire other work, the victory in the Netherlands case. There are several cases pending before international tribunals in addition to the ICJ. So we're seeing a lot of activity, a lot of pressure being put on governments and on companies.
Right. For just getting back to the Montana case then, so it's a state where there's a lot of oil and gas production. What does it mean for other states in the Union of the USA that have lots of oil and gas production? I mean, do you think there might be a whole tsunami of cases now since then through the lens of youth or through the lens of other vulnerable groups like people of color and things like that?
So yes, and our Children's Trust plans to scale up our work again. We've litigated 25 cases on behalf of youth so far, and we plan to file more around the country because all of our state constitutions protect the right to life and health and safety of our youth, and every state has a role to play in decarbonization. And so we do plan to scale up. And I'll say that the one thing that is different about the litigation that we lead, and Michael referenced the science being a critical piece, is we aren't bringing the temperature targets from the Paris Agreement into our cases. So I think the most important part of the Paris Agreement was not actually those temperature targets, which are dangerous. And people talk about 1.5 degrees Celsius as something to strive for, but we're at an average of 1.2, burgeoning on 1.3 right now, and our youth who we represent are living in catastrophic circumstances. Yes. And so 1.5
is an average, isn't it?
1.5 is a global average, and it's
places.
And it's too hot. And so what we focus on and the expertise we bring into the courtroom is on Earth's energy imbalance, which is really what we're dealing with, because as long as the Earth has an energy imbalance, it will continue to get hotter. And what the experts say is bringing CO2 levels back down to below 350 parts per million is really what we should target. So I think the evidence in these cases is central, along with the testimony of real people, whether it's youth or others who are suffering the consequences. Those stories are the heart of these cases. And so we'll continue to do that work and bring that forward before judges.
Kate, just bringing you back in from London. I mean, so you've got the numbers of climate litigation, but and you've got some sort of success kind of data that you can call upon. Are you seeing cases outside, say the Montana case we've just heard about? Are there cases in other places, well, that even rhymes, doesn't it, that mirror that kind of success, if I can put it that way, that really sound like they might have teeth and lead to some real action?
Certainly. I think there have been major successes outside the US over time. Mike already alluded to a few of them. So one of the cases that has been mentioned several times is the case of Agenda Foundation and State of the Netherlands that was heard by the Dutch Supreme Court in 2019 and saw the court ordering the Dutch government to increase the ambition of its emissions reduction targets to within what at the time the IPCC was suggesting was an appropriate range for emissions reduction targets for countries in the global north. Now, the science there has moved on rapidly, but we have seen many of these major successes. We also saw, as Mike alluded to, a case in Germany, case of Neubauer and others versus Germany, which was challenging the way in which the German Climate Change Protection Act was being applied, and the fact that by failing to make rapid emissions reduction cuts now and kind of kicking the can down the road towards 2050, the government of Germany was failing, again, youth, because it was putting not only the potential risk of climate impacts onto them, but also the risk that they would have many of their freedoms curtailed by sort of climate action that had to be done in much more of a hurried and rapid way. So I think we see many sort of high-profile cases which do have a significant impact and which have caused governments certainly to change their behaviors. What we've yet to see is some of the most challenging cases against against companies having that kind of success, with the major exception of a case that was again heard in the Netherlands, brought by an organization called Milieu de Foncy against Shell. And that case was challenging Shell, saying that its emissions reduction targets for 2030 and 2050 were insufficiently ambitious, and that Shell needed to do more to cut emissions now. That covers both Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, so direct emissions from Shell's operations, but also Scope 3 emissions. And the court said, although Shell couldn't necessarily be held totally responsible for absolutely reducing those emissions, they had an obligation of conduct to try their best to do so. We're yet to see what will happen in that case. It's been appealed by Shell, and we expect to hear that the appeal will be heard sometime next year. But that could be a sort of precursor of what might happen in some of the other cases that have been filed against companies, which are often sort of challenging not just whether emissions reduction plans are sufficiently ambitious, but also historical contributions to emissions and the impacts that, as Julia has pointed out, individuals and communities are already suffering as a result of those, and also challenges the sort of massive campaign of misinformation that has been run by many of these companies as well, and so uses consumer protection law and things like that to try and hold companies accountable.
Good, Kate. I have to rush you there because there's Margareta in the Netherlands. I wanted to ask you one quick question, Margareta, which is that was this case happening or starting, was the gestation before the last climate conference where loss and damage was actually agreed by governments, that governments agreed they would create a loss and damage fund to help the developing countries, or did it happen afterwards? I asked that question because now we have a loss and damage fund, and if we've got this kind of case that you've been talking about with Vanuatu, then could that then lead to some real cash going into the loss and damage fund, reparations as you put it, for these very, very vulnerable countries from pollution that is causing climate change that they didn't commit and was kicked off by the richer countries a long time ago?
Yeah, that's a fascinating and quite a complex question that goes to the heart of the question of impact of these cases, including impact at a point where there's not even an outcome yet. But discussions about this initiative started to be public, a little bit in 2019, but really in earnest in 2021. And so the campaign has been, I think, full on since 2021, 2022. So one may speculate about whether this breakthrough would have been achieved in the absence of this campaign, as well as another campaign which was launched also about 1.5 years ago for an advisory opinion from the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, or to be more accurate, not exactly a campaign, an agreement was signed between, at the time, 2 states, Tuvalu and Antigua and Barbuda, who formed an international organization called the Commission on Small Island States and International Law, with a mandate to enabling that organization to request an advisory opinion from the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea about climate change obligations. And so that, since that agreement was signed, several other small island states have joined that international organization, and that organization has gone ahead and requested an advisory opinion from ITLAS. And as we speak, the hearings in those advisory proceedings that have been set in motion are ongoing in Hamburg at the tribunal. I was present there last week, pleading on behalf of COSIS. So that's those 2 processes, plus of course another advisory opinion proceeding that has been set in motion before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and potentially also proceedings before the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, or the African Court. All of these processes have signaled that the time for accountability may have arrived, and perhaps provided incentives to states that have for years and years been unwilling to even compromise on the issue of loss and damage finance, to actually move forward and say that we are prepared to not only talk about it, but also take this step of creating a fund. Good. And so whether now, of course, it's complex, but I think I think it's fair to say that good outcomes in these proceedings will also strengthen the position of those states that would really benefit from such a fund. Right.
Well, thank you. We're rapidly running out of time. We've got 30 seconds, so I suppose I have to sum up, and then we have to move to the next part of the show. But it strikes me that clearly climate litigation is on the up. It is spreading also from the US to other countries, including developing ones. That's positive. The fact that youth can actually bring a case with your assistance is absolutely marvelous and win. And I think that could, as you say, set a precedent for other states in the Union, in the US, and maybe other parts of the world too. And that accountability is perhaps happening. Both what Kate said and both what Margareta said, I think, shows that maybe the dawn of legal accountability for your actions on things you've signed up to as a government, and hopefully increasingly as a corporation under, say, science-based targets, is actually happening. Maybe it's a new dawn. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching this part of the show, and to all our wonderful guests.
Partnership is the new leadership. This was stated by the Volvo Group president and CEO, Martin Lundstedt, during a European sustainability event earlier this year. In the corporate world, companies who used to be fierce competitors are now teaming up to accelerate the green transition. But is this enough? Or do we need even more radical forms of collaboration to make things happen at the pace required to solve the climate crisis? In this session, we will hear from a venture capitalist, a climate communications entrepreneur, a multilateral organization, and an NGO on how we can increase cross-sector collaboration and why this is necessary to speed up climate action on all levels. It is my pleasure to welcome on stage Luca Zerbini, CEO of Untitled Venture Capital Fund, that's looking to deploy 200 million plus in venture capital in the next round to accelerate European startups to foster solutions to climate change and biodiversity loss. We have on stage Ingmar Renshag, the founder and CEO of We Don't Have Time. If you don't know We Don't Have Time yet, you're actually just watching it. We also have on stage Boaz Paldi, the Chief Creative Officer and our treasured partner of the UN Development Program, UNDP. Thank you for joining us, Boaz.
Thank you.
And Jane Madgwick. She is a career ecologist who left almost 20 years at the Wetlands International to serve as the first executive director of the Global Commons Alliance, an unprecedented alliance of the world's most impactful global nonprofits like TNC, WRI, CI. Thank you all for joining us today. Let me start with you, Luca. As a venture capitalist, you're always on the lookout for startups that could be scaled to have real impact. What have you seen in terms of new collaborations? What do you hope to see more of?
Well, thanks, Sweta, first of all, for having us. Look, we believe that it's important, right, to work for the long-term well-being of people and planet. And in order to do so, we realized from the beginning that investing money was not enough. So the first thing we did was to make sure that we would add to a fund a venture studio, meaning people that can really work with companies to help them growing. Second, we started working with large organizations, NGOs, in particular Climate Kick, which is the largest accelerator in Europe, present in all the countries in Europe, and that provides us a good visibility on the best opportunity to scale up solution. And then we went into other sort of collaboration. Well, for instance, we don't have time here to make sure that what we're doing is going to be communicated and inspire and others that can do more in the same direction. We also partner with some philanthropists, because very often at the beginning of solution and innovation related to climate, we need capital that is really catalytic in terms of starting investing. And so working with the Foundation of the Prince of Monaco, which is our partner, as well as other, like the Laudes Foundation, is very important for us. So we really believe that it's important to go beyond only money in terms of supporting these companies, accelerating their scale up, commercial introduction, market entry, as well as giving them all the support from an impact perspective, as well as talent and other capabilities that are required to move as fast as we can.
And so you've identified companies that are impactful, like We Don't Have Time, and it's important for We Don't Have Time to partner as well. It's very mutual in this case. And in addition to Untitled, UNDP, Global Commons Alliance, We Don't Have Time has more than 350, actually, partnerships with companies and different organizations worldwide. Why is this critical? Why is this important?
Basically, if the board will work in the way it should, this will not be crucial. But we have a leadership in the board right now that doesn't work. Our leaders are not leading in a crisis. So the only way we can make it is that we that are working on the solutions needs to lead ourselves. But we can't lead alone. We must do it together. Therefore, the whole mission with We Don't Have Time is to connect everyone that are working on solution and have us work together and not just talk to each other and coordinate with each other. We must also broadcast this to the millions so that we get more people involved in this. But I mean, it's an absurd reality, because if the world will operate as it should, our world leaders there in the UN headquarters should have control, but they don't. so we need to do it anyway.
And so we support the UN, we support agencies in the UN. We supported the hashtag Don't Choose Extinction campaign, which is the creative genius of Mr. Boaz Paldi on stage with us.
Thank you.
You built this campaign, and it's been incredible. Tell us a little bit about why partnerships were critical in actually seeing its success.
Well, to begin with, I agree with Ingmar. What needs to happen now is that we, all of us, humanity, not Ugandans and Singaporeans and Americans, but humanity as a whole, work together for a common cause and an existential crisis. Humanity is facing an existential crisis in the form of the climate emergency. We are rapidly approaching a point where this will not be a livable world. We don't have any other world. There is no other place to go, unlike some of our millionaires that think that there is. And so there is no choice but for everyone around the world, not just the leaders, but the entire humanity to collaborate, to partner, to come together as humanity and fight the common cause, which is the climate emergency. So that's what we're trying to do across all of our work. For the Don't Choose Extinction campaign, it was absolutely vital that we find as many like-minded partners that were willing to help us spread the word about a very, very, very important issue. We are still facing this issue of fossil fuel subsidies, which is still a major issue around the world. Although the campaign was successful, the issue hasn't gone away at all. In fact, it's increased. So we're looking this year at $800 billion in fossil fuel subsidies across the world. And then on the other hand, you can imagine what you could do with $800 billion if it was aimed at a positive impact rather than at destroying our planet. So it's critical that we have as many people on board as possible. Obviously, we don't have time. We played a critical role. We had broadcasters all over the world broadcasting this incredible little film that we made with Frankie the Dino. We had cinemas, we had media companies, we had think tanks. We built a coalition because everyone, all of us, need to build coalition constantly. We need to hold hands together and fight this together. That's the only way that we can solve this problem.
I'm just remembering Frankie the Dino. We miss him here. He's been on our stage, and
he's here in a little tiny form.
He's here in spirit. So that's exactly it, right? We really need to build these relationships. We need to work together. We need to consistently deliver the message that $800 billion in subsidies to the fossil fuel industry is insane. And so we will support however we can and continue to. And the Global Commons Alliance gets this. It's an unprecedented alliance of global nonprofits, and it really brings these nonprofits together to collaborate and to share messaging so that we can reach every corner of the world. And that's a critical component of the Global Commons Alliance as well. And I'm proud to be on the steering committee. I'm proud to be the liaison for Earth HQ. And I'd love for you to please share with our audience a little bit more about the Global Commons Alliance, what it's hoping to achieve.
Yes, thanks, and we really value your partnership. So the Alliance was formed not so long ago, just 6 or 7 years ago, and it's responding to the need for collective action. So it's not another organization, but rather an alliance bringing together organizations to act together. And it focuses on the global commons, which is the air, the water, the land, the sea, and all the natural processes which together are underpinning life on Earth, every business, every city. So with that notion of commons comes the notion of stewardship. So what we're aiming at is to make people better guardians of these commons. And this needs an enormous push. So I say we stand on two legs. One is the science base, really make clear the problem. And also, not just the problem, but what's the destination for a safe and just world? And this is out there now with the Earth system boundaries. We know where we need to get to, and we can also identify all the systems that need to change. But this knowledge is pretty useless unless people are moved to take action. So what's just been discussed here, actually engaging people's hearts and minds, is another critical part of what the Global Commons Alliance is doing. if that's in place, these two legs, then we can work on the enabling environment with the way to actually, the pathways, the targets, the methods, the tools to bring about change. But we need to get much bigger. We need to have a much bigger reach. For example, there's a big discussion here about climate and nature. I mean, it's evident that these are part of the same problem, and yet these are two distinct communities with different languages. And the third part, social justice, is another distinct community. So bringing these three together is something that the Global Commons Alliance is intent to do.
And it's so critical. And if we could redirect some of these resources in the right direction, can you imagine the acceleration of overcoming the climate crisis, which we know will happen? We need to redirect resources. And Luca, I know this is something you think about on the regular. How do we make impact through capital? How do we identify solid solutions and prioritize them and collaborate in a way that they are able to succeed? Talk to us a little bit about the impact of capital.
Yeah, look, we call this really radical collaboration. We realize that, we may have a 200 million fund, and here we're talking about 800 billion, right? So it's important that when we are investing in innovation in companies that we want to scale up, and to your point, actually, we do focus both on climate change and biodiversity loss because they are connected. In order to do that, we really need to make sure that we have also the means to have co-investors behind us that are fully aligned in terms of capital. So in our fund, we have only accepted investors that have a clear commitment in the same direction in climate change, biodiversity loss, for the long-term well-being of people and planet. So we really identified some of the, I think, best LPs around that can support us in that direction. So the importance of capital is really that, for the long time, even when we're doing, ESG, was mostly around risk reduction. What we've seen right now is a complete movement into value creation, not only at the venture capital level, but also the private equity level, and in terms of blended finance. So it's not just equity, but even debt. And what is great about that is that the moment you start seeing that this is really an opportunity, then people start seeing that it is not about risk management. It's really about creating a better world for all of us. Yesterday, I was at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Even BlackRock was saying that their models say that if you continue on this path, GDP will go down by 20%. So there is not an opportunity to say this is a good choice or a bad choice. It's the only choice that we have.
And credit where credit's due. You did come up with this term, radical collaboration. You live it, and that's the title of this panel. And I'm going to mix things up a little bit, keeping everyone on their toes. So I'm going to Boaz now. So crazy. Talk to us a little bit about why these partnerships really are so important. This radical collaboration and redirecting capital and philanthropic funds as well, so that we can actually allocate it appropriately.
So again, I go back to the fact that we are facing an existential crisis. Nothing that humanity has ever faced in the past is as dangerous, as big as the crisis that we're facing now. I 100% agree that it's a biodiversity crisis as well as a crisis in climate. It's a nature crisis, and for that, really kind of like everything needs to be mobilized. We need to be in a way kind of 100% mobilized as humanity, but it seems like we're not moving in the right direction. The technology exists, the funds exist, the willpower exists, everything is in place for us to have a transition to a much more sustainable, much greener, much brighter future. Yet we are dragging our heels as humanity. So something needs to change. And I think what the radical aspect of it is that we have to shake things up. We have to do things that have never been done before. We have to try things that have never been done before. We have to engage with partners that we've never engaged before. And everything in service of this crisis that we are all facing together, all of us, there isn't a single human being on the planet that's not facing this crisis. Some of us, the poorest and the least able to deal with this crisis, are facing it first. And so it's also important for us to think about that, of leaving no one behind. And all of this cannot happen if it's business as usual. So what we need to think about is that this is not business as usual. This is a crisis time, and we have to act as if we're in crisis. Humanity has been in crisis before, but not at this level. And when humanity has been in crisis before, they acted together. And we need to reach that point again.
What I feel I heard you saying there is we don't have time. There's urgency.
We do not have time.
We do not have
There is an
time.
insane urgency to do this today. And I urge everyone watching with us here today, take one climate action today. Do one thing that will move the agenda forward. If it's like, even if you leave your living room and switch off the lights, fine, do the smallest thing that you can. Tomorrow, do something else. We all have to continuously think about the climate emergency.
Exactly. And for those of you tuning in from around the world, you heard that call to action. Take some action today and engage with us, use the app, and let's all collaborate. That's the whole point of this. Radical collaboration is necessary. So to the founder of We Don't Have Time, quite literally, what inspired you to create an organization to communicate this urgency?
This is a little bit strange, but it was actually Donald Trump. So when he won the US election in 2016, I realized that he was the first world leader talking the truth, telling the truth. And the truth he was saying was that I don't give a shit about the planet. Dig more coal. That was literally in the background. And I realized he's right. He's just telling that all the other world leaders that are speaking, acting, and licensing more oil, they're just bullshitting. So I realized that we're living in a crisis, and our world leaders are not acting on that crisis. So what I've been doing my whole life is communication in finance industry. And I wanted to use my skill in communication for the climate, because this is really the solution to the climate crisis. Is not, we have so much innovation, we have so much solutions, we know the science, but we need to mobilize people. And in order to do that, communication is key. So that's why I founded We Don't Have Time.
And Global Commons Alliance truly understands this. One of the core components is Earth HQ, and it's about communicating all of what we know to be true about the climate crisis to the widest audience possible. So talk to us a little bit about why communication is such a core component of the Global Commons Alliance agenda, and what you're hoping to achieve with this unprecedented alliance.
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, having the facts, the knowledge, the hockey stick trends, it's not moving people to action. Sometimes it even stifles action. So we need the communications media arm and an enormous global media partnership that's now being proposed in order to really move people to action, to really engage people around the world across the geographies and cultures, to break through the misinformation and in some cases the lack of information for people who really need it. So that's absolutely vital. Only then is there a readiness to take up the tools and the process and move forward together. But we also need new partnerships. Most of the partners of the Global Commons Alliance come from the nature and climate world. To me, that's completely insufficient. Where are the development organizations, humanitarian organizations, the health organizations who have enormous overlapping agendas with those of nature and climate? We need them to join forces. We should have a common vision on where we need to go. And that brings much bigger power and capacity to move the world. So I think we all have to get a bit uncomfortable and work with and across different sectors, as well as really globalize these movements, not driven from the US or Europe, but really embedded around the world and working in culturally appropriate ways, but with the common goal and the common strategy to move change. It's a big agenda.
It's a big agenda, and you're truly the leaders in this space. And if anyone can do it, it's the people in this room, and it's those that are tuning in that are inspired hearing your words. So let's continue to inspire them. And I'm turning to Boaz because he doesn't sugarcoat anything. Are we going to solve this? We need people to act, but the reality is we have a serious agenda that we need to achieve.
We can solve it. It's a solvable solution. That's what's so frustrating, that as I said, everything is in line for us to transition to a green transition. We can see a bright future for our children and for every child that we love, but we have to take action today. We can't say, okay, it's fine, you know, it's Thursday today, it's Wednesday today, tomorrow is Thursday, I'll wait until Friday, then it's the weekend, and then I'll act on Monday. No, today is the day to act. Any day that you wake up in the morning is the day to take action, and we cannot spare another second. This is an urgent call to action. I think everyone here is agreeing that we need the hearts of mind of everyone with us, and you know, and that should be, I mean, not everyone understands or has access to the IPCC data or any other of the very, very, very stark scientific warning bells that have been sounding now for, I mean, what is it, 30 years we've been sounding warning bells. Now it's time for everyone to be sounding the warning bells and everyone to heed those warning bells, because we don't have time. I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to product place here, but we literally don't have time. We have to act now.
So if yes, we hear you loud and clear, and really clever choice of company name, Ingmar. So what is the ultimate partnership from your vantage point that would really solve this crisis?
Oh, that was a tricky question. I mean, we need, I agree with Global Common Alliance. We need to partner up with the ones that normally are not into environment or climate or biodiversity or whatever. We need to mobilize everyone acting for change, not just against climate change. So different parts of society, different part of the world, continents, etc. And we need to understand that the transition to a fossil-free society would have happened if there were not resistance to that. People very good at communicating for the world to not transition. And those have enormous power and resources, and they have so much more money than 200 million. So we need to mobilize everything against that. We don't need to go against them. We just need to empower all the solutions and help everyone acting for change and create a positive movement. And I think we need everyone in that. And I think you that are watching this, I don't really fully agree with you that they should turn off the lights. I say turn on that light and invite other people and start to collaborate. If it's one thing you can do, don't do it alone, because that's how we are creating a wave of change.
So we're hearing from you how to increase radical collaboration as the coiner of the term. How are we going to do it? How are we going to get even more radical in our collaboration?
Yeah, I think it's really getting across those boundaries that we're very much used to, right? So, you know, government on one side and NGOs on the other side, or financial community on one side and entrepreneurs on the other side. There is no more time for that. I think we really need to work all together. And I do agree with Ingmar to also encourage all the people at home. It's not just about what you do every day, right? You know, go to bike to work or whatever else. It's also influencing your governments, you know, voting in the right direction to make a change. We need to put pressure everywhere we can. You know, we're here at New York Climate Week to do that as well, to ensure that government here, you know, the UN ears, we will be at COP28, we will be at Davos, all the areas where we can do that, but I think everyone at home can do the same in every place where they are.
I love that. From individual action, and the behavioral scientist in me really gets behind that, right? Every single person can change behaviors and really contribute to this global collective effort to transition to clean energy, all the way to multilateral organizations and global policies. So we can really support the solutions on the ground in every corner of the world. And Global Commons Alliance, because we're all in this together. We have one planet. So what are you hoping to see come out of all of the effort that you're putting into the Global Commons Alliance, looking towards COP28? What would be a true success in collaboration?
So we're going to use COP28 as a dialogue space to connect across the different themes and sectors. because they'll all be there. Instead of people just talking within their own space pavilions, we're going to go out and bring others in. But what I think we really need to happen is for the creative industries to help paint the picture of the future. The future is bright. It's not about giving up or going back. I think this is the misinformation. I think if we can inspire people and we can help visualize what a future would look like in a more sustainable planet and how much happier and healthier people and nature would be, then this is the start of getting people to act. So I think that's a space where Global Commons Alliance is really looking now. We need the advertising industry, the landscape architects, those who can help us to put that picture together, to step in now in order that we can really win those hearts and minds.
And in the last few seconds that we have, Luca, I'm going to come to you because I think you would agree with what Jane just said.
Absolutely.
Especially Unaterra recognizes that it's about capital, but it's also really about supporting these companies, their branding, their marketing, and them being able to communicate. That's really core to Unaterra. So please expand on that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In 20 seconds.
In 20 seconds. Well, look, we brought on board, probably one of the best CMOs globally. So we have an entire team of marketing people that can jump into companies to help them growing, right? And with the whole marketing toolkit, from a communication to an innovation perspective, help them really growing and connecting with their customer, the consumer, at a much higher pace, so that we can really scale up these companies and have an impact as big as we can in the shortest amount as possible.
Well, thank you. With that, I will close this panel out. Thank you all for your incredible leadership and for your radical collaboration with us. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Role in our common task to cut emissions and transition to a healthy economy with the planetary boundaries. We will now talk about how media companies can lead the digital technologies to be more sustainable. For this session, I'll be handing it over to two incredible women. We have Latrivia Smith Wilson, Chief Marketing and Equity Officer of Horizon Media. We also have with us Amy Williams, founder and CEO of Goodloop, a purpose-led advertising platform that makes it easy and profitable for big brands to do good at scale. So I'm thrilled to have these two ladies have this conversation that is so critical to accelerating us overcoming this climate crisis.
Thank you, Sheta. Amy, welcome.
Hi. Thanks. I'm excited to be here.
I am so excited to have this conversation. So
Me
I
too.
thought I'd start with a bit of level setting for us and our audience, right? Digital technologies today represent more than 4% of global carbon dioxide emissions. And if we consider that this trend is on an exponential growth trajectory, digital now could, if we look at the aviation industry, it now represents more than the aviation industry, right? If we look at the growth trajectory it's on in the next 5 years, it could represent more carbon emissions than global car traffic.
Yeah.
Think about that, right?
I do every day.
Like, this is your life, right? So the reason I'm excited to have this conversation is because I think we'll discuss some actionable ways that we can not only look to measure CO2 emissions and make a change in the industries that we're in, but let's also talk about some of the other UN Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm just really, really happy to be having this conversation with you. You're an amazing entrepreneur. You learned a trade, you saw a need, you started a company to address it. And so I want to jump into that, okay? With the increasing shift that we're seeing towards sustainability in the advertising and marketing media industries, whether it's the launch of sustainable products, companies optimizing their own business processes to be carbon neutral, or just being an influence in the ecosystem, how can our broader media ecosystem help to have a more positive impact on global warming?
love this question because there is such a fantastic opportunity here. I think that the media and advertising industry has so much influence and opportunity to do good. And when I think about how, to me, it's almost like three things, right? It's what we say, it's what we fund, and it's what we do. And when I think about what we say, I mean, that's how we shape society, you know, how we tell stories, how we build brands, how we shape consumer demand, show consumers how to, you know, the new car to buy, you know, whether to buy meat alternatives or a big juicy steak. Like, we as advertisers are the architects of that desire. And so I think it's really exciting to consider how our industry can, through our storytelling and through our superpower, create a desirable net zero way of living. A great example of this is Burger King. They reframed, in many of their markets, they reframed their menu so that if you wanted a meat burger, you had to order the beef Whopper. And if you wanted the regular Whopper, then it was the Impossible. And so just reframing and kind of reordering some of the language in the way brands present their opportunities to consumers. I think that's what we say, and that's how we can kind of shape society at large.
The power of storytelling.
It's what our industry is built on, right? We're all storytellers. What we fund is really about where the ads go in the world, right? It's a $500 billion spent every year buying and selling eyeballs. And the sites that our ads run on, the news journalism that our advertising supports, the climate crisis coverage, you know, important quality, trusted news that keeps this crisis front and center for consumers. That's funded by advertising. And if we make those conscious, intentional decisions about the media we fund, that is a huge opportunity. And then that final pillar, right, is the do. That's what we do internally in our everyday behaviors, how we look at our own footprint, our own scope 1, 2, and 3, how we buy in greener, more sustainable ways. And so what we say, what we fund, and what we do, it makes for a really interesting and huge opportunity, I think.
And it ends with action,
and
right?
It ends with action.
Ends with action.
Totally, I love that.
So you started a media business about 7 years ago now that put social purpose and conscious consumerism at its heart. Right? And sustainable media was certainly a newer concept then. What need did you identify for media to be more sustainable that led you to start Good Loop? And what has been the response of the marketplace, both then and now? Because I have to imagine you've seen some evolution, some growth, a bit of change.
I've been banging this drum for a while, but it's been awesome. Like the change has been accelerating year on year. When I started the company, almost exactly 7 years ago, it will be our birthday next month.
Happy birthday!
And yeah, it's been 7 years of hard work. When I started the business, there was two parallel trends that I was seeing. The first was I worked in advertising, I worked at an ad agency, and 90% of the briefs we were getting given was some sort of social purpose. You know, whether it was Dove talking about real women and self-esteem, you know, whether it was Knorr talking about food waste and soup kitchens and more sustainable ways of eating. You know, all of these brands were starting to realize that soap is super boring.
Right.
So to be the biggest soap brand in the world, you have to talk about something more interesting, like the representation of women in beauty.
And that people care about.
And that's the thing, people don't care about soap. I don't want to talk about soap at the pub, but I want to talk about how women are represented and how our beauty can be celebrated. Like, that's what's going to make me buy your soap. And so that trend was just starting to kick off when I started my business. And today, you won't see a brand, you know, of meaningful size and scale that doesn't have a clear social mission. And then the other big trend was ad blocking. You know, 30% of the internet has opted out of advertising. And I get it. I don't blame a single one of those people. Advertising online is super annoying. So I think for me, those two things actually really complement. If you can create brands that can contribute to society, are more respectful, more positive, then you also, you know, you also don't create this need for people to opt out of advertising. You make a more meaningful value exchange.
Exactly. It's so important. That was such an amazing recognition that you had, and so congratulations on 7 years. And I'll look forward to talking to you in 7 more to see where we are then.
I'll be a bit grayer, but yeah,
we all will. It's
we
okay.
all will. Good point. Yeah, and I think the next 7 years for me is so exciting because of how quickly things are changing now. You know, even just this Climate Week.
Yes.
Last year I was at Climate Week New York, and I don't think a single advertising agency cared. I don't think a single brand turned up. It was all the sustainability leads talking about plastics in their supply chain, which is, of course, important. But the fact that we're hosting this in one of the biggest advertising agencies in New York, that's meaningful.
It's meaningful.
That's
because
12 months.
Because we are all in this together.
Yeah.
We certainly each have our verticals and we have our focus areas, but I fundamentally believe that in order for us to have the sustained and sustainable impact that we need to, we have to do it together. It has to be collective.
It
and
does.
so that's part of my excitement just around what's happening today in our conversation, because it's all of us coming together.
Yeah.
And I think it will only continue.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think it's really great to start to see marketers and the advertising industry being a part of the conversation.
Yeah.
And that is brand new.
Yeah. So, speaking of marketing and advertising, we know that media deploys through TV, radio, social, billboards, events, on and on. And it really is a complex process to generate an impact and drive expected outcomes while also considering sustainability, right? What are the challenges that you're seeing today in including sustainability and climate as indicators of performance, and how can those challenges be addressed?
I think that there is a very deep-rooted perception that being good for the planet is expensive. And it is a privilege to buy a lot of sustainable products, right? If we just think about the consumer landscape for a moment, there is a huge amount of privilege that goes into being able to afford, you know, glass bottles instead of plastic and very expensive meat alternatives. So there is some truth to it. And that's true in our industry as well, right? It is more expensive sometimes to fund high quality, well-sourced, bipartisan journalism than it is to fund cheap, made for advertising clickbait sites.
Sensationalist.
Super cheap, terrible for all of us on every level. But those economic forces are real. So I do think that's a challenge. But to kind of contradict that a little bit, there are so many ways, both in the consumer world and in our industry, where sustainability is very concurrent with other key incentives. In the consumer world, a great example is Tide. Tide and Wash in Cold, their big campaign, which wasn't preachy and about the planet and saving the polar bears. They worked with footballers. They had, they had big celebrities. It was all about cold calling. It was this really fun campaign, and it educated consumers about how you'll save more money because your electricity bill is going to go down, and you're going to save the planet because you're going to wash on cold. And so these are where you're starting to see efficiency rather than just cost. And that efficiency is true in our industry as well. By buying more sustainably, often you're reducing waste. And wastage, of course, is extra cost.
Absolutely.
So I think that's a really important way to kind of reframe some of the decisions that advertisers and consumers are being asked to make.
Love that. I love that. I could talk to you all day, and I keep looking at time, and I'm like, I have more questions. So, okay, I'll save my commentary because I want to get through a few more questions. But I do think it's so important that we make things real for people.
Yeah.
Right? It's not just kind of this over here pie in the sky. We're talking about something on high that no one understands. One of, I think, the biggest drivers for what we are all collectively trying is we have to make it real for people.
Yeah.
We have to have them understand this isn't something, people don't understand 50 years out. We can barely understand 5 months out, right?
I was panicking at 7 just then. I mean,
exactly. But how do we make it real for people to understand not just the impact that what we're doing now, what it will have in 50 years, but the impact of what we're doing now that it is having on us now.
Yeah.
Because it is, and we're seeing it every day.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely right. I mean, we're seeing it every day. I live in New York, and a couple of months ago, I walked out my house and the sky was orange. The air was orange. It isn't a 50-year problem. It's happening now.
Exactly.
And so I think you're right. the climate change and the climate crisis is very present in consumers' lives, more than we perhaps think about. And so I think as well with this concept of reframing some of the decisions we have to make, when you're making it real for people, a really part of that, I think, a really important part of that, it's hard to say after a bit, is showing them it's not just about sacrifice. So much of the conversation around the climate crisis is like, don't eat meat, you know, don't drive your car, don't fly as much, loss. And so we have to celebrate the ways it's going to improve our lives, the additive values of making those decisions. You'll be healthier, you'll spend less money, your air won't be orange.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's celebrating some of that, I think, is really key.
Exactly. I love that. So we know that innovations transform movements in every industry, right? How do you see technology as an enabler to help businesses operate more efficiently and sustainably?
This is my whole jam.
Yes,
right?
I know. So we could not
deal.
end this conversation without that.
So basically, my business is all about making it easy and scalable for big brands to do good. That's our mission. So we build technology that help brands do good in turnkey ways. And I wanted to your point on making it actionable, I want to share a real concrete example. Okay. So we work with a big anonymous car brand, and they realized that they were buying so much advertising on the internet. And you mentioned at the top of this, you know, the advertising on the internet is a huge emitter of carbon dioxide. The internet is a larger carbon footprint than the airline industry, I think you said. So, the anonymous car brand realized that they run a lot of ads online and that it was actually a huge part of their Scope 3 emissions. So we started using a piece of technology that Goodloop has developed to measure and understand where those emissions were coming from. And the really lovely thing about this example is there were some super concrete actions that could be taken. So the creative asset, the actual image, the ad asset, makes up between 5 and 30% of the footprint of a total ad campaign. And in this campaign, they had a custom font file. Most brands do, right? Most brands have their own custom font. But this particular anonymous brand only has 5 letters in its name. So rather than carry a whole custom alphabet across the internet, across all the different steps in the chain, the exchanges, and then the end user's device and the publisher's ad server, all of those steps have the computational power of carrying this font file across the internet. Just take the 5 letters you need.
Exactly.
So by compressing the file, we took it from 65 kilobytes to 7. We massively reduced the electricity that was required, and we reduced the footprint of the entire campaign by 41%. So if we were to extrapolate that action across the whole of Australia, this was a campaign we did in Australia, it would be the equivalent of 200,000 flights from Sydney to LA.
Wow.
And it's just a font file.
It's just a
so
font
this
file.
is where it gets like, I get a bit nerdy about it, but this is where you can make some really, really significant difference.
It's not nerdy, right? It's real. Like, think about that. 200,000 flights from Sydney to LA.
Yeah.
But that alone, just that extrapolation and compression, right? That's not nerdy. It's genius. And I love it.
Okay, I feel like you're just as nerdy as me. I think
I am.
We're on the same page.
Yes, we share a brain. Okay, so I just want to close because I do want to talk about, you know, we're here for Climate Week.
Yes.
And our conversation today has been focused on climate change, but how do you think the media industry can also have an impact on some of the other areas of sustainable development that are in the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals, whether it's DEI or public health or ocean protection or others? What does that look like to you?
So important. I say this to our brands that we work with a lot. You know, there are 17 goals, and emissions is just a tiny part of sustainability. And sustainability has deep intersectionality with inclusion and equity. So a great example is Goal 5, gender equality. There are a couple of brands that are really leaning in on this space, but one I love is the PepsiCo brand Stacey's. Firstly, delicious pita chips, right? I moved to New York recently, so I'm really into all the new crisps that I get to try, and Stacey's are by far one of my faves. But that's a business that was founded by a woman. They have these deep roots in female entrepreneurship, and so as a business, they have a fund. It's called the Stacey's Rise Project. Every year, they support female entrepreneurs, female founders, female filmmakers, and they've raised over $1 million in venture funding for women in business. again, it's like the soap example. Chips are boring. Empowering women through, economic opportunity and emancipation.
Super exciting.
Super exciting. So that's a great example. And I think to answer your question more holistically, the way I think it's really important for brands to consider all 17 is you should be actively working as an ally on all 17. There are hygiene factors that relate to each of those, and in the gender, goal 5, in the gender equality example, some of the hygiene factors that every single business in the world should be doing are things like representation in their advertising, funding women-owned publishers, making sure that they have equal representation behind the camera at their shoots, at their creative agencies. That's table stakes.
That's table stakes.
And then as a brand, you choose the 1 or 2 goals that you're going to move from allyship to activism.
Exactly.
Because you can't be authentically everything to everyone. Not every brand is going to solve every problem. And sometimes, if you're talking about a brand that sells tea bags, don't try and pretend you're going to solve the climate crisis. But what's the meaningful way that a tea bag brand can contribute to one of the goals?
And has the license.
And has the authority and the license to actually speak about, real impact.
Yes.
So that's the way I think about it. It's like allyship across all 17 and activism in 1 or 2.
That is such incredible advice. I love it. And unfortunately, our time has come to an end for today, but thank you for your insights. As always, we say that achieving these meaningful strides will require all of us together. I think it's collective efforts for accelerated progress, and so we're all in this together. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, La Travia and Amy. I will now hand it over to my colleague Nick Nuttall for a deep dive into the brand new UN report of how the world has managed to live up to its promises since the Paris Agreement was signed 8 years ago.
When nations met in 2015 to ink the landmark Paris Climate Agreement, it was decided that a United Nations-led global stocktake of progress would be undertaken, and that came out earlier this month. While there has been progress towards keeping a global temperature rise no higher than the safety limit of 1.5 degrees centigrade, the sobering reality is that not enough has happened in the last 8 years for sure. But the important question is, what do we do with this information? What happens next? How can we use this global stocktake to increase ambition and action on all levels? What should nations, plus cities and businesses and others do with this information, this reality, and how could this lead to a successful COP28, the UN climate conference happening in Dubai later this year? Plus, where are the areas for quick and impactful climate action now and able to halve emissions by 2030, but also build resilience? Today, in partnership with the World Resources Institute, we're going to try and unpack these questions and provide key answers with 4 terrific guests. On the magic of Zoom, we are hoping that we have Christiana Figueres, who was the, well, some say the architect of the Paris Climate Change Agreement for sure, and she's also co-founder of Global Optimism. She's a Costa Rican diplomat, she's an international recognized leader on global climate change, and not least, as we say, as an architect of the Paris Agreement. And she's a stubborn optimist, a co-founder of Global Optimism, but also this book, The Future We Choose, Surviving the Climate Crisis. Is Christiana with us with the magic of Zoom? Yes, I can see her right now. Christiana, hi. Lovely to see you. We've also got in the studio David Vasco, who's International Climate Director, World Resources Institute. And we've got Wanjira Matai, who's the Managing Director, Africa and Global Partnerships with the World Resources Institute. She's also current chair of the Wangari Maathai Foundation and the former chair of the Greenbelt Movement in Kenya. And last but not least, in the studio, we have Juliana Arsenigas. I'm probably mangled that so badly, you'll have to clear it up when I bring you in. Director of Project Global Stocktake Transformer, which is a Colombian-based think tank that advances climate action as fundamental elements in the pursuit of sustainable and regenerative societies and economies. And she's also professional international relations with an advanced degree in environmental law. Okay, that's a bit of a mouthful, but Christiana, we've got you coming through live from, it looks like Costa Rica, but it could be the trick of the technology. Yes, you winked.
It is the trick of technology, but yes, I am in Costa Rica. Thank you for the invitation. And so lovely to join the other three of you. Really wonderful. And Nick, you know, one thing that I noticed since you and I worked together at the Climate Secretariat, all of a sudden, both of us are wearing glasses. We didn't used to do that.
No, we didn't used to do that, Christiana. That's why I could never read any of the press releases I'd written for you. And that's why they were so terrible. But now I've got glasses, I can see.
Oh, that's why. I see. Okay.
Lovely, Christiana. Well, listen, let me come to you first. And let me say, obviously, not many people were going to be that surprised about what the global stocktake, nearly said toxic take there for a second, global stocktake actually was about. But you have this wonderful podcast, Outrage and Optimism. Where was the outrage in the findings of this new report in terms of where we are in terms of climate action? And where is the optimism?
Well, yeah, let's start with where the outrage is. And I think we all share that, the fact that we are still so far behind from where we ought to be. And the fact that science continues to become more granular, has much better attribution, is a constant challenge for all of us. And the fact that, this summer has been the summer from hell. For most people around the world, 98% of population around the world experienced heat temperatures that they've never experienced before. As an average, we haven't had these temperatures in 120,000 years. We have had floods, droughts, wash away. Look at the absolutely horrible videos that we have seen from Libya, these towns washed away because first of a rainfall and then dams breaking because of the water. So there is no doubt that is the outrage, the fact that, frankly, the negative impacts of climate change are on an exponential curve and getting deeper, more frequent, more disastrous, definitely having much more of an impact on infrastructure, but most importantly, on human lives. That is the outrage. Now, the optimism, Nick and friends, is that interestingly, as we see an exponential curve on the negative impacts of runaway climate change, unabated greenhouse gases, because they're still continuing to go up, we're also beginning to see an exponential curve on some, not all, some of these solutions that will help us address climate change. For example, wind and solar have come down, both offshore and onshore wind and solar have come down in price 80% in the last few years, meaning that they're now cheaper in most geographies around the world, which means that the demand for fossil fuels for electricity, certainly in the OECD, has already peaked and declined and will continue to decline. Globally, it will be very soon on a global decline, and we're actually on track to have 1/3 of all global electricity coming just from solar and wind by 2030, which is the deadline that we're all working toward. On transport, also very amazing that we have these exponential curves, because it used to be that EVs were something of, science fiction, but actually car sales of EVs, of electric vehicles, have gone up so much that we now know that we're on track for 2/3 of car sales by 2030 to come from electric vehicles, because they are and will soon be. They are already cheaper in many markets, and they will soon be much cheaper than their fossil fuel equivalent in the main markets of the EU, the United States, but much more importantly, China and India. So those are two technologies, both from electricity as well as from transport, that are beginning to show us that we are late, for sure. We are running out of time, but that hopefully, because progress on the technological side is no longer linear but exponential, that we may be able to catch up. Having said all of that, that is not where we are on land use at all. And so everything to do with land use, everything to do with restoration of degraded soils, stopping deforestation, even keeping the forests standing that we have, all of that is very, very much behind schedule.
Yeah. Christiana, thanks for that sum up and that outlook and perspective. I'm going to go to David now of the World Resources Institute. You have worked with many, many partners, David, to internalize the results, but also to look at how to turn this negativity into action. Can you describe perhaps the rapid response plan that WRI has put out there with partners in terms of the run-up to COP28 and probably beyond as well, naturally?
Yeah, thanks. So as you mentioned, the global stocktake came out of the Paris Agreement. It was something that was put in place in 2015. The idea was that every 5 years, countries would strengthen their action and strengthen their ambition. And the stocktake is meant not only to look backwards, but it was meant to spur action. And so we're at that point. We've gotten the bad news, and now something has to be done. And so out of COP28, out of this next summit in Dubai, we need governments to come forward, to work with each other, and agree on a rapid response plan. And that has to really be about transformation. It has to be about transforming our systems and our sectors. We're past the point of incremental change. We're seeing, as Christiana said, the impacts staring us in the face and really harming people. And we're now seeing it every week. It's not just something that happens periodically. And so we really need to step up that rapid response plan and do the systems transformation, do that real deep change that we need across things like the power sector, transport, food and agriculture, forests. And so we've laid out
adaptation and resilience as well, of course.
Adaptation and resilience, as you know, with these rising temperatures and with these impacts, we have to make that transformational too. We can't think about incrementally adapting to what we're seeing. We need to build resilience in a much more transformational way. And I think this change has to be deep. I mean, we really need serious change at a significant level. And I'll try an analogy on you. So imagine you're rowing a rowboat, right? And you know, we talk about needing to speed up the pace of what we're doing on climate action, and that's absolutely correct, but we need to go deep as well. And so when you're in a rowboat, if you skim the water with your oars, even if you're trying to turn them really fast, you're not going to get very far and you're not going to go anywhere at any pace. Those oars have to go deep into the water. And so I think we're at a point where we need to see in Dubai countries say, yes, on this and this and this, we are going to put our oars deep into the water.
Right. Maybe we need a submarine as well. Okay, Wanjira, it's lovely to see you. And I just have to mention, of course, that you are the daughter of the lady that won the Nobel Peace Prize, your mother, for her amazing work in Kenya that you carry on, and among other things. And so really delighted to see you. So the WRI's plan, one of the second points in the plan that the WRI is putting forward on this is food and land. And there's a nexus of poverty and hunger, but of course adaptation and resilience, but also reducing emissions. Transforming food systems, I think, was kind of something that kind of looked actually quite good out of COP27. It certainly was really put on the table. From an African perspective or from just a topic perspective, what do you feel can be done, what is being done with the food transformation, the agricultural transformations?
Nick, it's great to see you too.
Yes.
I mean, I want to pick up from where David left off, because not only are we skimming the surface, I think the oars are actually out of the water. This is part of the problem. We really need to talk about action, not even ambition anymore, because we're not even meeting at a very basic level. But we need food for survival. And I think part of the transformation of food systems It's about how we produce food. It's also about where our food comes from. We have a situation right now on the African continent where food supply chains are extremely huge. So COVID came and we found out that actually our food comes from pretty far away. Intra-Africa trade around food is extremely frustrated. We have a 15% trade within African countries. So even next to each other, we'll probably find that rice, instead of rice coming from Senegal to Kenya, we get rice from Pakistan. And so when supply chains are interrupted, it's hugely impactful on the food supply system. So that's one, the trade regime. But there's also the reality of degradation of landscapes, and Christiana made a reference to that. Africa has the largest restoration potential in the world. 700 million hectares of land are slated for restoration. We have some ambitious restoration initiatives like AFR 100, and then some real efforts to look at restoration of landscapes that are critical for water supply, that are then also coupled up with ensuring that agricultural production has the water it needs to feed it. But all of that is frustrated by encroachment of ecosystems like what we call water towers. In Kenya, you remember, we have 5 key water towers.
Yes.
And those water towers are the source of all the water we consume in the country. And as they're encroached upon, so is food supply threatened, water supply threatened, and economic activity that is related to food. Transforming food systems, therefore, is about integrating all of those pieces. That if we restore landscapes and restore the integrity of ecosystems, we then begin to reap the benefits of ecosystem services, water, food supply, even the traditional entrepreneurial benefits of young people engaging in restoration activities, young people engaging in forest-related activities that are only possible when you have intact ecosystems. That's why restoration is seen as such a great opportunity to secure food, but also to secure livelihoods.
I mean, I did feel, just coming back on this, that at COP27, that some of the big food companies like Nestle and Unilever and some others had internalized that to actually ensure that they met their targets under the Science-Based Targets Initiative, they needed to deal with their supply chain, and there's no way, unless they helped the farmers to move to, say, regenerative agriculture, that there was no way they could meet their targets. And this was actually happening, you know, that they were actually funding certain farmers in certain parts of the world to get out of intensive agriculture and get into regenerative agriculture, which seems to me to be perhaps the compromised position between, say, the organics on one side and the intensive people on the other, that everyone can kind of live with the concept of regenerative. But let's come back on that a second, because I'm conscious of time. So, Juliana, the first thing is you have to clear up, how do I say your last name?
Arciniegas.
Okay, all right, now we've got it right. Christiana, that's even with glasses, I was managed to mangle the name. So, anyway.
I'm not going to say anything.
So, finance, absolutely crucial to this whole story. You're based in Latin America, but of course finance for all the developing parts of the world is just not adequate by any means. That's a polite way of putting it. Where do you see we need to go with this? What can COP28 do? You know, how can we take this global stocktake and make it not a misery the next time it comes round, and something that we can all celebrate?
You said it very well, Nick. None of these transformational actions that you all have mentioned in terms of agriculture, food systems, expanding the renewable energy matrix, and many others will be possible if we don't have the sufficient levels of funding. And the Stocktake synthesis report basically says that we're not anymore in the moment where we need billions, but we need trillions to be able to maintain the global temperature below 1.5 degrees and achieve a resilient development. So there are different elements that I would like to highlight from this report. One says that, of course, public finance is critical and that countries will need to continue mobilizing finance for supporting developing countries to achieve their commitments. And it recalls this unfulfilled commitment of developed countries to mobilize $100 billion per year. But I think that the most important message that comes from this report is that at this stage, we need that all the financial flows, public and private, domestic and international, shift away from high greenhouse infrastructure and maladaptation or poor adaptation measures that we are currently implementing. So therefore, public sector has a role, but also multilateral development banks and financial institutions, they need to evolve in a way that they focus their efforts now on reducing financial risk, on lowering investment costs, on supporting developing countries to access finance in an easier way, because today it's very difficult to really get to those funds. And also to help countries, vulnerable countries, to address the crisis of debt that we have. So this is one part of the conversation, but another very important part is that we need to consider each country's and each region's different realities, because each region has and faces climate change in different ways, but it also contributes to the solutions in different manners. So, for example, Nick, Latin America, it's a highly vulnerable region. It emits around 6% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. It's a region that hosts major biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon region, and at the same time is addressing very ambitious energy transition plans, but it's only receiving the lowest proportion of multilateral cooperation to implement these plans.
Right.
So we really need to go to the regions and to the countries and to see, and this is part of what we're expecting from the Global Stocktake, to see where we can have the highest impact solutions and also develop roadmaps and specific plans to implement them. So it's not only about agreeing specific decisions at the COP, but also agreeing on specific roadmaps for its implementation. And I think that there are many alliances and work on the ground happening around all these transformational efforts.
We've got an audience out there watching this. They could be in their millions right now. I'm not so sure, I haven't been checking. But what are they thinking about what we're saying? Are they thinking, I've heard all this before, I've heard that we're not doing enough, I've heard, yes, that renewables are doing well, but what about finance? I mean, in the end, what we're talking about here is accountability, aren't we?
Yes.
We had, before on the show, just earlier before, we had some legal experts showing that climate litigation is now really going up, and some people are bringing semi-successful cases against governments, certainly, and also in some cases against companies for not doing what they said they were going to do. Is that one avenue? I asked that one question. The second one is maybe Christiana as well on this one, on finance, because, I mean, Christiana, you know, you and I would always listen over the many years to hearing that $32 or $33 trillion worth of assets under management are all moving into the green space. And then I'm sure, like me, you sometimes say, well, where is it being spent? Just show me, right? How do we shift the finance, and how do we increase accountability? So Christiana first, yeah.
How do we shift the finance? Well, there are a couple of things where finance is not reaching. First of all, the market is very much attracting capital into renewable energy because there is a compelling business model behind it. And so that's understandable that finance is going there. Where is it not going? It's not going in yet into nature-based solutions. As we've just heard from my good friend Wandira, it's not going there. And it's definitely not going into the south. So those are sort of the two gaping holes that that we need to fill, because without fixing our nature equation, there is no way we're going to stabilize at 1.5, let alone under that. And without supporting the transformation and the shift and the transition in the global south, there's also just no way that we're going to do this. So it's the two gaping holes, honestly, Nick, that we have been looking at for such a long time. My sense is that there are what I would call baby steps in both of those directions, baby steps, because I think we're understanding more, and certainly corporations are beginning to understand that they actually do depend on nature, and they're beginning to be a little bit more responsible and more integral in their investments. And I think we're also beginning to see many more solution suggestions, solution projects coming from the global south, from Africa, from South America, from certain regions in Asia that are beginning to attract the capital, certainly from development banks. And then because they can take some part of the risk, or the first part of the risk, then private capital. But it is very much, and I hate to use the word, but it is very much about blended finance. We really do need to look at the whole spectrum of funding, understand that in fact there's even a need for philanthropy to come in at a very high level to take some of the most ardent risks, and then move that into catalytic capital, and then finally into more market rate capital. But all of that needs to be done and to be integrated. It is not helpful to look at the financial needs and book them into one or the other pocket. It actually is very much of an integrated financial flow that would much more benefit from a blended finance approach rather than into different buckets of finance.
Right. Good. Let's just delve on that, because I was always taught that the World Bank and the UN was out there to de-risk investments, particularly the World Bank, right? Who should be de-risking these investments? How do we bring down the cost of loans into Africa and Latin America? We read all the time that Africa's loans that are being offered are just so impossible for anybody to meet. They don't get any money, right? And this is absolutely crazy when we've got to halve emissions by 2030. So can we just get on this finance track again? Have we got any suggestions? Christiana had some. Wanjira, land, right? I mean, it's one of the low-cost, most incredible ways of getting carbon back out of the atmosphere and providing food and jobs and blah, blah, blah. How do we get this finance moving?
I mean, that's a really good point. And I mean, Christiana, great to see you, because you have been at the forefront of this. We know, for example, that the signals at the moment, I mean, this program is called We Don't Have Time. We really don't have time. And so many of us are going to have to increase the accountability. So the legal litigation avenue you mentioned is one. But we have to be honest with each other. We're actually not doing that well on fossil fuel emissions and reductions. I heard that between now and 2030, plans between 3 or 4 countries to increase fossil fuel extraction production by 100 times where we are. So clearly, there needs to be accountability. We need new levels of global cooperation, and that's why the finance discussion is front and center. In the Africa Climate Summit that was just a couple of weeks ago, there was a whole new momentum around the reality of the restructuring of global finance architecture. There's got to be a shift in how the multilateral development banks are working. They're doing more bank than development. This is the problem. Mm-hmm. Development demands that they do not have the sort of risk aversion they have. That is unacceptable for development, for the development agenda. But what you're also seeing is a new narrative emerging around what, for example, Africa offers as a solutions hub for climate. There's need for deep decarbonization, but there's also a huge opportunity on the African continent where we have renewable energy resources that are huge. 60% of the world's greatest resource is on the continent. But finance doesn't flow where the sun shines, you see. So we actually don't have the sort of finance that would exploit that. Yeah. We need to de-risk that, yes, through the multilateral development banks, but also mobilizing institutional investors that are African. African institutional investors are finally starting to be heard and seen because there is some capital locally. Those are the sorts of opportunities we see.
Right, right.
David? Yeah, I wanted to come back to the issue of debt that Juliana mentioned earlier. This is a critical issue in a couple of ways. One is countries that are facing severe climate impacts, if they also have a significant debt burden, are going to be less able to deal with those impacts when they face it, whether it's hurricanes or drought or what have you. The second issue is that countries with a lot of debt that also have oil and gas or coal production will often need to produce more.
Yeah.
Oil and gas, for example. We're seeing this with Ecuador right now because they have a debt burden and they're going to just extract in order to create the revenue they need to address that debt burden. So we need to see that debt addressed, both because of the impacts that countries are facing and in order to reduce fossil fuel production and emissions. That's countries that hold that debt. The World Bank holds some of that debt, but it's also in the private sector. And so we need to see the private sector step up to say that they're going to address this debt situation.
I'm glad you mentioned the fossil fuel industry because, I mean, we also know, don't we, that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of people's taxpayers' money is going to subsidizing the very fuels that are causing the demise of so many things we love. And that we also know that the International Monetary Fund says that if you look at the cost of the disasters and that we're all picking up as taxpayers around the world, it could amount to $7 trillion worth of subsidies, if not more. That's got to be pretty absurd. I mean, there's a ready amount of money right now that could just solve a whole load of problems, right? What do you think?
It's very clear, Nick. The money is there, but it's going to the wrong places. So I think that's in terms of what to expect at COP28 on this finance package. I would say that first, we need developed countries to comply with their commitments and mobilize and scale up climate finance. Second, in this context of aligning all financial flows, we need to address the debt sustainability crisis. We need also the corporate and the private sector to revise and align their portfolios and actions to invest in climate action. We need also to enhance the quality and access to climate finance for developing countries. And indeed, as Christiana said, this is a work, it's a systemic work. This is not something that will be solved at COP28 by the climate regime. This is something that goes beyond it, and we need to align all fronts on this. And it's important that citizens also held accountable, all these different actors, all these different stakeholders, on how they align to the 1.5 goals and the resilience goals of the Paris Agreement.
We've got 34 seconds left. I don't mean left literally for us for the rest of our lives.
We don't have time.
I hope not, anyway. It's like with those questions. You've got 30 seconds left. What are you going to do with it? We've got now 18 seconds left. I think it's been a wonderful conversation. I mean, in the end, it is a conversation because right now we can't take the actions that are needed ourselves collectively as five together right now. But I think we shed a light on this for an audience out there that doesn't maybe know so much about what the global stocktake is and why it's important that A, we have it, but B, that we use it for stepped up ambition. I thank you all very much for your time. Christiana, thank you so much for coming in from Costa Rica.
Paradise.
Wink. Okay. And thank you very much indeed. And we close on this session now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you all.
You too.
What a great discussion. And what could be a better way to move on than now to focus on some companies and initiatives that have taken into their own hands how to scale up climate action. So, over again to you, Nick.
Well, I'm coming back from this side now, which is not the most elegant side to come back. But yeah, from all over the world, companies, organizations, cities, and institutions are signing up to global campaigns to use their collective influence to drive climate action. And in this session, we will focus on two of these initiatives, and we will also connect with our Stockholm hub to hear from some of the companies that have signed up to these campaigns. So now let's cross the Atlantic and tune in with my dear colleague, Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansen. Hello there, Katarina.
Hi, Nick.
Lovely
to see you.
Yeah, what have you got for us today, Katarina?
Well, we just spent a few great hours here at Fotografiska Museum in Stockholm, where we had a workshop with the front runners in the different industries in Sweden from different companies. And we have based our workshop on the budget that the Swedish government came out today with. Of course, we focused on the climate perspectives of the budget. And I'm really excited to come back shortly to talk to some of the guests here that participated in the workshop and another guest here about their business activist ideas after this workshop.
Super. So thanks, Katarina. We're really looking forward to hearing more about this. But first, We Don't Have Time is a Swedish-based initiative. It's headquartered in Stockholm, with hubs in DC and also Nairobi, Kenya. But its founder and CEO, Ingmar Rentzhog, we're lucky to have him here in New York this week with us. So welcome on stage, Ingmar.
Thank you, Nick.
Come on down. Come on down. Lovely to see you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Good. Excellent. Ingmar, last year during COP27 in Egypt, We Don't Have Time launched a new initiative called We Can Do It.
Yes.
It was a global call to action. So tell us about the campaign. How's it going?
The campaign is all about two things, basically. The one thing is that we can do it. If we're going to solve the climate crisis, we must have the mentality that we will do that. It's extremely important. You will never win if you think you're going to lose. And the ones we are mobilizing in this We Can Do It campaign is very much the leaders, the business leaders, and also policy makers, and everyone, scientists, and everyone that have a say and are influential and can do things. And what they agree on is this mentality, we can do it. But it's also another thing, and that is we will never make it if we are giving the other side our money.
Yeah.
So one big part of the campaign is that we also need governments to push for tougher regulation. So this is kind of unique. We're actually mobilizing the business community to push for being regulated. So they want to be regulated. There's no conflict in that. And politicians are often saying that we can't regulate the industry because they will resist. That's not true. They want the regulation to happen. The ones that are resisting those regulations, though, are the special interests, the fossil fuel industry. But we can't listen to them anymore. We don't have time for that. But it's one of the most central things that everyone agrees on this campaign is that we really must make the play field fair. And what everyone agrees on in this campaign is that we need to end fossil fuel subsidies.
Okay.
And in one way, this campaign is a big success. So far, we have gathered 1,000 leaders in 78 countries. We had this big launch at COP. It was, as we mean business, that is part of this campaign, and Exponential Roadmap are also part of the campaign, Go Climate, UNDP, and many other outreach partners helping out. They all thought that this was a very important moment, pushing for the right thing at
I remember at COP, there were just people lining up to have their photo taken with the banner and make the signal. It's an arm signal, isn't it? Is it that way, or I can't remember which way?
It's this way.
It's that way.
If you do it wrong, it
you
has
have to
another,
work out your muscles a bit.
It has
here,
another
right,
meaning.
No, yes, it does. But this one echoes back to the Second World War, doesn't it? Where Rosie was this figure.
So it's a campaign from Second World War that is about the same thing. We can do it to mobilize.
It's about an emergency, isn't it? It's about an emergency that we need to deal with. Yeah.
So I mean, in one way, it's a great success. But in another way, it's a great failure. Because what has happened since COP27 is that the fossil fuel subsidies has gone up. And we're talking about before, according to IMF, it was $11 million per minute.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, we have been talking now for a couple of minutes here, so we're almost at 100 million.
Yeah.
And now it's $14 million per minute.
Per minute.
So the clock is ticking faster in the wrong direction.
Yep.
And the higher the oil price goes, the more tax money, your tax money, are going to support the fossil fuel industry. And it's not just the subsidies. I mean, we have so many countries that are seen as climate leaders, like Norway, Canada, US, and others. What are they doing? They're doing a lot of good things, every one of them. But they are also licensing and opening more oil.
Yeah. And as you say, as the price goes up, everyone's paying more to support the subsidies, not that they want to support them, but it's their tax money. And at the same time, the profits of the oil companies are going up because the price of oil's up. Apparently, the dividends they handed out just recently to their shareholders, the major oil companies, was enough money, somebody said, to put a solar panel on every roof in every house of the world.
And this is so crazy. we have an industry that are making excessive profit.
Yeah.
So much profit.
Yeah.
And we are giving them money It's the subsidies that are giving them the profit.
Yeah.
And these numbers are kind of the same.
Yeah.
So if we stop giving the subsidies, the oil industry will still make money, but they will not make this excessive profit.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's insane. And if you go to my home country, Sweden, we had this environment minister at the COP meeting saying, like, we need to end the fossil fuel subsidies. Everyone is saying that. John Kerry was saying that at COP26. The fossil fuel subsidies are insanity. But the truth is, insanity is when you're saying one thing and doing the opposite. And if you just take Sweden, for example, we just had a new budget. So we have a really proud government that they are really putting a lot of money for climate action, 4 billion. But on the same time, they're lowering the tax on fossil fuel with 6.5 billion.
Right, so that doesn't really add up.
If we want to win, how the hell are we going to do that with that kind of leadership? So what we need to do here is that we need to grow this movement of businesses and leaders of we can do it to become more. And those that have agreed on this, they need to be more active. We all need to be more active about this because we need to end this insanity, and we can do that.
Yeah. Good, Ingmar. I think we move on here. Let's now focus in on another great initiative to speed up and scale up climate action. It's my pleasure to welcome, by the magic of Zoom, Tessa Vincent, who's engagement lead on the Race to Zero. And I think, no, she's coming in by the magic of Zoom. I think we're supposed to look in this camera here. Tessa, are you with us? Ah, yes, you are, Tessa. Very good to see you. Really nice to see you. So tell us a little bit about this campaign, could you please?
Sure, nice to see you again. I'm calling here on behalf of Race to Zero, which is the world's largest alliance of non-state actors. So businesses, financial institutions, cities, states and regions who are committed to halving emissions by 2030. An Exponential Roadmap Initiative, who works closely with We Don't Have Time as one of our 25 partners, who are rallying non-state actor leadership on net zero by 2050 at the latest.
Super. And what's the critical mass you need for this campaign? I mean, and how are you going to increase the numbers and really get the message over?
So we are always wanting to grow the Race to Zero. We have currently 12,000 members, and we want more and more non-state actors to take voluntary action. But we also recognize that voluntary action only goes so far. So listening to Ingmar's comments on the We Can Do It campaign, we really want to embrace tougher regulations, as the We Can Do It campaign did last year at COP27. So we're really excited to be working collaboratively with We Don't Have Time and the We Can Do It campaign to take it forward into COP28. And we want businesses to start advocating for climate policy and climate regulation. And we believe that there are examples of this actually happening already, which is really exciting.
No, I think there's a lot of action happening in the private sector. Clearly not enough, but there is some really stunning stuff happening where people are really trying to not only decarbonize their businesses, but also the suppliers that supply their businesses with things. And that creates a new kind of accountability mechanism, which I think is probably invisible to the average member of the public, but is really exciting. You were a ministerial advisor in New Zealand, I understand. And New Zealand is a country that has always stood out as being quite active on this. Do you feel that some of the smaller countries in the world can actually be the ones that, in a sense, help lead the bigger ones to a greater understanding of what real stepped-up action is?
Absolutely. I think we need an inclusive approach going forward, involving all countries in this journey towards climate policy. And I'm a very proud New Zealander. I think our government has led on some ambitious climate policy, such as phasing out new offshore oil and gas permits. We introduced a zero carbon bill with unanimity across political parties. We have interestingly an election coming up in the next month, so let's see what happens beyond Honourable Jacinda Ardern. But I think all countries have a role in this race to regulation, in this movement from voluntary action to creating the right kind of incentives and to levelling the playing field to ensure that all non-state actors receive the right kind of support and incentives for taking climate action.
Thanks, Tessa. We're going to have to wrap it up there, but thanks very much for being with us on We Don't Have Time into our studios here in Manhattan. See you.
Thanks.
Right. That's Tessa. Great news. We'll now hand over to Stockholm again for some interviews with the companies who have joined one or both of these initiatives. So it's over to you, Katarina.
Well, thank you very much, Nick. I'm sitting here with one of the participants from the workshop. Randy Galstad, you are Communications Officer at American Chamber of Commerce in Sweden.
Yes.
So, Randy, what were your thoughts from participating in the workshop?
It was very good. The questions and the way to look at the budget proposal and also the emphasis in different areas. There's a lot of work to do. Not enough money to go around. They need to really focus on the immediate. You know, it used to be in the business world, there were 5-year plans. And, you know, alluding to the name of your organization, we don't have time. So it's great that as soon as the budget was proposed, this program was put in place.
Thank you, Randy. So in terms of business activism, which is actually the theme for the workshop, how can businesses activate, sort of push for policy change? What is the role of businesses here?
One of the ways, and what we do as an organization, we have member companies, and we put together programs that invite our members to meet directly with representatives from the Swedish Riksdag. We have a program coming up next week with Minister Jessica Rosvall, the EU Affairs Minister. We have another one coming up with the Minister for Finance in Swedish markets, Nicholas Wikman. And then we have Parisa Lillestrand, the Minister for Culture, who has a new AI unit within her realm. But the programs we put together like that allow our member companies to meet face-to-face with people who are in the room when the decisions are being made. And that's one way we put things together. We also organize the Bright Green Summit, which is going to follow up this year after COP28 and after Davos. A lot of the representatives that we're reaching out to will be in both places. And within that, prior to COP28, we're organizing individual panel discussions that are moderated by members of universities in the United States and also in Sweden. So we put together kind of a 3-legged stool with the moderators representing academia, which is research fact-based, business representatives from our network, and then also policymakers.
Well, thank you so much. This looks like really pushing for policies here. Best of luck with your work. Thank you so much. Thank you. And let's move on to the next guest here. Joining me here is Emily Olav. What is your take here on businesses and policy making? How can you really make a dent here from your perspective?
Yeah, I think we can do quite a lot. And I think when I started in Ericsson, we actually said we need to walk the talk, right? And we need to walk the talk here now to actually show the policymaker and, for example, our investors that we can do it, just like the campaign. And for me, we can do it in different ways. So firstly, we need to integrate climate action or sustainability within the strategies, the policies within the company. We need to do the business decision based on this as well. And it's easier said than done because we have 100,000 employees within Ericsson, 180 countries. So we are working on it. But then we also need to set the value chain targets. So for example, within the ICT sector, We have 43% of mobile app operators by revenue having net zero targets. And these targets are trickling down into the value chain. So actually creating the change within the whole industry. And by showing that to policymakers, we also say we can do it. And then the third part, we can also support policymakers to see when we need regulation, also, but what we need, for example, in the net zero, we need a negative market for carbon removals, the right carbon removals that actually make a difference. And we need to guide them in that direction. So I think we can do many things.
Thank you, Emily. So from your point of view, which climate solution has the biggest impact from the Ericsson perspective?
Digitalization. You've heard of it before. But I would see digitalization as the bridge, something that we can do right now that is quite cost effective. And thanks to Ericsson research, we know that, for example, the potential of the enablement effect, our solutions that the whole industry has, is up to 15% by 2030 in reduction globally. That is the potential if we use it correctly. Maybe the negative impact is around 1.4%. So we know that we're putting more efforts out there than we're actually affecting the environment. If you add new technologies like 5G, etc., we know through modeling that around 5% extra can be reduced. So it's really, we have the solutions there and it's across all industries. Today we actually have a new case within the building sector with a partner company called Kiona. They're just using cognitivity and AI for energy management systems in a case in Sweden for, I think it's 1.5 million square meters, reducing emissions by around 6.4% in average. And that is within Sweden and Finland that has quite clean grids. So in other sectors, you can do, in other countries, you can do more.
Thank you, Emily. So we will be hearing more from Ericsson from the New York studio.
Yes.
And do you know what they will be talking about?
Yeah, digitalization.
See, here we go.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Emily.
Thank you.
And we have a new guest coming up here, Elisabeth Larsson. She's Nordic Climate and Environmental Lead. That's a wonderful title, isn't it? From Accenture. And
Yes.
It's a global services and consulting company. And you participated in the workshop. What were your key takeaways?
First of all, I really liked the discussions. And yeah, I thought it was really getting hands-on with the budget and learning a lot.
Excellent. So in terms of policy making, what could Accenture do? And what should others do?
So first of all, I think the businesses are an important force. I mean, it's a given for business to change and adapt to survive. And as our CEO, Julie, put it very well in Davos a couple of years ago, in 2025, we will talk about that all businesses are sustainable businesses. So we, as businesses...
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, it's not a few years away, but I think we as businesses are already driving this change. But if we do it together with the policymakers, it will go so much faster. And I see that companies and industries can impact by sharing clear proposals of how we want to push things forward and what is actually slowing us down.
So then we're moving into the solutions part here, because what you're saying is that you should showcase the solutions better, right?
Definitely. And how to get there. But yeah, for solutions, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about energy, the energy sector, and we will continue to talk about that. It's an area with a lot of emissions. And a report shared that 90% of the energy-related emissions that needs to be reduced by 2050 can actually be achieved if we deploy renewables, if we increase energy efficiency, and also with electrification, of course. And this is where I see that tech and digitalization, as Emily talked about as well, will have a significant role. So a concrete example of this is that Accenture Sweden recently launched an Energy Edge Accelerator program together with Microsoft and Exponential Roadmap Initiative. And that program accelerates innovative digital solutions that are disruptive and at the front of tech development. And I really think that this is the type of innovation and collaboration that we need.
So if you could look into the camera and give a call to action to the policymakers, what would that be? What call to action would that be?
I would say that, I mean, the main thing that I've learned working in sustainability is that we need to work together in partnerships and in expected partnerships. So start collaborating and start acting.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
And we have one more guest here joining me on the sofa. It's Chiara Selvetti. She's director of a sustainable business at Atea. And Atea is a global consulting and services company, and you have leading capabilities in digital cloud and also in security. So you did not participate in the workshop because you had other business to attend to. So I'm not going to ask you that one. But in terms of policy making, what could we do?
So Emily said, walk the talk. I like to call it, get off the grandstand, onto the playing field and play the game. So it's easy to point fingers and sometimes totally justified to say policymakers need to do more. But ultimately, the green transition is all about businesses finding new ways of creating value in a way that doesn't cost the earth. And the more businesses get down to doing that, the more value data points are created, the more dialogue you can have with the policymakers, and the better policies you will have in the longer term.
So Chiara, we see a lot of pushback from activists that aren't really on the streets. They might not always fully grasp that the business world is really doing this work. So how would you need to communicate in terms of that policy, in terms of the big mass that the business world is actually really rolling up their sleeves?
I think getting down to communicating it way more. I mean, you got, the European Union is giving us a big sort of edge here in terms of the CSRD, the ESRS. They're really trying to get us all to communicate more concisely, more in a way more crisp. And I think that in a few years' time, you will see a lot more action in terms of this communication in a more credible way as well.
And also we have the greenwashing directive coming up. Exactly. That's probably going to clean off some darker, exactly. not so green colors. So biggest potential, what climate solutions would that be from the Atea perspective?
Another IT company, another point for digitalization, of course. Partly we have been able to reduce our emissions with using IT solutions, whether it's digital twins, you can reduce a lot of energy with that, or whether it's the usual video meetings. They really kind of change and shift the perspective of how to run business meetings in a way that it's a lot more effective from an energy perspective. But one thing I would like to say is that you need to understand that the climate transformation is all about people. And when it's about people, you need to create compelling narratives, you need to create the right framework of incentives, you need to create role models, and that all takes time. And one thing that is actually very useful in doing that is to actually visualize the individual contribution. So whether you're implementing a climate solution that it's about employees changing their behaviors or partners changing their behaviors, if you visualize that, again, digital tools are very helpful with that, you can actually create a lot of momentum in driving change.
Excellent, Chiara. So you also get to give a call to action before we turn back to New York.
Yes, and I would say, put your money where your mouth is. Every organization purchases goods and services. That means that every organization can actually decide what matters in that purchasing decision. If you put climate action credibly into tenders, whether you're a private organization or, more importantly for governments, a public organization, you will really create a super powerful business case for change. And I'm not talking only about SBTI. A lot of companies have SBTI.
As a science-based target.
Science-based target, thank you. What I'm talking about is credible, measured emission reductions in your products, in your services across the value chain.
Well said. Thank you so much, Chiara, and thank you, Randy and Emily and Elizabeth for joining us here from Stockholm. And let's head back to New York, to Nick, and let's see what you have for us.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Katarina. I'm excited to now introduce our next segment, a new era in climate communications. The climate crisis is also a communications crisis. To really drive climate action on all levels, we need to acknowledge the crucial role of climate communication in raising public awareness and increasing acceptance for ambitious climate policies. But how do we do this? Well, we're going to get into all of that. We now have the pleasure to share with you all a release of a brand new white paper that provides innovative strategies to propel us into a new era of climate communications. Please welcome on stage Natalia Vega Berry, a social and environmental impact leader and currently the CEO and founder of Global Brain Foundation, plus New Zero World, founder and CEO. We also have on stage Tim Kelly, a career media executive, the former president of National Geographic, and currently the executive director of Earth HQ, the media arm of the Global Commons Alliance, which aims to bring investigative journalism and reporting on the environment from all corners of the world to the global forefront. Founder and CEO. We also have on stage Tim Kelly.
Thank you, Shweta, for having us. Delighted to be here, and we don't have time. So before we deep dive into the nitty-gritty of new plan we have for a new era in climate communications, I want to announce the release of this research study we have completed in the last months. They have the tremendous group work of 60+ contributors from different organizations in different corners of the world. So very, very grateful to all the contributors as well. But most importantly, we all acknowledge that there is a crisis in the climate communication space. So with this research study, what our intention is to bring and create a digital knowledge hub, a resource of information where we can access best tools, best practices, and resources that will continue to be updating for everybody to see. So I welcome and invite everybody to dig into a new era in climate communications. We're going to provide some insights in terms of there is a QR code for all of you to access in it. But one of the most important takeaways in this research study was, what are we doing next? What is our plans? What are we now, with all this knowledge and information, how we can do to use this to accelerate climate action? So to that end, my partner, Tim Kelly from the Global Commons Alliance, is going to share with us insights of the announcement of the Earth Public Information Collaborative.
Thank you, Natalia. So I think we all know that the science of behind the climate and nature crisis is pretty well understood. The solution set is pretty well understood. What is missing is political will, the ability to make a strong transition. Most people are concerned about climate, but it's not a priority for them. And so, you know, we have to look at, again, what is a systemic solution? The communications and media system in terms of public service to the broader public is broken. You know, we know that there's a tidal wave of greenwashing and misinformation that's hitting people. There's a void in public service where there used to be public service requirements of broadcasters. That's gone away, as well as the fact that public broadcasters around the world are having their budgets limited. Equally important, top advertising talent, top marketing talent supports industry not getting to the public about this imminent planetary emergency. Most vital science and journalism is behind paywalls, not accessible to people. And a lot of the work in the climate and nature communications field is directed at a small group of people who are already on board. So we feel like there needs to be a systemic change, a bigger solution that tries to tackle this in a more coordinated fashion. We're calling it the Earth Public Information Collaborative because we like the acronym EPIC. It is a big, epic, heroic tale that we need to tell. We need to get many more people involved. We need to actually move 1 billion people off the sidelines and get them engaged and get them actually willing to act. And so we know that the science is pretty clear on positive social tipping points. A recent paper in Science illustrated the fact that 25% of a group can tip the dominant social norms, and we feel this kind of coordinated public service information and media collaborative is the way to do it. So we are engaged in bringing a big group of media companies, of tech companies, and as well as, of course, the science community together to create a new ethic. We really want to promote the idea that the media and communications industry does need to step up in terms of leadership and take a public service leadership role. The climate and nature catastrophe, especially even in recent months, has reached a scale that's it's almost we're on a war footing, and we can't just rely on trickle-down information now. Every citizen should be able to have access to the information about what's going on. Every citizen should be able to act and support and demand more change to protect them and their family. We know that most people react in terms of messaging. They react very strongly to the idea of thinking about their children and their grandchildren and future generations. That is a universal message that works. The being able to tap into the international advertising and marketing community to be allies to this initiative is really important, because we need to be able to effectively communicate, not at the national but an international level. We need to be able to communicate to different communities in different ways with different voices. So we want to bring the creative community, the media community, we wanted to bring influencers and celebrities into it, and a coalition of funders to support this this initiative. So we're calling it EPIC, Earth Public Information Initiative.
And it's interesting that this is a proof of concept. I will say this research study, what started with just let's do what is this current state of climate communications, turn into a white paper and turn into a digital knowledge hub. But what it was really incredible for us, it was a response we received from different sectors, the contributions of the willingness to contribute, to put information, access to all, to have better resources to communicate on climate change. But there was all corners of different organizations, from foundations to experts, of creative experts, media organizations, data. So we had a broad range of partners, contributors that really help us put together a concept of what is the current state, what are the missing gaps we have in the space, and how we can improve the way we do better. So that informed tremendously and shaped, I think, the strategy of what we're looking into, what are the next steps for EPIC. And we cannot do it not in a non-collaborative way. So I think that's the only way to go forward.
And the idea is not just campaigns and public service messages, but a whole public ecosystem of information that includes supporting investigative journalism and environmental science journalism. It includes bringing the entertainment industry and different kinds of storytelling into the mix. It definitely includes segmenting audiences and going for a broader group of people to get involved and to make it international in multiple languages, and to be cued into culture and emotion and bringing people on board. That all exists. There's a $1 trillion a year marketing industry that does that incredibly well in terms of driving overconsumption. Many of those same people who are involved with that are acutely aware of the catastrophic risk that we're going into now, and want to get involved in trying to communicate with people about climate and nature and solutions. So the idea, again, is a whole public service ecosystem of information serving the broad public, getting the public engaged, and getting to the point where we can actually do a more urgent and quick transition, so that we're not like all living with this impending doom over our head. Someday we want our kids and our grandkids to not feel this emotion of risk and danger coming down on them. So we have to solve it. We have to get more people involved.
Yeah, no, it's very, very exciting. I know it's a very broad topic. We have definitely cues that are informing us. We're talking about shifting narratives, having a more positive outcome. The doom and gloom causes sometimes rejection, inaction. At the same time, we need to strike a balance between, the urgency and the action, and also the way we're communicating with it. So there are a lot of things we're learning, and we really, recommend to go in deep dive into this research study again that we're looking forward to continue updating and be a source of information for everyone.
So we're pulling together a collaborative of funders to support this initiative, and a collaborative of media partners and technology partners. We already have the science partners involved. The Global Commons Alliance has an incredible group of scientists with the Earth Commission and a bunch of science partners. We have business partners who are working on setting science-based targets for companies and cities and governments. The piece that's missing is this public engagement piece, and we have to attack it systematically. And that's what EPIC is about. Earth Public Information Collaborative is a systemic solution to this problem of getting the public engaged. It'll be an ongoing initiative of the Global Commons Alliance for the next 5 years. It's definitely one of our major priorities.
And I think we're going to welcome our speakers to have a dialogue. All of them are contributors for this research study, so we're going to invite them to the room with us.
Great.
Okay. Delighted to welcome our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, guys, for taking the time to join us today. And thank you for your incredible contribution to our research study. So I'm going to introduce Anne-Christine Duhaime. Well, I will invite you to introduce yourself, please, and we'll go in order.
Sure. My name is Anne-Christine Duhaime. I'm a professor of neurosurgery at Harvard Medical School, interested in brain behavior and climate change.
Please.
Hi, I'm Mark Curtis. I lead sustainability for Accenture Song, and I'm driving how we engage humans with sustainability, brand, customer experience, that whole area.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Skye Flanagan, the Director of Programs at the Harvard Center for Climate Health and the Global Environment, also known as Harvard Chan Sea Change. And we spend a lot of our time working with the health community and uplifting the health impacts of climate change and educating our students as well as students across the country.
Thank you so much, guys, for joining us in this release of the research study and the announcement for EPIC. And Christine, I'm fascinated by your work. I think we had different conversations, and we invite you to share it through this research study. Can you share with us what are your highlights? Your book is, it's your mind and the climate change challenge.
This was really a personal journey, Natalia, because obviously climate change is our existential crisis, and I have spent my career taking care of children with serious life-threatening problems, dealing with their brains. And when you do that, you get a perspective that everything is about the brain. Just like if you're a chef, everything is about food, and if you're an artist, everything is about color. So for people in fields like mine, the perspective that you bring to everything you do and every problem you encounter is from a neurologic or neural perspective. And as I tried to sort through this problem, it was impossible not to think about it in terms of what is the equipment that evolution gave us to both perceive and deal with this problem? And is that equipment an appropriate match for this crisis that we're facing? And as I delved into this, looking at what other people had written and what the cutting edge neuroscience is about how we make decisions, how we're influenced to change our priorities, and how we address problems that come our way, it became clear to me that it should not be, even if it's frustrating, it should not be surprising that people struggle with this and that our actions have lagged the magnitude of the problem of what's required. And the reason that this is so difficult for us is not hard to understand from a brain point of view. It's difficult because there was nothing in our evolutionary history that required us to develop the skills to address a problem like this. It is a brand new kind of problem in every way. We didn't evolve the sorts of sensors that you need to even perceive CO2. We can't even feel it, sense it, smell it, taste it. We don't even know it's there except through information that we generally get from strangers we don't know with science we don't understand. And so why is it surprising? And when we see the consequences of climate change, those consequences are things that in our history we have seen before, even though the magnitude and the frequency are different. It is much easier for us, brain-wise, to ascribe these changes to things that we've seen before in our history and in our evolutionary past. So that's just on the perception side. But if you look at the action side, we also are challenged from a brain equipment point of view.
And that's what we really need to know.
That's right. And typically,
how to get them to act.
How do you make decisions to act? You make decisions, again, because of the way the equipment is designed, to prioritize short-term survival. And so you have incredibly intricate and beautifully designed mechanisms to make a choice based on what is going to be best for you at this moment. Climate change requires of you entirely different ways of thinking. It requires entirely different perspectives, and it requires you to suspend one of the biggest ingredients in decision-making, which is agency. That is, I make a decision, I see the consequences. Climate change, you drive an electric car, you take public transportation, you go away from meat in your diet, you don't see those consequences with respect to climate change. There may be collateral consequences that are good for you health-wise, but in terms of climate change, you don't ever see those consequences. This is a real challenge for us as decision makers. So the book was my own journey to try to answer the question of, is this problem solvable with the equipment that we have at hand? The good news is, my conclusion is yes, but it does not arise from the design of the equipment in its decision making. What it arises from is another characteristic of our brains that have caused us to be so successful in the world and also caused us to be so destructive in the world, which is a characteristic called plasticity. And this is the characteristic that allows us to adapt to different circumstances, to change what we prioritize, to make decisions with different hierarchies of priority. And because we do have that plasticity, and we see it in our own world with meetings like this would not have happened 30 or 40 or 50 years ago. There are changes. We are changing what we consider important, but it's a slow process, and it requires all of us to get involved.
Thank you for the insights. I think this is just the beginning, and we're scratching the surface on the neuroscience space, so thank you.
Thank you.
So moving from the science to the art of communications and advertising and this industry that has so much superpowers, Mark, can you share with us what do you think is the role and responsibility of the industry that you are in?
Let me start with an observation about what happened when I woke up this morning.
Sure.
Which is that I read the news from my country. I'm from the UK. And it turns out that the government is going into reverse on their climate pledges, which is difficult to accept, including, for example, mandating that all new cars should be non-diesel and petrol by 2030. So that looks like that's going to go out of the window. We're going to hear tomorrow. So this is important because it means that we know what's going on. They're playing politics. It's all about the next election. But it's also because they calculate that voters will preference other things above and beyond sustainability. and climate change, which is exactly what you're saying, because they can't deal neurologically. It was fascinating, by the way, with what's going on. So where do companies fit in? Companies are under huge pressure from what I call 5 strong push forces. They're under pressure from governments, so that's just got a bit hazy in the UK. They're under pressure from the courts. That's really happening in multiple countries. They're under pressure from employees, because we have a generation now who won't go and work for companies, or a lot of them won't, if they can't demonstrate their environmental credentials, their climate credentials. They're under pressure from shareholders. It's variable, but that's generally upward pressure. And lastly, they're under pressure from their children, CEO children. I actually met the CEO of a large global retailer yesterday. His daughter was with him, and they're under, and I hear this again and again from CEOs, children are saying, what are you doing? So those are 5 strong push forces. Meanwhile, you have what we've been waiting for, which is the pull force from consumers saying, bring it on, we want to buy sustainable goods. Unfortunately, it's a really weak force. It's not a strong force at all. But those companies, because of the strong forces, can't wait. So what does that mean? What that means is they're going to have to engage in behavior change of their customers. It turns out that's actually what they're very good at, because they've spent in capitalist society 150, 200 years trying to do behavior change, but the behavior change has been buy my product, not his product. That's what they've been doing. Now they need to shift their focus and do behavior change around, we need you to buy things which are going to be good for the planet. So that, I think, is on the agenda for companies now, particularly when you have governments stepping back from actually really doing it. What makes this complicated is that consumers, our research, we've done a lot of research on humans' relationship with sustainability, and we're seeing that 3 out of 5 just don't associate with a value called sustainability. They have a whole bunch of other values which approximate, but not sustainability. So we can't just preach behavior change. What we've found very clearly is we need to sell sustainability or package sustainability alongside other things that people care about more in the short term, to paraphrase what you said. And that has to be the way to go. So this is where I think large corporations are going to go as the end consumer begins to swim into focus. Because a lot of the sustainability debate over the last 5 years, and I see it even here, is largely focused on what I would call technocratic things. How do we do carbon abstraction? How do we get to carbon zero? How do we do reporting on all of this, et cetera, et cetera? The human at the end of the sustainability value chain has been missed out. Now we need to bring them in.
What about the superpowers you guys have as great communicators, as great strategists, as great, putting the messages right where it needs to be? Do you think it's, this is what we're going for, is to lend your superpowers to this side of the equation and use it for penetrating better climate communication strategies?
So I slightly push back on the word superpowers
because
it suggests that you kind of wave this pixie dust around and everything is better. It's actually a lot of deep, hard work. And I don't think it's
100%.
just, I don't think it's just communications. I think it's design as well.
100%.
My background is design. So I feel this passionately that we have to mix design and communications together and do that in order to, the ultimate goal here is to reinvent consumption. So consumption got us into this mess. Usually if you look back over human history, it was religion, or war, or the two combined. But it's not this. This is consumption that's got us to where we are, without a question. So I think that we need to look at the communications and think, how do we use communications and design together to reinvent consumption and bring people with us on the journey rather than lecture them? So the superpower has to be applied in a way which integrates an appreciation of their lives and what matters to them, and then bring them along on the journey by using those two powerful tools, design and communication, together.
Great, thank you, Mark. So from science to advertising to the youth movement, Sky, thank you for being here with us. We cannot imagine any of this with the megaphone voices of the youth. So I would love to learn what you guys are creating and doing at Harvard and with the youth, groups that you're mobilizing. So if you can share with us, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for having me on this esteemed panel. It's really wonderful to follow these two, and I resonate a lot with the sentiment that they have previously shared. So just for a little context, I run a youth summit for high school students in Boston every summer, and we educate them on climate change and health equity issues. And you know, the youth movement is so powerful, and I think there's no denying that the youth voices have really been the loudest in our fight for climate action. And I really commend that. You know, I think the first step to change is always grassroots organizing, and we've really seen that in a very powerful way with climate change. So I think that is first and foremost just like such an inspiring piece of the puzzle that I think we cannot deny how powerful it is. You know, I think the second step, and you know what we try to do with our work at Harvard and beyond, and supporting youth activists, is people are a little exhausted of being told what they're doing wrong. They want to be brought into the conversation. I think this, you know, builds off of the previous two speakers, that, you know, we have a lot of climate solutions, and so figuring out what you're most passionate about, and then being that trusted messenger. And you know, you're mentioning CEOs' children. They are the trusted messenger to their parents.
Yeah.
So when they express something that they're passionate about, why they care about it, then it becomes more real and tangible. And we use health as the driving force to communicate, because we know that people generally are more prone to take action when they have a personal connection to it, versus it being far off carbon in the atmosphere that we don't really resonate with. But you know, when smoke fills our cities because of wildfires, it becomes a lot more personal to our individual health and our community's health. So of course, we always want to help support the mobilization and support people coming together to share their voices and demand climate action. But then I really encourage young people to find what it is that they really care about, and find that niche within the climate solution space, because there are so many opportunities that are opening up to whatever sector you're interested in. There's a need for people that care about making a shift within the climate space. So find that you know, piece that you're really most passionate about, and then bring along your community. Talk to your community in a way that resonates with them, that isn't just preaching or telling them what they're doing wrong. Just explain why you care and what is important to your community, and why you want the rest of your folks to take action, because it is going to be a collective shift that we all have to do. And it's really important. I think it's really powerful when it's coming from a youth perspective, because their future is on the line just as much as everyone else. And we're already starting to see it.
Yeah.
We really are experiencing the climate shocks that we're supposed to be far off in the
2050.
future. It's like, they're here, and it's happening. And so I'm super inspired by the youth that are coming up and using their voice to demand change, and I think that will continue.
So Sky, can you share with us lessons learned, because you are in touch with them? Do you guys provide workshops, literacy?
Absolutely.
But what is the feedback back to you guys? What do you have learned that works in the space with them?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And, you know, we certainly do workshops, training exercises, mentoring opportunities. And, you know, the one thing that I do struggle with a little bit is we put a lot of pressure on our youth, and they do burn out. So, you know, we have to figure out and support our youth in a way that we recognize that they're still, you know, a lot of them are still kids, and they're just trying to, you know, grow up in a healthy world that we all should be given the, you know, opportunity to live in a clean, healthy environment. So finding and supporting how they can find balance to be activists, but also just, you know, live their life and be humans. So that is the piece of feedback that I constantly get from them is, you know, it's a struggle to, sometimes you get burnt out from it, and it's oftentimes very depressing.
Yes.
So we actually, you know, we produce a newsletter called The Climate Optimist, where we solely feature positive stories around climate change, because there's enough doomism in the media to make us all.
I recommend everyone to see it. It really is uplifting, even, you know, for every regular human being out there. So I think with that, we're wrapping up this panel. Thank you so much again for all the contributions, and I'm delighted to ask everyone to go to climatecommunications.earth to look into this research study that features the work of our esteemed panelists and more information about looking ahead with the Earth Public Information Collaborative. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for a great discussion on some really important topics in communication. Let's now move on and watch a few interviews that we've conducted at the Nest Climate Campus.
Thank you so much again for being here, Dr. Dana R. Fisher, Director and Center for Environment, Community, and Equity, and Professor of School of International Service at American University. How's your day going? How's your Climate Week going?
Climate Week has been crazy busy, but I'm having all of these amazing conversations with people. I'm meeting new people like you, so that's wonderful, and I'm so excited to be here with We Don't Have Time today.
Absolutely. So this past weekend, you were just with climate activists in New York. There was a huge march to end fossil fuels. What is happening here at Climate Week based on your perspective of just arriving?
Well, so I mean, what's really interesting about Climate Week is it's this opportunity for citizens, including young people, to express their voices while the leaders of, of the world are meeting to have a conversation about what they're going to do about climate change. And what the point of the march on Sunday was specifically for people to come out and basically let leaders know that the world is watching. There has been this real reticence to respond to and address the fossil fuels in the room, the elephant in the room, which is the fossil fuel industry, fossil fuel interests, which have been really lurking and leading to a lot of the climate crisis that we're experiencing right now. And the activists came out in mass. There were 75,000 people in the streets on Sunday.
A lot of people. I was very surprised on that.
Right, and so I mean, to be honest, I think that in some ways, watching the people who are out in the streets is part of the, it's the best part of Climate Week for me, and that's partially because I'm so interested in people power and how people power is pushing for change. But at the same time, Climate Week is all about these groups of people who are working on various aspects of the climate crisis and how to address it and create meaningful solutions, coming together and getting to talk to one another and brainstorm and meet in person, which we don't get to do so often. So putting faces to the Zoom screen, which is wonderful as well.
And it was a very intergenerational space. I mean, you sometimes think it's only youth, but actually I saw parents, I saw grandparents, I saw kids. I mean, this is what climate movement is about. It's about building those intergenerational movements. And as we see here at Climate Week, right, we saw the United Nations is happening. We're seeing different parties like business sectors, nonprofit, foundations are coming together to host these events. And the research about climate activism is a bit unique, and I think you've really talked about this and researched about that. What is the most effective type of activism? Because as a young person, I get asked that a lot, and I say, well, my type of activism may not be the same as someone else's, but for example, we've seen the throwing at paint or tomato soup at paintings. Is that effective on your end, and what do you think about that?
Well, let me just go back and say, first of all, it's absolutely true that we saw a really intergenerational crowd out in the streets on Sunday. The average age was 38, which is not that young, but not that old, and it's because we see this real distribution of people from all walks of life and from all ages coming together because they all care about climate change and the climate crisis. I mean, the other thing that I'll just say, and this leads into this question about success of activism and the effectiveness of activism, is one of the things we asked of the people who were in the streets is we asked them about the emotions that they're feeling around the climate crisis. Because there's been some research that talks about how people are starting to feel anxiety, despair, et cetera, and so forth. So we wanted to see what the people who were actually doing something about climate change in terms of mobilizing for a protest were feeling. 75% of them said that they were feeling anger. And the other thing that many of the people, the majority of the people in the crowd were saying is that they feel sad, whereas there's only about a third of them who are feeling hopeful. And so one of the things that we want to think about is how this anger is turning into action. And that's where you end up with activists who are taking action and getting more disruptive. For example, throwing soup on glass paintings that cover priceless works of art. But we see a whole bunch of these kind of innovative tactics is what we call them in my world and in the social sciences. But the innovative tactics are being designed specifically to get attention. And so I keep getting asked, and I do all of these media events where I'm asked, well, is it really effective if you're going to throw paint or you're going to glue yourself to something? We just had these people who were yelling and interrupting the U.S. Open. And one of them actually, he crazy glued the bottom of his foot, so he glued himself to the actual stands, which sounds really painful to me. And I actually was on TMZ Live right after that, and they asked me, they said, well, is this an effective way of, of solving the climate crisis? And the answer is, in a way it is, because nobody ever asked me to be on TMZ Live before to talk about this. So the reason that these activists are becoming more and more confrontational is because they're trying to get media attention, and the media attention helps to then get more people in the general public to understand the climate crisis and to start to think about it. Now, the research tells us that those individual activists are not going to be very popular,
Yes,
just like the
of
activists
course,
who were engaging in confrontational activism during the civil rights movement were not popular, but it helps to draw more attention and support for the movement and the cause. So we know that more and more people start to say, well, I care about climate change and something should be done about it. I'm not supporting people destroying art, for example, but I am supporting people taking action, and it helps to bring out what we call these sympathizers who are concerned about the climate crisis, and it's been very effective. So, I mean, my personal philosophy and my research tells us that we need an all-hands-on-deck type of way of responding to the climate crisis in terms of activism. So we need people who are working to lobby and work in the electoral arena, working towards getting, climate champions elected to office, but we also need people who are going to get more media attention and keep drawing attention away from, greenwashing, because we see a lot of it here in New York today, right? I mean, if you go, anybody who's on the subway this week, there's all these signs about all these companies that are investing this itsy bitsy amount in
like
trying
net zero, clean energy.
Exactly, net zero for 0.1% of all of the stuff that we're doing, and look at us. So the deal is that we need to also be paying attention to the crisis itself, and so these activists are helping to do that. So it's very important, but it's part of this broad distribution of ways that we're going to address the climate crisis for sure.
Yeah, and I think activism, like you were mentioning, exists on the spectrum. There's different forms that will always coexist, and there's multiple truths and multiple solutions. There's no one such perfect answer that you can tell one person of like, this is how it needs to be done, because we all live in a different world and different experiences of how we navigate that.
Right. I mean, one of the things I talk about in my new book, which is coming out in early 2024. The book is called Saving Ourselves from Climate Shocks to Climate Action. And the end of the book talks about what we individually can do to save ourselves from the climate crisis, basically. And one of the main findings there is I talk about the ways that we need to invest in resilience. And when we talk about resilience, it's not just environmental resilience, which obviously is really important as we see more climate shocks, we see more heat waves, we see more droughts, we see more floods, we see more extreme weather. But in addition to that, we also need to be investing more in social resilience in our communities and building a strong infrastructure to connect people together. And that's something that activists are extremely capable of doing and are positioned well within their communities to start to connect people, be they intergenerational groups of people who care about climate and who actually live and breathe and work in their communities. So that's part of what we need to do to save ourselves.
Yeah, and I think there's always this doom and gloom that is being perpetuated on media. I think it was found that in media in general, less than a certain percentage is reported on climate solutions. So it's very focused on problem identification, and as a young person that reads a lot about climate, a lot of my community is usually asking, okay, I now know how to talk about greenhouse gas emissions. I now know how to talk about certain issues that are happening, but I don't know what the solutions are. And I think your book is really illustrating that there is both problem identifications and solutions-based oriented thinking that needs to be shifted to the collective consciousness.
Right. I mean, I think that what we really need to do is embed the solutions thinking in the science. So we're building from the science, but we also then need to get back to people and where they are and where they live and where they're personally experiencing the climate crisis, which is in communities that are feeling these climate shocks, that are trying to figure out how to make sure everybody can continue on their days without, dehydration and, extreme heat, et cetera, and so forth. So that's really part of what this has to be about. And I think, unfortunately, this kind of community resilience is not particularly sexy. It's not as sexy as if you can go to net zero tomorrow, right, with your electric buses. And that's important too. But I think that for everyday people, and certainly for activists and young people who's trying to figure out what to do with their communities, that's absolutely where we need to be focusing our attention. And so I'm hoping my book will help to generate more interest and get people excited about recognizing that you don't have to be throwing food on a painting. In fact, I don't necessarily suggest that that's where people should be paying attention, but if you feel like you need to do something shocking to get attention for the climate crisis, absolutely do it, as long as you do it in a peaceful way and don't harm people.
Painting instead of a canvas.
Painting, right, exactly. But in addition to that, working with your community and doing stuff and really building something that will help us to get to the other side of the climate crisis.
Absolutely. And this is something that I'm so excited to work with you on to promote your book now, because that's something my audience is always looking for. And thank you so much again for being here. How can people pre-order your book?
So pre-orders will be open by COP28. Unfortunately, they're not open just yet, but we will be. Yeah, it will be very soon, and I will be sharing it. We just are finalizing the cover. Should go live in the next 3 days. So by the end of Climate Week, and then we will have availability for pre-ordering right there after that. So stay tuned, please.
Yeah, thank you so much again for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm really delighted to have with me Sir David King of the Climate Crisis Advisory Group and the former Chief Scientist to the UK government and also one of the leaders of the negotiations for the Paris Climate Agreement of 2015 with the UK government. So a great pleasure to see you. Tell me a little bit, and tell the audience more importantly, the Climate Crisis Advisory Group, what is this about?
So the Climate Crisis Advisory Group is 16 individuals from 11 different countries, each of them a recognized global leader on climate change and in particular climate science. And what we're able to do is produce reports in a very agile way. So 2021, very famously, we produced a report at the end of July on the extreme weather events occurring in July, August that year. So we were the first to not only put out a report, but also to explain the origins of these extreme weather events. So we give a scientific analysis. And our outreach is incredibly large, largely because of the breadth of membership of the group. So we get a lot of coverage in Brazil, in the United States, in South Africa, and so on, because we've got members of the group from these countries.
How would you say that you differ from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change? Because, I mean, the genesis of that, of course, 1988, back room around the back of conference room 1, I think, is at UNEP in Nairobi, put together by the UNEP head and the World Meteorological Organization. The vision of that was that if you had impartiality in a sense because you got people from all nations.
Yes.
But what you also described is something that they don't have, which is agility.
Yes.
So how do you work out the balance between those two things?
So the first thing to say is that at least half of our members are current authors of IPCC reports. So we're not in conflict with the IPCC at all. We exist because of our agility. And of course, our agility is determined by the fact that we're not reporting to a big political organization, the UNFCCC.
Yes.
So we don't have to get an acknowledgement from every country in the world. It takes 6 years for a report to come out from IPCC, and often these reports are then way out of date. So we act in that very agile fashion, but of course we don't have the imprimatur of the United Nations as a result of this. But I would say anyone looking at the representatives on CCAG would say, my goodness, you've got a good group of people there.
Yeah. Do you feel, in a sense, that the global efforts that we're making right now, given that the global Stocktake was out just a few days ago on what the efforts of nations have been since Paris to achieve their targets, do you think it's insufficient? Do you think it's better than we think? Do you think it's somewhere in between? I mean, how do you assess where we are on this curve?
I have to
right
say,
now?
grossly inefficient. We're not even close to it. So the global Stocktake, and by the way, there's a report just out in Lancet Global Health, which is incredibly important. It shows that Britain is doing second best in the world in terms of unhooking ourselves from fossil fuels. But we are doing badly. Right, so if you look at the global situation in the wealthy nations of the world, we're a few % along the road of decoupling our economies from the fossil fuel industry. Now that is a real blight, because it means today that we're coming at the whole problem very late. We know what is causing these extreme weather events around the world over the last 4 or 5 years, and the cost of these $250 to $500 billion in loss and damage per annum. And the loss in lives is enormous. We look at all these events, and it's not just Libya, it's not just Greece, it's around the whole world. Hong Kong, China. What we are seeing is the result of the Arctic Circle region unfreezing.
Yep.
And so what we have is a massive change in weather because over the Arctic Circle, the Arctic Sea warms up so quickly that even on the permafrost land around, temperatures have been measured during the polar summer plus 30 degrees centigrade. Now imagine what
it is completely frightening, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, there are some points of optimistic comment. I mean, the doubling of renewables every, say, 2.5 years globally.
Yes.
It seems that some of the food companies have now got the message that the intensive agriculture is really not on if you want to decarbonize your company, but also your supply chains. Regenerative agriculture seems to be now a compromise between, say, the organic and the big, more intensive people. We seem to be finding somewhere where we can settle that might give us some opportunity. But overall, we're well off the 1.5 degrees centigrade target that we know is the safety line.
So everyone is saying it's 1.1 or 1.2 above by now. Actually, it's 1.32 as we sit here now. Right, so it's rapidly approaching 1.5, and because of the extreme weather we're going to face next year, we're likely to hit 1.5 next year. It'll drop away again, but by 2030 we're at 1.5. I don't think there's any chance that we won't do that. So we need a comprehensive strategy now, deep and rapid emissions reduction. We are now at 40 billion tons plus of carbon dioxide alone. Add in methane, 50 billion tons plus per annum added greenhouse gases. Now we want that down as close to zero as possible. 95% reduction is what we should be targeting. And we then need to remove excess greenhouse gases because we want to switch off all these extreme weather events. And then we also need to buy time, and here's our big challenge. Can we refreeze the Arctic? Can we repair the broken parts of the climate system? And that's what many of us are now working on in universities around the world.
Interesting. Yes, interesting. And where do you see the removals coming? How are we going to remove stuff out of the atmosphere?
Well, I can tell you what project I'm working on, which is working with the oceans. 72% of the world's surface is oceans, and the deep oceans of the world offer a massive opportunity for uptake of carbon dioxide. Already the oceans take up a vast amount of carbon dioxide, and sequestering carbon dioxide in the oceans as solid material that sinks to the bottom. That's the objective. We are imitating the function of the blue whales.
Yes.
Right, the blue whales that really live 300 to 500 meters below sea level, and they feast on krill. Vast populations, billions of krill down there, sail through with open mouths. Of course, they have to come up for air. We all knew that, but we now also know they came up to defecate because their orifices were all jammed shut by the high pressure of the water.
Right.
So they come up. If you film them from below, they disappear in a cloud of feces, which is in the sunlit area of the surface of the ocean. A pod of whales coming up, you may get 2,000 square kilometers covered in whale feces, fertilizing the surface of the ocean, and that area can turn green within a few days.
With the algae?
With phytoplankton.
Yeah, phytoplankton. And then they go down to the bottom, taking the carbon with them, yeah?
They're eaten by fish larvae.
Yes.
And the fish larvae then grow into fish. Other fish come and eat them, and in 6 weeks, you might have hundreds of billions of fish in this area that wouldn't have existed without the whales. So what we're planning to do is to simply imitate what the whales are doing by placing fertile material in the surface of the oceans, particularly those bits of the fertile material that are missing, and so that we can not only regenerate fish in the oceans, regenerate whales as well, leave them then to continue the operation. It may take us 40, 50 years to achieve that. But at the same time, we are going to take up billions of tons of greenhouse gases.
Okay. We're just coming to the end, Sir David. That's very interesting indeed, and we should explore that more on another time that you're on. We don't have time, and maybe that whole topic could be discussed. I mean, it is, yeah, so interesting indeed is how we deal with renewables. Quick answer to a quick question. COP28, is it going to be a disaster, a success, or something in between?
I can only say it's got to be a success.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to talk about a disaster. Yes, why is it in the Middle East? Why do we go to an oil-rich country? Let's ignore
one
that.
with 14% renewables as well.
Yes, yes. No, you're quite right. But at the same time, they plan to continue making money by selling oil. So I think the answer to your question has got to be positive, because we've run out of time.
Exactly. And in the end, they are presiding over the COP. That's important. But in the end, the decisions that all the other governments make will be equally important. Yeah. Okay. Super. Thank you very much indeed for your time. It's a great pleasure to see you again.
My pleasure.
Yeah,
Good to
absolutely.
see you.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Let's look at the camera there. So I'm absolutely delighted to have Marcin Mitchell with me, the Senior Vice President Climate Change at WWF. Marcin, you were here at the Nest campus, Climate Campus, discussing the WWF's Green on Green initiative. Can you tell us a little bit about what this is all about?
Well, thank you so much for having me. And you know, we're coming up to this global Stocktake for the Conference of the Party, the UN Conference of the Party. And that tells us how are we doing against the Paris Agreement. And as you can suspect, we are not doing so well. And so what we really need to do is we need to phase out of fossil fuels, and we need to accelerate renewable energy, right? And so what I call green on green is my way of saying that we need to accelerate green, but we need to also be careful and make sure we're not impacting nature and that we're bringing benefits to people. So green, renewable, but making sure that green nature is taken care of as well.
That's an interesting point. I mean, how would you characterize the risk there versus the opportunity? Can renewables and clean energy have unforeseen problems, if I can put it that way?
Right. There's always, whenever you're putting in infrastructure, whenever you're doing major changes, you're going to have some impacts. But the idea is that we need to make sure we're not making the same mistakes that we made in the fossil fuel era, right, where we just, you know, extracted and used and disposed of. In renewable energy, we can do this better. We can do it right. We can limit the impacts on nature. We can increase the benefits to the people and the communities that are affected. So that's what we hope to do.
Okay. So beyond the immediate goals of achieving net zero by 2050, how can initiatives like Green on Green actually get us to where we need to go? Yeah.
Well, the most important thing is, right now in the US, we're about 40% renewable energy. But to get by 2030, we need to be 80% renewable energy, and by 2035, 100%. So how do we double between now and the next 7 years? And that's what the Green on Green is about. It's about accelerating that. It's about bringing in communities and community voices to make sure that folks are not just impacted, but they also get the benefits. And there's so many benefits of renewable energy. There's the jobs for construction. There's the health benefits. We can all breathe healthy air.
Yes.
Obviously, it's going to help in terms of all of the climate impacts of wildfires and floods and heat waves. So we need to make sure that people understand that and feel like this is not just you know, something that's going to be expensive that we do, but something that has real benefits, concrete benefits for their community.
Yeah, because the alternative is more the continuation of fossil fuels, which are basically going to cause climate catastrophe on the planet, and then everybody's going to suffer, let alone, as you say, air pollution and all the other things that go with the fuels of the past.
Exactly, and so many people, we don't recognize how many people die from air pollution, and that can be avoided with these new renewable technologies.
So we have some questions here. Let me ask you this one. It sounds like the initiative, Green on Green, involves a lot of collaboration partnerships across different sectors. How does it ensure that marginalized communities have a voice? I mean, how can you actually guarantee that they come in on this story of renewable energy?
Right. So renewable energy deployment is actually a local story, right? It's really at your state or your city or your county level that approves this deployment. And so it really is important that local groups, the community members have a voice on it. I mean, the hard part about once we get to the implementation, it's really boring stuff, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about permitting and spacing and zoning. But we have to start getting good at boring stuff.
Yeah.
Someone told me once that you're really doing something well when you're doing the boring stuff.
Yeah.
So it's reaching out to communities. It's getting them to understand, that this could have some positive impacts for their lives, that have their voices met, and not to do the same old thing that we've done in the past, the areas of least resistance, and putting transmission lines through neighborhoods and solar panels in places that they shouldn't be. So there's a great opportunity to engage the community and not only minimize the impact on nature, but you can be nature positive. There's ways that you can mix more nature with solar panels or more nature with wind farms. It really could be a win-win for both nature, people, and the climate.
Yes. Let me ask you one thing that's not on the list of questions, and just to get your thoughts on it. One of the things that absolutely shocked me in the last few months was reading an article in the Financial Times out of the UK and an article in the New York Times about the condition of the electricity grids in the USA, in Europe, and other parts of the world, with some people establishing, say, a wind farm, having to wait up to sort of 9 years to actually get connected to the grid. This seems so absurd when we need to halve emissions by 2030 to stand a 50-50 chance of hitting net zero by 2050.
Yes.
I found this breathtaking information.
I know. Well, you're speaking my language. I mean, this is why we started this initiative to accelerate the deployment. In the past, often environmental NGOs have used the permitting process to slow down infrastructure for the fossil fuels industry, slow down pipeline development. But now we have to use different techniques because we know that we want to accelerate renewable energy and we want to do it in a way that is, pro-people and pro-nature. So it's really a different mindset. We need to pull together. We need to talk to our communities, raise their voices. We need to address the NIMBYism, and that for us is called not in my backyard, right? This is a fear of things that are different and changing and show the benefits. So no longer can we take 8, 10, 12 years to put up a facility, not if we're going to reach our goals. But there's a way to do it, and I think if we work together, we can get there.
Okay, good. Well, best of luck with the initiative. I know that WWF has many fantastic initiatives, and here's another one, and let's hope it works well.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Okay, I'm absolutely delighted to have with me Amanda Victoria. She's the CEO and the founder, and I'm going to look very closely at this to make sure I get it right, Sipony.
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 Yep.
Okay, Sipony Spritz.
Sippany Spritz Company.
It sounds
yes.
like a dancer or something, doesn't it? Or like a famous Hollywood actress.
Yeah, I love that.
Sippany Spritz. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
So tell us a little bit about it. You've made this sustainable drink. It's a whiskey-based drink.
Yeah.
What made you want to start a company like this?
Yeah, so I'm Amanda Victoria. I've been in the world of wine and spirits for 2 decades now, if you can believe it. And I found that as a climate activist in my personal life, that the world of wine and spirits is just not doing enough. So starting this product was very much for me to redirect funds from the very lucrative world of wine and spirits back to our planet in crisis.
Okay. How do you make a drink sustainable? What is the definition here of sustainability?
I look at it as twofold. Okay, so I look at it, of course, in our supply chain and the manufacturing process. But I also look at it in the give back elements of what we're doing beyond what's inside of the can. So inside of the can, we're using all these real, actual ingredients, nothing synthetic, nothing artificial, nothing processed, not even processed sugar. We're using actual, real wildflower honey, a beautiful 4-year-old aged rye whiskey, which brings this pungent flavor. It's the backbone of flavor, and we were actually the first to put a spirit inside of a can, an aged spirit inside of a can. And people thought I was crazy for doing that. And then outside of the can, we are the first B Corp certified cocktail company. And for those who are familiar with B Corp and B Lab, the certification process is very tedious. It took us about 2 years to obtain. They audit your business from start to finish, inside and out. And that to us helps us give that third-party endorsement of what we're doing beyond the can and how we give 2% of our profits back to our nonprofit partners all over the country and even around the world at this point. We like to focus on people that are working with the pollinators and the bees as a big part of the honey story of the cocktail. That's our little way of giving back. The world of spirits needs to go a lot further.
Yeah. Where you mentioned there's a place where the whiskey's coming from and the honey's coming from quite close by. Where is that?
So you are here not too far away from where Sippany was created. Sippany was created in 2019 when New York City arguably needed a cocktail the most. We launched June 2020. And all of the products, the ingredients inside of it are coming from New York State. So we have this beautiful New York State rye whiskey, as well as that wildflower honey. It's a whiskey spritz in a can, and it is the official canned cocktail of New York City.
Right. It's very interesting, this whole area of spirits and cocktails and drinks. I read something the other day that where they were doing the carbon footprint of some of them. And some of the, I think rum was the highest. I think maybe it's because of the transport chain from the Caribbean or something like that. I don't really know. And then wine was actually relatively quite high, which is surprising.
Unfortunately, because of the glass. The weight of glass really impacts that a lot. And that was a big choice for why we went with aluminum, to bring that weight down in transport as much as we can. But it is, you'll see a lot of wine products specifically coming out in different formats, and I would encourage you, if you're a wine lover like myself, to try those different formats. It's okay. They're usually a lot better for the environment. Canned wine, canned cocktails, of course, but to be adventurous and not too old school.
Okay, good. And your product specifically, you sell it online, I think?
Yes, So this product was basically designed with Whole Foods customers in mind. So we are in Whole Foods now, nearly nationwide, all over California, Illinois, specifically Arizona, New Jersey, etc.
Oh, wow. That's really impressive.
And at Sippany.com, SIPONEY, we deliver nearly nationwide as well, straight to your doorstep.
Great.
With, as best as we can.
Good. Super, Amanda. Thank you very much indeed for being
so
with
much,
us.
Nick,
and
so much.
yeah, it sounds interesting. I must try it.
Yes. Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
For decades now, the scientific community has been clear about the dangers we're facing and the costs of not taking sufficient climate action, and still, emissions are rising. In this session, we'll bring in experts to talk about some brand new scientific findings on the dangers and the opportunities, but also to discuss how we find ways of implementing this science into the big decisions made by governments and corporations to bring about the change we need. Joining me on stage is Sandrine Dixon de Cleve, co-president of the Club of Rome. She also currently chairs the European Commission Expert Group on Economic and Societal Impact of Research and Innovation and sits on the European Commission's mission on climate change and adaptation. Also on stage with me is Akanksha Khatri. She is the head of the Nature Action Agenda at the World Economic Forum. She is the lead author of the New Nature Economy Reports, a series of reports showing the relevance of nature loss to boardroom discussions on risks and opportunities. Joining me also is Natasha Maddock. She is the executive director of the Accountability Accelerator, one of the 5 components of the Global Commons Alliance, which supports radical collaboration among stakeholders in order to build an effective accountability architecture to hold companies and cities accountable for delivering on their nature-positive commitments. Talk about an all-star, powerful panel of women. Thank you so much for joining me today. So, Sandrine, let me start with you. You were with us last year, and we talked to you about the book Earth for All, a survival guide for humanity. So you co-authored that, and it's been published, and now you've just released this new report, SDGs for All, Strategic Scenarios. This report identifies urgent policy actions that we need to do to put the SDGs back on track.
Yeah.
What are these actions?
So maybe just to take a step back, in the last year since we saw each other, we've been blown away by the reaction of Earth for All, the Survival Guide for Humanity, which had 5 key turnarounds. And in this SDG for All report, we use those 5 key turnarounds moving towards the giant leap. What's been interesting is the Earth for All report has now been translated almost in 10 languages, including in Chinese, in the last year. So there's a real interest in understanding how scientific knowledge and economic knowledge can be translated through system dynamic modeling into some real recommendations. And what we saw in SDG for All is that unfortunately, most of what we already saw in our previous modeling stands true to scrutiny. We're not going to meet most of our SDGs. We know that we've got a huge implementation gap. But in particular, the most striking is on climate action. So both of our scenarios, the too little too late scenario and the giant leap scenario, demonstrate that we actually will not meet 2 degrees in time. In our giant leap scenario, we start to see that we plateau at 2 degrees in 2070. So this kind of matches the worry that we're seeing from the scientists, from Johan Rockström, that's a co-author of Earth for All, saying, you know, we are out of 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. The science is telling us that it's going to be tough. And now even the social sciences that we've integrated into our system dynamic model are saying the same, which is going to push more inequality, more poverty, less well-being, more social tension, etc.
Very troublesome.
Yes.
We've known this for decades, and yet here we are. But the positive is that we are coming together, we are collaborating, and we're really moving the private sector in the right direction. And that's really what the World Economic Forum is all about. And the World Economic Forum has been cited in this report. So Akanksha, I'm curious to get your thoughts on it.
Sure. And it's true, I mean, the World Economic Forum often is seen as the gateway to and the representative of the private sector. But we also are an international organization for both public and private collaboration. And I think we are now at that stage where nature and climate is no longer an environmental issue alone. It is actually an economic issue. So if you look at the World Economic Forum's Global Risk Report, climate change, extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, they are all cited in the top 5 risks that more than 80% of the business audience is concerned about. So doing right by environmental issues, doing right by climate and nature goals is actually good for the economy and for business.
That's exactly right. And if we, that's the message we need to get out there. And that's what we are doing through We Don't Have Time. Those of you that are tuning in will be familiar with our guests. And Natasha, welcome to our broadcast.
Thank you.
And you're really ensuring that private sector is held accountable. That's the whole point of the Accountability Accelerator. Talk to us about why this is so critical. Why does private sector need to be held accountable?
Well, without accountability, there is no action. So it is important to work together with all the different stakeholders to create accountability architecture and create a web of accountability actors globally that will be able to push for this action. And when we work with accountability at the Global Commons Alliance, we approach it as an ecosystem. So it includes both carrots and sticks. And we think that the more we can focus on carrots, which includes everything from incentives and capacity building and resources and guides for companies, we will hopefully end with less greenwashing and less need for sticks. I mean, it's never going to be perfect, but the hope is that it's going to be a little bit better. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to coordinate all the different stakeholders, orchestrate them, find out where are the gaps and opportunities, and then unleash the third parties working in the global south and the global north to start holding companies accountable and supporting them in their action. There is no really excuse anymore for no action. Right. We have frameworks, we have standards now, whether it's climate, even in nature, TNFD, SBTN, they're all out there, and there are hundreds of organizations, thousands of organizations globally working on this. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to orchestrate them, coordinate them, and give them resources to be able to start working.
Absolutely, and we have broadcasts like this to be able to share exactly what those standards are, and we have convenings. We have the World Economic Forum bringing together public and private, and to Davos. And so that, I think, is also why that affiliation is there between the private sector and the World Economic Forum being that representative, because so many companies show up to this. So talk to us a little bit about Davos, the gathering that's upcoming, and how these convenings are able to keep private sector accountable.
Sure. And I think this year is going to be quite unique because we will have the climate COP in UAE end of November, early December, and the Davos gathering, which will happen in January. So the time between coming together and seeing the global stocktake, as well as what governments actually end up with in Dubai, and what is then the implication for the real economy in Davos would be interesting to see. The climate and the nature agenda will continue to be as strong in Davos as it has been in the last few years. Just to give an example, in 2023 in Davos, a third of the programming was focused on climate, on nature issues, and we see that getting stronger and stronger. Just to give a little bit of a flavor for what could come up in January of 2024, there are 2 or 3 pieces that we want to put on the agenda. One is really thinking about how do we value natural capital. I think we have, over the past, say, 60 years or 70 years, had significant economic growth, which has allowed us to therefore look at better results on health indicators, quality of life, mortality, etc. But all of that growth and development, sadly, has come at the expense of the natural capital. So can we shift to a new paradigm where natural capital is given the same amount of importance, whether be it on countries' GDP assessment or corporate balance sheet? So the natural capital sits along with financial, physical or machinery or other capital, and human capital. So I think those would be one of the pieces. And then the second is understanding that we are talking about a complete shift for the economy. It's not going to happen overnight. I think Natasha here knows it very well. We are kind of locked into a system today which is very extractive. If we have to move to a regenerative system, it requires a complete overhaul. So what is the role for different sectors? What is the role for different stakeholder groups? So I hope that with some of you or all of you, we will be able to take these discussions forward.
That's fantastic. Sandra, I know you have some comments on this, Sandra, please.
I'm just wanting to get in here because I so agree. And I think the beauty of what we're seeing through the risk report, and the analysis that WEF is doing around the fact that it's really the social and the environmental risks that are now here, is the fact that we need a paradigm shift in our economies. What we've been saying at the Club of Rome since the last 50 years is we have to shift from an extractive model into a model of well-being economics. And I think what's really important, though, is that we need to figure out how we can join the dots between what happens at UAE, what happens at Davos, what happens at the biodiversity COP. These are all the same countries, and they're all negotiating in totally different ways. We need to start with making sure that at COP we have a declaration on the full phase out of fossil energy, because if we continue to burn fossil energy, we will not meet our goals. And we're already way over the goals in any case. We then need to join the dots on the importance of carbon sinks, on protecting nature, on ensuring that we don't continue to cut down any more forests. But then we need to join the human dots. And the human dimension is all about how do we create an economy of well-being that not only talks about just a just transition, but a transformational transition that brings people on the journey. And that's talking about reducing inequalities. It's about actually paying your fair share. The 10% wealthiest have access to 60 to 80% of our economies. That needs to shift to 40%. Last very important statistic. I mean, CEO salaries today have grown by 1,400% since 1978. 1,400%. And we know that most people are getting poorer and that actually the wealth distribution is getting worse than it's ever been. So how do we join the dots? And we can do it if we bring the right sectors together, if we bring the right governments together and citizens to have the conversations. This is the only way we're going to get out of the mess that we've created.
Sandrine, I could really listen to you talk all day. I mean, it's incredible, the wealth of knowledge you have and how you're able to communicate it and the call to action. And that's what I would love for each of you to share with our audience that's tuning in. Are we going to be able to overcome this? And what is it that people can do to contribute to it? Let me start with you, Natasha.
Well, I think building on what Sandrine said, it's radical collaboration on all levels. You know, it's systemic change, systemic approach to problems, and radical collaboration to make these systems change. So we have to connect the global south with the global north, local with global, and we have to make sure that we're moving all the parts of the system, whether it's government, whether it's corporate sector, NGOs, they all need to be working together. Now we have these silos where, you know, NGOs are enemies of corporations and the other way around, and that has to stop. In order for us to really get to where we need to be, we need to change our approach to collaboration. And I think having now worked in the nature space quite a lot, I'm seeing a different approach, and Akanksha and I are working very closely. Every organization is very much aligned with the other one. We're constantly checking in with each other how things are progressing. We're partnering where it makes sense to partner or just keeping each other informed. And I think that makes a huge difference. It maybe takes a little bit more time, but we're having more impact and making things happen much faster than in the climate space, you know. And we're also an advantage in the nature space because we're learning from what happened in climate and what worked and what didn't. So I think the message for me is continuing this coordination and close collaboration and pushing systems change on all levels.
I love it. Radical collaboration. You're all making my job so easy. I mean, Akanksha, please jump in. I know you have some thoughts.
Oh, sure. So I think maybe I'll pick up on Natasha's radical collaboration to a little bit of radical vulnerability. One of the things that truly worries me, to your question, is whether we'll be able to make change happen. I think eventually, yes. The question is, how equitable will that transition be? So if we just talk about, even in just, say, the last 20 or 30 years, resource extraction has absolutely tripled. However, 840 million people in the world do not have access to electricity. So we will, I think I have faith, and I think COVID has shown us that we are capable of radical change. So I have faith that we will pivot. The question is, when we do pivot, will it be too late for certain ecosystems, certain populations, and how equitable will the things be? But again, not to leave everybody with like a doom and gloom, but just saying that how do we make sure that the conversations we are having are not too simplistic? We are able to sit with the complexity and bring out the nuances of what needs to be done. Looking at it that, yes, we are, each one of us, a small cog or a small part of a larger system, but unless and until the entire system pivots, entire system starts to look at valuing nature, valuing climate-related issues, it's not going to happen.
Sandrine, how do you think about this at the Club of Rome? How do we usher in a future that is truly equitable?
So I fully agree. I think it's a question of coming back to what's most essential in all of our lives. A lot of people say to me two things. One is, but hold on, the current economy has brought more people out of poverty. And actually that's false. the second thing they say is transformation is tough. And that's false true, too, because actually we've seen through COVID, exactly as you've just said, that we were able to transform. We all had to wear masks. We all got vaccinated. Some didn't want to. But at the end of the day, our governments took power, not in an authoritarian way, but in an authoritative way, a leadership way, saying we are going to protect all of our citizens, not just a few. For me, that was the aha moment. And I'd hoped that we would have translated that, both that sense of urgency and also the important role of the state as a leadership role, not as an authoritarian role, back into we can do this now. Let's apply this to the climate crisis. Let's apply this to the poly crisis. Because if we have more public funds, if we transform, for example, our subsidies to energy, fossil energy, our subsidies to industrial agriculture, and we bring all that together and we create the just transition funds that we need, we have trillions already just there.
Right.
We get rid of the perversities in our markets, we've got trillions right there. We take away just the primacy of shareholder value and we come back to valuing people within the economy and nature. We already are shifting the system. Those are short-term, immediate levers to transformational change towards the long-term systems that we need. We can do it. No pain, no gain, though. There will be some victims.
Wow, it's just mic drops after mic drops. Okay. I love that. So let's come back to the role of the private sector. Natasha, how are we going to move companies along? What are you seeing? The trend is going in the right direction. Are we doing it fast enough?
No, we're not doing it fast enough. And one of the reasons we're not doing it fast enough is that we don't have enough resources. So we need, let's say, philanthropic community. We need governments to put in more resources in what we're trying to do to be able to push change to a much faster degree. Because right now, it's going to take us 50 years to get where we want to, and we only have 10.
We don't have time.
Exactly, we don't have time. So I think more resources are absolutely needed, and that's where all hands on deck are important. We need to engage everybody. Corporations are key actor in the accountability space. You know, we need to, first of all, we need to provide them with support that they need, whether it's guidance, whether it's frameworks, whether it's capacity building. Not all the corporates are bad actors. You know, many corporations don't have the resources or the know-how. I was just talking yesterday with one of the heads of sustainability at a big company, and she was saying, the first thing I did was hire a nature specialist, or somebody who can tell us what we need to do and where we need to get to. So a lot of them need support, and I think we need to engage them in this process and see what they need and provide that. And that way we can bring them in and have them be part of the accountability process and not be scared of the process. Because a lot of the accountability work is a huge value add for companies.
Right.
And if they start embracing it as a value add, then we can get much further than if it's constantly, sticks and us chasing them. Because it's too late. When we start looking what they should have done, it's already 3-5 years down the road. So that's already too late. That's why I'm always focusing even more on carrots, incentives and carrots that we can provide so that we can bring them in much faster.
That's a great transition to a question for Kangsha now, because WEF is providing these carrots. How is WEF supporting companies in this transition to clean energy?
So I really appreciated what Natasha was saying, because there is almost a complementary dance between the voluntary and the mandatory markets. So with the voluntary, you can have leadership with some of the front-runner companies, but to change the entire system. So again, go back to like if 20% of the companies are willing to do this on a voluntary basis, you still need that 80%, particularly the small and medium enterprises, everyone to be part of this transition. And this can only happen if you have the regulatory or the mandatory requirements coming through. In terms of some of the initiatives and the work that we've been doing, I will just name maybe two. One is actually been done in close collaboration with USAID and Secretary Kerry, is the First Movers Coalition. Is when you are talking about the decarbonization of some of the hard-to-abate sectors like aluminum, steel, aviation, how can we give a purchase agreement signal that if the technologies are ready 10 years from now, corporates will buy it at a certain price point. And once you have that market signal that we don't have to stick to just an extractive model, but we can actually go to a net zero model, and the corporates will actually pay for it, I think that's where a positive market force can provide change. A second piece that, if I may just put it on the table, is also looking about how nature gets integrated into all corporate decision making, both from the point of risk assessment and disclosure, so working closely with frameworks such as TNFD, science-based targets for nature, but then pivoting hopefully also to greater opportunities, whether it be in alternative protein, regenerative agriculture, or sustainable forestry. So I just think we need more of that, but yeah, together we can, as somebody said in this country.
Oh, I love that quote. We were all together, I believe, at WEF in Davos when the science-based targets were announced, and it was just palpable. There was so much excitement. And it's more urgent than ever that we see companies truly commit and to their pledges and to follow through. So how are you viewing this? How are you thinking? How have you seen what companies have done since Davos? As we look ahead to COP28, what are you hoping to see the private sector announce at the highest kind of level?
So it's interesting. I'm seeing a bit of a dichotomy. On the one hand, there's also this unbelievable excitement around the science-based targets, and we really are seeing some big corporate movers who are doing the right thing. And on the other hand, we've seen the greatest windfall profits ever of the fossil fuel energy companies on the back of energy poverty. We've seen the extractive companies going full force and continuing to extract. So this kind of dichotomy between real movement in some real big corporations who are really declaring that they're going to shift their value chains, they're going to fully decarbonize, they're going to integrate science-based targets. And then on the other hand, some of the big, powerful players that are part of the extractive economy that are just holding on with dear life. That was what I was saying about no pain, no gain. There will be some victims. And they're noticing it. And it's getting tough. And what I'm also noticing is that the pressure they're putting then on the politics is scaring the hell out of me. Because what we're seeing here in this country is the continued push towards Trumpism. We saw the first Republican debate, where we had total denial across all of them of the fact that climate change exists. We're seeing populism growing at the European level, and we have the largest European elections ever coming up, actually in June. So the preparation for both of these elections transatlantically, which are going to have a huge impact. And we're seeing on both sides that industrial agriculture, so big ag, big fossil energy interests, gas interests, are really holding on and really starting to use tactics of fear-mongering to scare citizens, that this vision of the world, these alternative futures that we're trying to show of a beautiful, well-being economy where we actually have people working on it. Right now, we've got 5 economies across the globe. We've got donut economics that's permeating at the local level everywhere. We actually have the SG of the UN, Guterres, who's very much calling for moving beyond growth, who's calling for a planetary emergency and knows we need an economic shift. And we presented our SDG for All report to him and to his staff and also to the senior management team last week. Huge excitement about what we can do. And on the other hand, we've got these people that are digging in their heels, saying, no way, not on my turf, not on my time. We need to get more strategic. We need to get tougher. We need to hold them accountable. And we need to work together with those in WEF and elsewhere who are really doing the right thing. And we need them to stand up to the plate and bring their colleagues along and their peers and say, time's up. We don't have time.
I want to give you my role.
You know how much I love this program, and I love all of you. So,
So Natasha, we're coming up to COP28 is next. We will all find ourselves there. What are you hoping to see, especially from the private sector, in terms of commitments to the pledges they've been making?
Well, I just don't want to see talk anymore. I don't want pledges. I don't want, Akanksha and I were talking about this just earlier today. Action. Tell me what you're going to do in the next year. Tell me that you're signing up for science-based targets. Tell me that you're signing up for TNFD. Tell me that you're signing up for TCFD. You know, there are frameworks right now that are out there that they can actually start putting in action. So that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping, and more importantly, I'm hoping that governments are really going to step up and push in this direction, because without them, even the corporations can only get to a certain level, but governments are really key in this. And so I'm hoping that, you know, that UAE will surprise us with some announcements, hopefully, but really just action plans on all levels. Yes.
And I know Akanksha has, what can you tease us with? What can we look forward to COP28 from the World Economic Forum? What can we look forward to for Davos as well?
So I'll just pick up and build on what she said is, again, we don't have time. We are in 2023. Many of our targets have a deadline of 2030. From a food system point of view, that's 7 harvests left. I don't know how many of us are ready to tomorrow harvest differently, sow differently, and work with the farmer community differently. So I think there's a sense of urgency that we need to adopt today. Again, the corporate reality, many of the procurement cycles, contracts, they are signed 3 to 5 years in advance. So the decisions we take today will not reap benefits or results today. It will only be in 2030. So we just literally have no time to lose. And then the second thing is the media's role is extremely critical. And that's why shows like these are very important, because doing right for climate and nature does not mean that we will not have economic growth and jobs. And somehow there's this dichotomy that has been created that if you do right on net zero, nature positive, equitable economy, there might be a loss of jobs. Like our own research shows that if you pivot towards a nature positive economy, we could be creating 395 million jobs. So I think when we are talking about the rise of populism, we are talking about the right of a bit of fear mongering, we need to combat it with facts that this is the only way. I mean, a resilient future is the one which will give jobs, but it's also the one that works with nature and not against nature.
You know, thank you for saying that, because our audience tuning in from all around the world, they're looking to you for signals. And that is the kind of message that if we are able to say consistently from credible leaders like yourselves, we will see a shift. We'll see a shift in mindset. That's the behavioral scientist in me too, the communication leading to behavioral outcomes. We just have a couple minutes left. So I would love to get from each of you genuine, and you are the most authentic self. I know you're your most authentic self. So give us a true answer. Are we going to succeed? Are we going to be able to overcome this climate crisis? Let me start with you, Sandrine.
I mean, I fluctuate between absolute worry and panic and hope. So I'm in the middle. I do believe that we can succeed if we tap into our best selves as human beings, realize that it's not just about us, it's about the we, not about the me, it's about the eco, not about the ego. If we're able to actually tap into that and become human again and be part of a species, then yes, I think we can do it. We've been through wars, we've come out of apartheid, we've come out of slavery, we've come out of so many despicable parts of our history. As human beings, we don't just need to be intelligent, as Jane Goodall calls us. We can actually be wise. So we need to tap into that wisdom. But I do think we need to bring people on the journey. And we need to make them realize that they can also be their best selves. That this is not about them surviving, it's about them thriving. And we can make all of us thrive equally if we potentially, some of us sacrifice a bit, but it won't be a huge sacrifice, because instability, insecurity will be the greatest sacrifice and demise of our entire human race. So I think that's most important. Let's remember, we can survive and we can thrive, but we've got to do it now.
Perfect.
It's difficult to top that one, so I'm going to keep it very simple. Truly, I believe we are already on the change. And I think the people who are not, I think the train's already started to leave the station. Either you're on it or you're getting left behind. So I truly believe that we are on the way where the economic paradigm is shifting. It's just, again, going to my previous point, will it shift fast enough so that the transition is equitable and we take everybody along, or will it come at the expense of a few people? I think that's what remains to be seen, but I definitely have hope.
Well, I'm cautiously optimistic, as my colleagues are, and I really think equity is the key part here. If we're able to transform our economic system to include everybody and not leave anybody behind, I think we will succeed. But I do think that we'll have some ups and downs in the process. I don't think this is going to be just an easy transition. It will be painful.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Truly, what great energy. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for answering that question honestly. There's a lot of work to still be done, but we're going in the right direction. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
What a fantastic panel. I am now going to hand it back over to Nick for a deep dive into how digitalization can enable and expedite the green energy transformation.
Great. Wonderful.
So as we look to COP28, we know renewable energy is absolutely critical for decarbonizing everything from electricity supplies up to buildings and transport. The World Resources Institute, who we had on earlier, says annual renewable energy capacity additions should be more than tripling from an estimated 440 gigawatts in 2023 to 1,500 gigawatts by 2030. And by 2030, renewables should increase from 30% to between 70 and 90% of global electricity generation. Global investment in clean energy sources needs to be 7 times greater compared to fossil fuels by 2030, and energy efficiency must also be doubled by then. And in parallel, we know we need digitalization as a critical, crucial enabler. And in this segment, we will meet digital and clean energy companies leading the charge and get their views and hear what they're up to. But we'll also look at the blockers that need to be cast aside fast, with a special focus on this emerging hot topic of how inadequate the electricity grid is in Europe, in USA, and almost everywhere else. Just not capable to connect new wind and solar projects while managing diverse forms of energy and getting it to where it needs to be. And what about the global south, places like Africa, Asia, small islands and Latin America? How do we shift more investments and solutions to these regions? We'll also be looking at some interesting developments in buildings and transportation in respect to clean energy as well. So where are we right now in renewables? Where are the latest trends? It's my pleasure to introduce our first guest of this session, who is very well suited to help us set the stage on this. Our first guest will be joining us from Paris by the magic of Zoom, Hemi Baha, who is a senior energy analyst at the International Energy Agency. And Hemi is the IEA's renewable expert and the lead author of our annual renewables market report. I say our, that must be the IEA, not we don't have time. So welcome, Hemi. The floor is yours.
Though I really wanted to be, and I'm joining you from Paris, and thank you very much for the invitation. The climate change challenge, or the pathway towards net zero, is obviously an extremely ambitious one that governments are trying to tackle this challenge. And as you said, the renewable capacity needs to triple and energy efficiency needs to double by 2030. These are important challenges that we are facing. However, at the IEA, we think that there is a lot of good and important signs that renewables can do their job. I'd like to give few important trends that leads us to this positive outlook. The first one, that renewable capacity additions have been breaking incredible records over the last years, mostly driven by solar PV and wind. And one important point why this is we are achieving records is basically the policies that are in place in more than 120 countries in the world. So the policy trend is an extremely important one, that governments are behind this expansion. The second important point, which is also connected to policies, is the cost reduction. Over the past decade, solar PV and wind costs have declined by almost 90%, and today, in the significant majority of countries, they are cheaper than fossil fuel alternatives, and in some countries, they are even cheaper than existing fossil fuel generation, which is an important barrier that is being lifted by this cost reduction. The third one is the one related to investment. Renewables are attracting a lot of investment driven by this capacity, so they can contribute significantly to economic growth. For instance, we expect that this year's solar PV investment will surpass upstream oil investment, which is an important threshold that we will be crossing this year. So investment extremely important for people, for governments to attract green investment, and renewables are doing that. Another one is the job creation. We see that renewable technologies are creating record level of jobs all around the world. They are basically quality jobs that is well paid, and that can be sustainable job creation through renewable investment. So it's another important sign that we see here at the IEA. And all those measures are also accompanied by a new challenge, which is energy security. Usually the governments were approaching renewables policies on the perspective of tackling the climate change challenge. But after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there's an important trend that we are seeing at the IEA, that energy security becomes an important driver for the policies for renewables. Why? Because especially for importing countries, renewables can help reduce fossil fuel bills, important fossil fuel bills, and then improve the energy security of a country. And right now we see more and more governments are interested in this aspect of renewables, especially in Europe, which is this energy security which is felt most. We saw that renewables have helped save 100 billion euros to energy consumers in this year and next year by reducing the electricity prices because their costs are lower. So energy security, climate change all together are creating a new energy economy, which is driven by renewables and also energy efficiency, and important drivers that we need to consider. The last point is that we are all talking about electricity. I'm glad you mentioned, Nick, the other sectors which are actually going slower in terms of growth. These are buildings and transportation. I think one important challenge and one important aspect that the more policy support can happen probably in these areas because we more or less achieved all the milestones on electricity, but for the other sectors we are lagging behind. Having said that, the challenge remains. The pace that renewables are growing, even though in a successful story of electricity, is not enough to reach 2030 targets, and let alone electricity for heat and transportation sectors, even further away from the short-term targets we have, which is in 2030. We need to accelerate further to deliver faster growth.
Okay, Hemi, that's a really good scene setter and summing up where we are. Thank you very much indeed for that. I'm going to ask you just basically one question, Hemi. So you mentioned some things that need to go faster, like buildings and transportation. That's absolutely clear. But is there a big blocker out there? Is something that keeps you a bit awake at night? I hope it's not, your football team's results. I hope it's something significant, like something in the energy sector.
So there is one most important is keeping me awake is my 10-month-old son. But
Okay.
beyond that, there are other
They have a lot of
aspects
energy, the 10-month-old sons, let's remember. Yeah. And it's renewable.
So on renewables, I would like to mention 5 or 6 important challenges that we need to overcome in order to accelerate. The first one is very simple one. When I said policy is a driver, is also an important challenge because there are a lot of policy uncertainties that are in place in multiple countries that are basically blocking the faster growth of renewables in all sectors. The second important factor, which is a big discussion in COP28 and for years and years, is the affordable financing in developing countries. How we can channel affordable financing for more investment in renewables in developing countries and emerging economies where the growth needs to happen. Just one number, 5 top countries account for 90% of the renewables growth in the world. However, the growth needs to be and must be much more diversified. The third point, as you mentioned, is grid connection. There are thousands of projects are waiting to be connected on the grid, which can deliver clean energy easily. However, the grid infrastructure is not strong enough to connect all those plants. The fourth one, which is connected to grid connection, is basically the integration of wind and solar PV, which their generation is variable, different than what we are used to over the last 40 years in the electricity systems, especially those countries who deploy them faster. We need to find flexibility in the system in order to integrate those renewables. And the fifth one is the permitting. There are a lot of countries where the start of the project versus when you start developing the project can range from 6 to 8 years, sometimes 10 years, a decade, which basically, if you consider our target for by 2030, these are not basically in line, these permitting timelines. So we need faster permitting. And maybe the last small one, I'll say, is the financial health of the renewable energy industry.
Right.
If you look at historically energy companies, the success of growth is obviously came from sustainable financial health of the energy companies. There are a lot of challenges for the renewable energy sector to become basically on its own feet without policies or without subsidies.
I'm going to have to push you there. Thank you so much indeed for that. I'm so glad you identified the grid. We're going to come that later with some other experts. Super. Thank you for your scene setter. We really appreciate it. And
Thank you very
now
much.
we move on to the next section. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Super. So it's now my pleasure to introduce our next guest. Jim Gowan is Senior Vice President, Supply Chain and Sourcing and Chief Sustainability Officer at Verzon. And we've got Niklas Heufeldop. Now, I'm blaming the fact I live in Berlin if I got that one wrong.
It's pretty good, actually.
Okay, thanks. He's President and CEO of Ericsson North America. So I have a question for both of you to kick this, they call it a fireside chat. I don't know why we keep using that name anymore. We didn't, You both have leading roles in companies in the ICT sector, which has an important role in enabling decarbonization across other sectors. Now, please share some of your examples of how your companies are doing this, and perhaps we can also touch on what is the emerging role of 5G. Who would like to go first? Jim, would you like to kick off?
Absolutely. So first, Nick, thank you, and this is a fantastic production. So
No,
cheers
thank
to
you very
you
much.
and the entire team.
We're very pleased.
But when you look at Verizon, what do? We run networks. We run, whether they're fiber networks or they are wireless networks, our key is to run the best networks to support first responders and to do that as efficiently as possible. But really, greening our own house is one part of the story. To your point, it's enabling our customers to do more. to let them use our services for things like skipping a trip and telecommuting, or our connectivity for cars and onboard diagnostics, running more efficiently, things like that. In just 2022, we helped our customers reduce their carbon by over 15 million metric tons. And that's incredible. And when you're running on Verizon's networks, whether they are fiber or wireless, it's key to have partners to build those networks, you know, as we move forward. So being up here with Ericsson today is just another sign of one of our big partners that enables the entire ecosystem, and then we take that forward to our customers.
Yeah. Nicholas, maybe you could respond to that as well, just to get things moving.
Sure. I make a disclaimer first because I may make some comment that could sound very optimistic and bullish. I'm impatient for progress and disappointed where we are in general.
Yeah.
So that's my kind of, we don't have time kind of commentary. But the optimist in me would probably point you to three things. One, our combined industry, the ICT sector, is a front runner, I would argue. And I think of it in three dimensions. One, we are doing really well on managing energy efficiencies in our sector. So between us and our customers, we've seen 300x growth in data traffic in wireless networks, yet the energy consumption has only gone up by 1.6x. The hyperscalers, the big data center operators, have seen a 12x growth in their data traffic over the last decade, and they've managed to keep the energy consumption flat. So I think in terms of managing energy efficiency, we're doing really well as a sector. We are front runners in the transition to renewables as well. We represent 3.9% of the consumption of electricity, close to 4, yet we represent 44% of all the power purchase agreements for renewables, 44%. That's an order of magnitude, I would say, more advancement in terms of how aggressive we're pushing for renewables as an industry.
Right.
And then third, and back to your point, I think that's maybe the most important thing. As an industry, we only account for 1.4% of the global CO2 emissions. Of course, something we're working with actively, but our combined technologies and working with our customers, to your point, Jim, we have the potential to impacting well above 50 and all the way up to 20% of global CO2 emissions across multiple industries and sectors. And that will then come at the back end of the digital transformation of industries and the public sector. I overheard a conversation on the grid. Utilities, the energy sector, accounts for 26% of global CO2 emissions. So that's, of course, a good place to start.
Right.
And their commitments to the net zero targets are all about renewables. That creates a number of challenges for the energy sector, right? I mean, renewables means you're going from centralized, massive energy production sites to highly distributed production grids with wind farms and solar panel farms. So you're going from tens to thousands to tens of thousands of production sites. You now need to manage two-way streams in the transport network. So you're sending energy to your consumers, but you will also allow consumers to produce energy and feed it back into the grid. And you're dealing with a lot of uncertainty because the sun may not shine, the wind may not blow enough. And we also see, which is kind of related to the whole conversation, 80% more natural disasters actually impacting energy production. So you're dealing with a lot more variability and uncertainty. And this is where our industry can really chip in and with sensors enable this decentralized production, preventive maintenance, tracking the production, redistributing production, tracking demand and consumptions with smart grid technology, make sure that the energy is available at the right time, brought back into the grid during off-peak hours. So again, technology has a massive impact enabling the energy sector in this clean transition. I'll rest my case there.
Well, I mean, I think you raise a really interesting point because what you're actually expressing, both of you, is the ability of your industry to actually deliver on clean energy and renewable energy, perhaps halving the emissions by 2030, which is what we need to have a 50-50 chance of hitting net zero. Yep. And yet, there are these still old-fashioned glitches in the system, right? I mean, talking about distributed energy and also extreme weather events, I read something in the New York Times, I think it was, that said many energy companies are not modeling the frequency of extreme weather events right now. Their models are old, so they don't expect it coming. And then Texas has that ice storm or whatever it was, takes out the renewable energy power lines, but the grid doesn't run that way.
Right.
It runs, is it east-west rather than north-south? So you could have brought clean energy to Texas whilst it dealt with this extreme weather event, but you in a sense couldn't because the grid wasn't set up to do it. And how do we overcome that? I mean, we're going to go into a deep dive. I don't want to spend all this time on the grid, I know, because we're going into it in great detail below, but is this a conversation that you are having as companies with governments in the USA, with states? How is that going to change? So you can deliver the potential you have in your hands. I mean, it's just amazing what digitalization and ICT can do.
But it's gonna have to start locally and go globally.
Right.
And in the U.S. specifically, when you look at cities, towns, states, and then federal, and then the incentives. When you talk about, that's the grid specifically, but you also talk about crossing that digital divide.
Yeah.
How do we bring connectivity to so many people in so many areas that don't get it today?
Yep.
The grid is an example of how we can do better with renewable energy. I know we're going to talk about that here in a few minutes.
Yep.
But we also want to talk about enabling technologies that both Verizon can bring to its customers, enabled by what Ericsson does behind it. And then the last comment, you know, he's frustrated. I'm the other side of it. I'm not glass half full. I'm excited about where we're at. I think the solutions are here. Now the question is scalability. How quick can we go?
Yeah. Nicholas, you're a vendor to Jim's company. We know you're working to support them in reaching their targets and improving energy efficiency in the networks. One example is this new energy smart 5G site in Texas. Can you tell us more about that and how it relates to, this?
We're actually a partner, not just a vendor.
Okay,
That's how we think about it.
I didn't like the word vendor, actually, because
No.
it seems uncomfortable.
Nor do we. So think of that as an open-air R&D experimentation site. And what we have done, really back to this conversation, is that we have a base station, which is the radio tower that sends the radio signals, where you then connect as a subscriber or an enterprise customer. We have connected that to the grid, of course, but then we have solar panels and lithium-ion batteries. And what we're doing together with our customers is really experimenting on a number of fronts. One, how can we, between our latest generations of hardware and software, reduce the energy consumption? And do that dynamically, depending on time of day and traffic and the network. We're talking about varying degrees of sleep mode, so we can reduce the total consumption. Another part is, how can we use solar energy to power the entire site daytime, and then nighttime you run off the battery? If you need excess capacity from the grid, you want to make sure you consume that when the grid is not overutilized. Back to your point that the grid is actually underdimensioned to do a lot of the things we're talking about. So you want to reduce the stress on the grid, both urban, suburban, but also rural, and then make sure that you just consume from the grid when there is no other consumption on the grid, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., whatever.
Right.
So we're working a lot on the technology side to make sure we can actually, in the end state, run a site without the need to connect to the grid, and maybe even contribute energy production to the grid, and that could then actually be an add-on business for our customers.
Right. I get little messages in my ears. I don't know if you get that. It's nothing to do with seeing visions or anything. It's not a religious experience. It's actually the tech crew telling me, can you just move on, Nick? We're running out of time, move on. So stay with us, guys. Let's have the other excellent guests with us for a further panel discussion with you as well. Okay, so I'm now introducing two other guests. By the magic of Zoom, I'm going to bring in Asad Razzouk, who is the CEO of Gurun Energy in Asia Pacific, but also an author of Saving the Planet Without the Bullshit, which is out from Atlantic Books and all good bookshops, as well as the host of the highly rated The Angry Clean Energy Guy. And I think you're coming in from New Zealand, Asad, if you're with us. And then we're delighted to have in the studio Chris Kemper, CEO and founder of Palmetto, a US company that offers innovative platform solutions that make it easier for homeowners and businesses to realize the benefits of solar. There you are, Asad. Can you hear me?
See you all. I can hear you.
Okay, that's even fantastic. That's even better. Assad, let's start with you. I mean, this is all the way to New Zealand. It's incredible. It's 5 o'clock in the morning for Assad. Assad, where do you see the state of play on renewables as we head to COP28? And I've seen some of your recent tweets, and could it be that you're feeling a bit more optimistic than usual? Because some of your tweets recently have been quite positive about what's happening with EVs, electrification, and of course renewables in themselves. Give us your perspective.
Look, there's fundamental change bubbling under the surface, and the trend is crystal clear, basically. So the uptake of renewable energy, of electric cars, scooters, buses, three-wheelers, etc. It's all up. It's all also exponentially rising. And I think you can expect fundamental change all around you by 2030. It's hard to see that on a day-to-day basis and with a short attention span. However, it's definitely there because the numbers aren't lying. So there's a lot more renewables in the kitchen, so to speak, than appears. And yeah, I am relatively optimistic. However, it is about speed, right? And it is about scale. So we need to just run faster and we need to go bigger.
Okay, good. All right. So you're in a more positive mood. I said when I last saw you, you were a little bit less in a positive mood, but you're more positive right now. Let me bring in Chris. Chris, we've been talking about business and industry. I mean, it's so fantastic that digitalization and everything like that was first kind of, little game consoles and things like that. Now it's really doing serious work in the world. And homeowners are part of this story, right? They have to be too. They have a carbon footprint. In fact, I still can't believe there aren't solar panels on every roof of the world right now. Maybe we take the dividends from the oil industry and just put it into that solar panel on every roof in the world. But tell us how Palmetto is empowering homeowners, but also companies to go solar. You've got a unique business model, I think.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and I am in a positive mood, so we can start there. Thanks for having me. I think as a starting point, we believe that you have to have a delight experience to the consumer. And really the blocking point for adoption of clean tech, solar being a subcategory of that, is really around how consumers vote with their money, effectively. So if you think about it like this, every time a consumer spends money, they're voting on something. So if they're spending money on chocolate, they're voting for chocolate. If they're spending money on a candidate for a public office, they're voting on that. If you're spending money on clean energy, you're effectively voting for clean energy. Now, the key is the value prop to the consumer base has to be around either they're making an income or they're saving. And I think the key to the saving part is unlocking the biggest blocker of all time, which is the cost of customer acquisition. Cost of customer acquisition is about 60 to 70% of the cost of solar. Had it not been for the cost of customer acquisition, actually solar is cheaper than fossil fuel. Most people don't know that. Now, the key is how do you reach so many consumers and have a delight experience at the same time? And we do that through business partnerships. Building a direct consumer business is very expensive. It increases your marketing expenditure and your sales costs. And so we partner with groups that effectively are interested in providing clean technology products to their consumer base. And that's effectively how we're driving adoption and scale with a best price point, best service in the market.
Okay. Sorry, so you partner with other companies, right? So what companies are these? Are they chocolate companies? You mentioned that before. I mean,
that'd be fun if it were.
It would be fun. With every chocolate bar, you get a solar panel. Yeah. But what other kind of companies are you talking about? Are they talking building companies, building management companies, or whatever?
Yeah, happy to talk about that. So we have 6 different channel types, and within the channel types, we develop out our persona. So it's a product-led organization at that. So we partner with utilities. We sit on the same side with utilities and tackling this problem. It could be asset management companies or private equity that own large single-family rental or multifamily rental businesses. It could be small and local medium-sized businesses that are roofing or electrical in nature. So our tech stack supports all types of businesses, big or small, and we provide them with the tools to go to market.
Okay. Asad, a quick question back to you. You have a renewable energy company in Asia, and it might be the Pacific, right? Is there a one special challenge that you're facing in Asia that may be different to North America or Europe?
Well, the challenge everywhere is quite similar, Nick. We're fighting, dark forces, if I can put it this way. And there's a lot more information. Dark forces, yeah. Because we're fighting against effectively a system that's throwing hundreds of millions of dollars into disinformation and lobbying and slowing the transformation. And that's really the case everywhere. I mean, as you know, the oil companies have spent $1 billion on effectively propaganda since 2015. And I think you see that everywhere. Having said that, the economics of renewable energy now stack up in a way which really isn't going to allow that debate to last much longer and isn't going to take these propaganda dollars much further. I mean, that's the blunt answer, really, to your question.
Yeah, okay. So you're fighting an action. I mean, there's a losing side. Eventually there is a losing side to this fight, but that losing side still fighting with both arms. But slowly one arm's going behind the back, and eventually the arms and legs will disappear as well, and everything's sorted. Okay, yeah. Jim, your investments in renewables, it's enabling the decarbonization of the power supply in the US. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the numbers here and how you actually are investing in the US power supply, presumably in a renewable way?
Absolutely. So when you think about what Verizon does, enabling technologies, we run networks, the biggest impact that we have is our energy consumption. So we made a decision in 2019 about going forward in a large way with renewable energy. And we issued the first in the United States in our industry green bond, a $1 billion green bond.
$1 billion?
$1 billion. Right. Incredibly well received. Wall Street, that town a little bit, that street a little bit south of here, received it very well.
Place around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of conversations there the last few days, very loud. But it was received very well. Our investors really responded to it. Selfishly, what does that mean for me? That means when we issue that green bond, I'm the one in the company who gets the money. No one else. Can't build networks. We can't do anything else. We're putting it into renewable energy. And that is great. Since then, 2019, February, we've done 4 more. We've done 5 $1 billion green bonds, and we have contract for either on-site or off-site, either in our own or in virtual power purchase agreements for over 3 gigawatts of renewable energy. Why is that so important? Well, if it's on-site, it's delivering right where our 117,000 employees work every day. And we build it into our DNA of who we are. But if it's off-site, then we're enabling the grid. Back to your comment earlier of how do we take that, use the scale of private companies, large private companies, and bring it back to the areas and towns. There's just not enough real estate for us to do it all on site, so we have to do these things. And we've just had very recently one in North Carolina. We've had them in many places throughout the United States and throughout Europe as well. So we're very proud about how we do that, and it's about greening our network and then bringing that enabling technologies. And to Nicholas's point earlier, we're not the biggest challenge, we're the biggest enabler.
Yeah. Nicholas, just picking up on this issue, I mean, you've mentioned that this sector is big in terms of power purchase agreements and net zero targets. But what will 5G do for Chris? What will 5G do for Assad's business and for Jim's as well? What can 5G deliver?
So 5G, you talked about the digitalization. So we have a lot of concurrent disruptive technology evolutions occurring at the same time. So if you think of 5G as the enabling connectivity platform, that is something that then AI, edge computing, nanotech, and other disruptive industry sectors can benefit from. In the building space, in the real estate space, we talk about sensors and smart lighting solutions and other optimizing air conditioning flows, time of day. So there's a lot of the interplay of sensors, connectivity, artificial intelligence that optimizes the footprint and the energy consumption in that particular use case. And we've done work now for 15 years across multiple industry sectors. I mean, I mentioned energy, but we also look at mining, which is a big polluter, transport, of course. Those are some of the bigger sectors that contribute to CO2 emissions in a big way, where digital transformation can help digitize, simplify, streamline processes. In our own factory in Louisville, Texas, we're using some of our own 5G technology supplied by Verizon, where we are radically transforming our production flows so that the new site, the 5G factory in Texas, actually consumes 24% less energy than a comparable site that is not enabled with digital twins, autonomous guided vehicles, and some XR-enabled inspection technology that we have on the floor on the production site. 75% less water consumption, solar panels, and all renewables today. So I mean, we kind of eat our own dog food in the sense that we work with our partners on the technology side, trying to understand how we can use 5G and other mutually reinforcing technologies to transform our operation, in this case, production.
But I'll take that one step further.
Okay.
By doing that right here in North America, we're building the network, taking that product. You've reduced transportation. You've reduced financial investment for us to hold more inventory. We've made the supply chain more resilient. There are so many additive benefits, not just the facility they built, when you look at the entire circular economy of end-to-end.
Can I hop in too?
Yeah, come in.
I was going to chime in because I think that from a whole home connectivity point, it's really critical. So if you have solar power is just a generation element, and you have storage, and you have EV charging, you have all of these other heat pumps, you name it, all of these connected devices in the home that really need to speak in an eloquent way to a consumer, ideally through an application, right? So there's load balancing, there's energy management, but I do think that it's that type of foundational work, 5G level, that's critical for like the communication, the speak of these devices. So ultimately, it's a big part of clean tech adoption. So it's helpful.
Well put.
Asad, what about Asia? Do you have all these digitalization tools? Is 5G part of the landscape that you're working in? Do you see anything there?
Well, we have some very highly digitized societies in Asia, and I think everything my fellow panelists have said really just applies equally these days around the world. Economies like China or Japan or South Korea or Singapore or even Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam are highly digitalized.
Yeah, exactly. I said, just coming in on this grid business that we were talking about before, is that something that's also a problem in your part of the world? Do you see grid connection being a challenge? Is the grid capable of managing intermittent sources? Would you like some of these gentlemen here to fly out tomorrow? Not fly out, how can we say this? Go on an autonomous 5G-enabled ferry to South Asia and come and bring some of their kit.
Look, there's a global clean energy transformation of infrastructure on a worldwide scale. As I said before, it is going to take some time, and there are vested interests that are invested in the kind of existing infrastructure who do try and slow things down. But there is no question that the grid is evolving and that investments are being made in order to facilitate basically the transfer of green electrons within and between borders. Let me give you an example from Singapore. Singapore has an electricity system which is 95% powered by natural gas. They woke up to their dependency effectively on fossil fuel imports and volatility, exposure to the volatility about the price of natural gas. And they then decided that they're going to create effectively a mechanism to bring up to 30% of their electricity, 30% of their electricity first from renewable energy, and then up to 60% within a few years. To do that, they have to import that renewable energy from neighboring and not so neighboring countries, which effectively enables an upgrade of, and a creation and an upgrade of an interconnected grid amongst multiple countries, which include Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, for example. These are, multi-year massive endeavors. They are happening. And I think, as I said earlier, it's really just about running at a faster speed and going for larger scale. It's no longer about whether it's happening, and it's no longer about temporary difficulties in grid connections or interconnections. The investments are being made. We just need them to be made faster, and we need them to be made on a more holistic basis across regions. That is how you're going to build a resilient renewable energy system, arbitraging the times when you have wind with the times you have solar, and putting battery storage in the mix so that you can deliver 24/7 electricity. And that's exactly what Singapore is setting out to do.
Right. We've only got a couple of minutes left, and let's talk about net zero targets along value chains, which sounds like a bit of a mouthful, but what it means is some companies, as we know, have set themselves some ambitious targets to hit certain targets, I suppose halving emissions by 2030 or before, and hitting net zero by 2050 or better sooner. How's it going with Ericsson?
We're tracking really well. I mean, remember, in our case, the net zero target is the combination of inbound supply, our own operations, then our products in operation at our customers' premises, which is 90% of our CO2 footprint. So that's why we have the passion of working with our customers on addressing that part of the equation. As for our own operations, we have more aggressive targets. We expect to be net zero by 2030 in our own operations. In 2040 now, including our products in our customers' networks. And that's why we do, for instance, what we talked about in Texas, to work with our customers and figure out how we can help them address that 90% of the commitment we've signed up for. Happens so that 90% of your CO2 footprint is also the energy consumption of the infrastructure. So we have a very much aligned interest there in going after that aggressively. And I think technology is helping us. Now with 5G, we have 10x less energy consumption per gigabyte produced. So we're working hard on kind of bending the energy curve back to my opening remarks together with our customers.
Jim? Yeah, so when you think about making those commitments, which are so important, and they have to be real and auditable, and they've got to be pass all those red face tests, it's super important. So our commitments are Scope 1 and Scope 2, net zero by 2035, but that's in our control. So that is fuels and that is energy, and the $5 billion we've done in renewable energy is gone a long way to get us there. But we're going to end this year, 88% of all of our energy is going to be through either renewable sources or through the VPPAs.
Right.
But then you get to that Scope 3, and that's the value chain, and that's where I keep talking about end-to-end circular economy, working with our partners who are so important to us, and that's when it comes to transparency.
Yeah.
Looking up and down. COVID was a real shot in the arm to say, what do your supply chains look like? That's your Scope 3, that's your value chain. We have to work transparently together because not everyone's at the same pace.
Yeah.
Not everyone has the same financial backing. So wherever you are in that spectrum, if you can be transparent, if you can work together, not throw people out, but educate them, bring them to the next level, that's where the private sector can make a huge difference. Then pull in a public-private partnership, and you really have a win.
Chris, with Palmetto, I don't know if you have a science-based target or you have some other accountability mechanism.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
We do. We
do.
We have external third-party reporting on overall impact. So whether it's carbon disclosure, it might be impact from a labor perspective, which is a hotter topic within the solar segment or storage segments. It could be rare earth metal extraction. All of those elements are taken into account and reported on to, at least to our investors as a private company, to our investors on an annual basis.
Yeah. Okay.
So we feel it not quite the extent of the public companies, but but everyone's taking accountability. I'll say that.
Last question to you, Asad. What the heck are you doing in New Zealand?
What is there not to do in New Zealand, Nick?
I thought it was renewable
but
energy, Assad, but I didn't know. Yeah.
yeah, it is renewable energy. But look, on this net zero and borrowing, we don't have time. I don't have time for net zero, to be honest, and I don't like that framing, and I don't like the word net in net zero. We really just have to go zero. Businesses, you know, are working on going to zero, but 2050 is way too much in the future, given the impact that we've already had on the planet. And the word net also has to be dropped. We've got to just go to zero, right? That's what we have to do. And therefore, once again, we've got to accelerate whatever it is what we're doing. And this is all achievable with existing technology. So what you need is you need a stronger regulatory regime to drive that change, compared to leaving it in effectively on a voluntary basis across corporations around the world, which then translates into perhaps too much of a dose of conservatism and too much of a focus on short-term executive compensation and earnings. I'm sorry I just wanted to squeeze that in.
Yeah, no, very valid point. So we're going to wrap up this section right now. Thank you so much to our guests here in the studio, Jim, Nicholas, Chris, and Assad over there in New Zealand. And we're going to move on to our next system, which is all about is the grid ready for this big change that we need to step up on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're now going to talk a little bit more surgically about the blockers, including this elephant in the room, which, well, certainly I've not been part of any discussions in the public sphere, but now that we're going to have on the grids, our grids. This has just exploded as a major topic in the media. It has even shocked me, and I thought I knew a lot about all this, but I was really amazed. One way of framing this problem is that it can take perhaps up to 89 years for a wind or a solar farm to obtain a connection to the grid, and how mad is that? In the UK, the waiting period can be even longer, up to 15 years. How crazy is this? So now let me introduce our wonderful guests. We've got Antonella Battaglini. I'm sure I mangled that one, but you can clear it up for me. CEO of the EU-based Renewables Energy Grid Initiative, and she's here with us in the studio. We've got Ashley Seeger, Director of Sun for Net Limited, who's coming in through the magic of Zoom. And also in the studio, I've got Erin Decker, who's Senior Director, Renewable Energy and Carbon Advisory Service of Schneider Electric. And Assad Razouk is still with us fantastically at this remarkably early time in New Zealand of 5 o'clock, now a little bit later, the CEO of Gurin Energy in Asia Pacific. Thank you very much. So, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to ask Ashley to just give us a little bit of a heads up, because he's actually a developer of renewable energy in the UK. And you're kind of on the front line, Ashley, because you're trying to fight this craziness of the grid and the grid connections. Can you give us your perspective on how bad is it out there for a small and medium-sized developer? And what's your view of those who actually manage our grids? I mean, why have they left us in this pickle, this spot? Ashley.
It's a complete mess in the UK. If you apply for a grid connection now, for anything, solar farm, wind farm, even a block of flats, 2036 is the earliest grid connection offer you'll get. We're lucky in the sense we've been running a few years and we've got a few connections for 2026, 2027, but we're not taking on any more grid connections because it's not fair to say we won't be alive come 2036, but we will be getting on in years. We recently had a connection for a battery project in the Midlands of England that was scheduled for 2023. It suddenly got pushed back to 2029 with no explanation. And then the grid company said, oh, we're going to want about £1.5 million from you between now and 2029 as deposits to cover enabling works that we might have to do to let your connection get online. £1.5 million is a big amount of money for anybody, particularly for us. It's absolutely scandalous. The grid companies were privatized decades ago and proceeded to pay out dividends to their they're completely exclusively foreign owned. They paid dividends out to those foreign owners. They never reinvested the money in the grid. And so here we are with a situation where the grid is not fit for purpose. The government and the regulator get rings run round them. They can't, it's just a complete mess. It didn't really get into the public consciousness until there's a big area of West London last year wants to build 1,000 apartments. And suddenly the grid said, sorry, we can't give you the power for a decade. So they've knocked down the old building and now there's just a big wasteland sitting there because they can't get the power in to power all those apartments. So it's a complete and utter mess.
And this is in a
it's
G7
putting the
country,
brakes on.
Actually, this is in a G7 country. Yeah, sorry, just finish your point. Sorry, I just couldn't resist that.
No, it's fine. It's supposed to be a G7 country, but, Britain's been falling apart for some years through various policy errors that it's made. It's never the current government taken renewables seriously anyway. They've paid lip service to it, hosted COP26, done things like that, but they don't want solar farms. They don't want onshore wind farms because they perceive that their voters live in the countryside and won't want to see this stuff. Even though polls of their voters show that they're very much in favour, old people, of wind farms and solar farms. But it's a shameful mess. There's Britain. Sorry, Nick, carry on.
Well, I was just going to say, actually, thank you very much indeed for that, because I wanted that frontline perspective of somebody who's actually living the day-to-day challenge of trying to connect to the grid. And I think, obviously, the politics in the UK is something that we're all aware of in many ways. But I think the crucial thing is it's happening to you as a frontline developer, and now we want to hear some perspectives from some others, not just on the grid. Erin, I know you've got some other points that you want to make as well, but it's a fascinating story from somebody who's actually on the ground. Stay with us, Ashley, please stay with us. I'd like to now come to Antonella. You have your finger on the pulse in Europe, but also beyond in respect of the grid. Are the waiting times that Ashley is feeling the heat of in the UK, but also what we've read about in the newspapers recently, are they real? And how widespread is the problem from a European perspective? Yeah, please give us your heads up.
Okay, so first of all, let's make sure that we understand that there are differences from country to country, and what is happening in the UK is rather different from what is happening in Europe. Not because there are no bottlenecks, there are indeed, but most of the grid operators in Europe are national monopolies, and they have not gone through this wave of privatization in the UK. So the reason for the grid not being sufficient may be different from the UK one that have been just mentioned. But despite that, investment in the grids have been neglected for a long time. In Europe, we have been very lucky because the grid was overbuilt, and so this gave us enough capacity to integrate renewables for the past 10 years. But now this flexibility is gone, and we need to invest massively. There are huge investment plans from all grid operators, but these are late to be realized. And the reason for these delays are multifold. First of all, the permitting time takes too long. The European Commission and member states have tried to shorten the permitting time, attempting to deregulate environmental protection laws and stakeholder engagement processes. This, in my view, is a mistake. Second, we have constraints in the supply chain. If you put an order now from a cable manufacturers, you get it, if you're lucky, after 2035. So supply chains are very constrained. And then, on top of it, there is huge public opposition on the ground. Public opposition cannot be addressed by simply reducing the right of citizens. Rather the opposite. The amount of energy infrastructure that we need to build is so large that we can only do it together with people and not against people. And we also need to do it well, protecting nature, because otherwise we end up doing massive damages. So if we want to overcome the difficulties and the delays, we need to collaborate much more with all the supply chains and together design processes that can indeed speed up the permitting processes, which means staffing permitting authorities, standardizing permitting procedures, but not deregulating civil rights and environmental protection laws.
Right, right. I'm going to come back to you, Antonella. Erin, firstly, we wanted just to briefly talk then about the fact that you have been working with companies to increase the procurement of renewable energy and decarbonize their supply chains. What is helping you to actually ramp up the renewable energy deployment? And this is in the US, or is it,
Yeah, we work globally. It's actually a big success story. I think the Bloomberg New Energy Finance numbers that just came out said corporates have procured, so invested in new projects mostly, 160 gigawatts globally of power purchase agreements, and so new renewables. So that feels like a big success. And what's been driving that is their sustainability ambitions. This movement started in 2013 with the large tech companies in the United States. And at the time, there was not demand for renewables. And so it was really important for developers to build projects to have corporates who wanted to buy that power.
Yeah.
And as the ambitions have grown, that's really moved. Companies looked in the US, they've moved to Europe, they've moved globally. We're working in Brazil and India and all around the world helping corporates to do this. And so the success of it has been huge, and it's only sort of stopped, it won't stop growing as ambition grows.
Right. And what isn't working? So that's the other side of the coin. And is the grid part of this story as well? Yeah.
Absolutely. It's really interesting to hear what Antonella said, because the same thing's happening in the US. I think we might be a bit behind the conversation. Right now, the corporate ambition to buy renewables in the United States exceeds the ability of developers to get projects on the grid by a multitude that I can't quantify. Some of that's related to cost. Renewable energy prices have really risen in the short term due to all the supply chain and inflationary pressures around capital, so that's one of the issues, but the bigger issue is the grid. When it comes down to it, I think it's not only interconnection, the real issue is transmission. There's inadequate transmission in the United States, and with that comes problems with interconnection queues. And additionally, in the US, we haven't really invested in grid-enabling technologies that would optimize the existing grid. So when you look at all that, just speaking for the corporate space, there are corporates who would love to transact, get more renewables on the grid, help developers, and they don't have the ability to do that because the grid can't support getting them on in a reasonable time.
Yeah. It's absolutely fascinating because, there's this pent-up ambition to put more renewable energy into the system. In Europe as well, of course, after when the war started, when Russia attacked the Ukraine, everyone was thinking, oh my God, Germany's turned on some coal-fired power stations. They're going to be pumping LPG and fracked gas from America. It's the end of our renewable dream, right? But no, it's actually really roaring off, and this is absolutely fantastic that we're seeing it. And yet, as you say, Antonella, we find ourselves in the position where the grid was quite good in Europe, and it wasn't as bad as what Ashley was suffering with privatized grids in Britain, but yet it's reached its capacity, and how long is it going to take to get back to a size that can take on this new capacity coming through? And just briefly, just tell me, how long could it take, and how can we possibly do it faster?
Now, we are adding capacity all the time. There are dozens of projects that are being built right now. So it's not that nothing is happening. It's happening a lot. but the renewables are growing so fast that obviously we need much more. And so I think that there are still possibilities, and we see them happening, and there is a lot of innovation. Digitalization is one of them, but also bundling projects, increasing the capacity of the grids. This is all going to deliver what we need. Supply chains are a problem. So we need to set up new procurement approaches so that there is investments in new capacities, factories capacity, so that the suppliers can indeed start increasing their capacity and deliver from 2030 onwards.
Yeah.
And this is possible. We have seen, for example, TenneT has invented a completely new approach to procurement, and things are moving.
People never think about the boring things like procurement, do they? But they are important. Actually, let me come back to you in the UK. So you must talk to other colleagues in the sector. I mean, aren't people rising up and banging down the door of number 10 Downing Street saying this can't possibly, what's happening? I mean, it seems to be a bit different to Europe, where it's monopolies, kind of maybe state-owned or whatever. UK privatized grids with their own dynamics. But this can't carry on, can it? I mean, somebody needs to do something about it, right? And the industry needs to protest to the government, surely.
Yes, I mean, we're all very grumpy in the sector and moan at government and the regulator and the Electricity Networks Association all the time. It is true to say there is a lot of work being done. That's true. And there are supply chain issues, as has been mentioned. But it's a situation where Britain runs on about 80 gigawatts of power during the day. National Grid is sitting on 320 gigawatts of connection applications. So that's a great big bottleneck. What they are proposing all sorts of ways to try and shorten that waiting list, or get rid of what they call speculative applications, although I don't believe there are any speculative applications. It's just so difficult to get planning permission, etc. for your project. What they are talking about doing, though, which I think is a positive, is until now, batteries being fitted on the grid have been counted as generation, much like a solar farm or a wind farm. And so that's clogged up the system, because they say we have to reorganize the grid to take all this generation. They're now rerunning their models to say, actually, batteries aren't generation. They often import power and sometimes export it. But their experience of battery projects now is that battery projects are helping to stabilize the grid. So they want more of them on to supply power when everyone's cooking their evening meal, or they've put the breakfast on or something. And they're thinking of taking batteries out of the equation in terms of their stress testing of their grid. This sounds all quite technical, but it could lead to some connections coming forward from 2036, 2035. I say could, it probably won't. A lot of the time these grids are now, because everyone hates them basically, are coming up with stuff like this, and you wonder how real it is. I'm very cynical about all of this. We're just looking at an underinvested in Britain, notwithstanding the fact that demand for renewables projects has gone through the roof in the last few years. That's
and
true.
notwithstanding the fact that the UK hasn't done very well on offshore wind, which was something we can be proud of. But I said, I'm conscious I've had you hanging around here in New Zealand, but I wanted you to perhaps reflect a little bit on what you've heard from these wonderful guests. I mean, there are many blockers out there. The grid we've looked at as a blocker, but there are other blockers, of course. I mean, as we mentioned before, we're still in a bit of a fight with the fossil fuel industry, of course, and fossil fuel subsidies at record levels right now versus renewables. What's your view on this grid, or is there another blocker you'd like to mention?
Well, staying with the grid, what's happening in the UK, for example, in particular, is insane. I mean, I agree with Ashley, and it's insane on multiple levels. We have a global emergency right? We have a global climate emergency, yet our infrastructure owners, when they are private companies, just aren't aligned with what needs to be done, to take us to faster renewable energy connections around the world. The situation in Asia, interestingly, Nick, is somewhat different. The grid is, I would say, perhaps less developed, and for energy security reasons, multiple countries are actually trying now to connect their grids so that electrons travel across border, a bit like they do in Europe. We do see a lot of investment being made, and the supply chain issues are less, and they are less challenging because the region is, let's say, far more open to buy Chinese kit. And then if you're far more open to buy Chinese kit, you've got softer and easier to navigate supply chain issues. But this grid thing isn't going to go away, for several years. It's going to take us through 2030 for you to see the transformation that you would want to see. And that is partly due to ownership structures that just aren't fit for the times, partly due to supply chain issues, but also partly due to how much electricity we're adding. And the amount of renewable energy that we're trying to add is the most encouraging bit, in this whole thing. So I'm relatively confident that it's all going to happen. But the industry and the public have to basically push harder for change. Because you're taking a grid that was built for fossil fuels, really, and you're transforming it. That's bound to take some time, and it's bound to be frustrating along the way.
Got it, Assad. Okay. That little 000 means that we've actually run out of time and gone over. But I'll give a last quick comment. Antonella, quick comment?
If we don't build grids, it's because we have created an opposition against grid, and this is always done in the interest of the fossil fuel. So building grids is a paramount endeavor, and we need to support it together with renewables. And for the COP, we need to bring the renewable community with the grid community and go out and push for them both in parallel.
Erin?
I'd like to pick up on that and be solutions-oriented. Corporates have a lot of brand power, they have a lot of policy power, and in my opinion, they need to start moving into this conversation by moving towards transmission, saying this is what we need to be doing, and thinking about pushing towards for grid-enhancing technologies. So it would be a shift in their policy. It gets in the weeds, it's more regulatory, but they're not going to be able to just buy the renewables they want, and that's how I think they should get engaged.
Yeah. Very good point. Super. And Ashley, for you, you're probably going to have to wait till the next election.
Yes, there's big change coming. People are expecting that onshore wind will restart after the next election, that solar farms will be easier to get going. At the moment, you see one determined person can stop a solar farm. And that looks like, I'm hearing from contacts in the government, that's going to change big time.
That's going to change, with new planning policy, Ashley, thanks very much for coming from London. Thanks to our wonderful guests in the studio. Thanks for Assad for staying on for so long. I looked at the wrong camera then, Assad. I'm supposed to look at camera 4 for Zoom, so I'll go back. Now I'm looking at you, I know. Great, thank you very much. And let's move on to the next section.
We learned so much listening to these guests. To all of you watching from around the world, this conversation will soon be available to rewatch and share on wedon'thavetime.org. So make sure you go there. Find it in the broadcast schedule. You can find all of the broadcast schedule on our website, and spread it to everyone who needs to hear these messages. We have another great panel coming up in just a few minutes. Over back to you, Nick.
So, for the next panel discussion, we'll turn our attention to the so-called Global South, which broadly comprises countries in Africa, Latin America, in the Caribbean, and parts of Asia and Oceania. And it's fair to say that this part of the world does not get its fair share of climate financing and investments, including in renewables. Africa, for instance, has 70% of the world population, but it only has received 2% of worldwide investment in renewable energy. So how do we change these things? With me to discuss these questions are Nompilo Morafo. Yep. Is it not bad? Okay. Yep. Chief Sustainability and Corporate Affairs Officer at MTN, that's Africa's largest mobile network operator. Yep. And Heather Johnson, Vice President of Sustainability and Corporate Responsibility for Ericsson Group. And Gautam Simhan. Thank you. Senior Advisor for Climate, Energy and Environment at UNICEF. Gautam, let's start with you. What is UNICEF's role in the energy transition in the Global South, as we put it?
First of all, thanks very much for having us here. And if we kind of break apart that term, I mean, the first question is UNICEF, our mission ever since we were founded 75 years ago is to safeguard the rights of every child, wherever they are. And it's increasingly evident that we cannot safeguard those rights or provide children with the essential tools they need to survive and thrive if we don't speak about energy. What does a child need to survive and thrive? They need healthcare, which increasingly requires energy. They need water, which increasingly requires energy. They need social protection. They need education, which increasingly requires energy. So that's UNICEF's role in this. And then in terms of the overall, what our role is in this, because when we speak about the energy transition, very much hoping that we're also speaking about what a just energy transition is. So, I mean, you pointed out that, you know, far too little of the Global South receives renewable energy investments. But if you look at children, and we spoke about the importance of healthcare for children, there is less than a third of healthcare facilities in sub-Saharan Africa that have access to reliable energy. When we speak about the transition and it being just, over 500,000 children die every year because they breathe indoor air pollution as a result of unsustainable energy use. So UNICEF's role, we work on it in a few different ways. So the first is the implementation of clean energy solutions across water, health, education, and disaster response. And we work on that both in terms of the implementation, as well as very critically working with governments to make this a part of policy and budgeting. Mm-hmm. The second area in which we work is working with young people, because it's critical as we speak about energy. It's not only the services that you provide to young people, but also ensuring that young people have a role in being able to participate in the energy transition. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, okay. Let's go to MTN. So you're based in South Africa.
Yes.
And you're the largest mobile network operator there, 292 million subscribers, that's a heck of a lot, in Africa and the Middle East. So is the renewable energy story part of your activities, part of your DNA? How do you link to the story of renewable energy through MTN?
Yeah, firstly, thank you, Nick, for having Africa's voice on this panel. I represent one of the largest mobile operators in the continent, MTN. We are in 19 markets, 17 of which are in the continent of Africa, so that's quite significant. So if you're going to give connectivity to 200 odd number of customers, then it means you have to invest a lot in infrastructure for networks, data centers, buildings, even. That requires a lot of energy in terms of diesel, gas, etc. So MTN, for instance, we've also committed to net zero by 2040. We did this, we decided to do it 10 years earlier than what the GSMA has dictated from the industry perspective. The reason is, we, as the largest operator and as the largest brand, we're number one brand in the continent, we feel enormous amount of responsibility in terms of this topic in order for us to be able to contribute and also educate people, because we have such a large access to customers. 292 million is a lot. It could be a country. Yeah. So we are on track in terms of our net zero emissions. We are aligned with SBTI targets, etc., etc. But we have a lot of challenges in our markets, as you can imagine. For instance, as much as we disclose our targets and we are on track, we do have a lot of challenges. Like, for instance, if you follow the news, you'll be aware that South Africa is suffering right now through a lot of energy power cuts, which on its own imposes a lot of work on a company like MTN, because our job is to keep the network available 24 hours, which is demanded by our customers. But without energy supply that's not reliable, that it just becomes impossible. So we invest a lot of money and capital in terms of getting this done, because it's not only now for a company like MTN about, because everyone is doing it, it's a matter of survival of the continent and survival of companies of our size. Yeah.
MTN, Ericsson. So where does the nexus come between the story of renewable energy from your perspective as Ericsson, and then you have a network like MTN? Is payment, the way you pay for your energy, as a blocker in Africa that can be unlocked by joining forces, in a sense, to also help deliver on some of the things that UNICEF needs to be done? So thread the needle a bit here.
Okay, well, thanks so much, Nick. And I'm delighted to be on this panel with both MTN and UNICEF, because Ericsson is a partner with both across a number of different topics. And maybe just to set the context about, and I think the example from MTN about really digitalization of the African continent is really, just a part of the global economic and sustainable development of the world that can be really enabled by digital technology. So we start, we could say, with a connectivity layer. I mean, and really making sure that everyone and every place is connected. But that is, that is not enough. It is really how you use that connectivity. And so one of the parts of our portfolio is a mobile financial services platform. And this is one, when we've done global consumer lab research, we have found that 80% of consumers believe that by having, being connected and having access to these mobile financial services, they are able to access electricity, sanitation services, and other things. So I think it is about, I think, very much so a call for a very multi-stakeholder coalition to understand the real, importance of this digital transformation of society that is inclusive for all.
Of course, Africa is interesting because, I mean, people who come from Europe or North America tend to think of Africa as not having digital technologies. But we know that the mobile phone leapfrogged, in a sense, over the landline in many parts of Africa, or over what were then rather decrepit landline systems. Do you think that that digital payment systems and things like this can help people get access to green energy using networks like yours, Ericsson, getting to people that maybe have some affordability but still don't have access to a bank, for example, to pay for access to renewable energy? Is this important, do you think? Yes, please.
I think so, and I think the benefits of digitalization go beyond and in addition to the payment layer. Because just speaking a little bit about the work that UNICEF does and many of our partners and the role that digitalization has to play, and let's just speak about, for example, healthcare for now. Digitalization is crucial to the way we go about, and partners go about it. The first is, without digitalization, it's very hard to create a market for energy services in healthcare. You just don't know where healthcare services are or how much energy they need. Second, digitalization is critical to reducing the transaction costs on supply and procurement. Without being able to manage that digitally, it becomes very difficult to say, how are you going to be able to serve these healthcare centers across a variety of areas? And then the third is digitalization is critical to ensuring that when you have healthcare centers that are powered by renewable energy, they stay functioning through remote monitoring and verification. And finally, and in addition to that, when we're speaking about the skills and being able to engage young people, particularly in operations and maintenance and solar skills, the way that we transmit information, the way we get young people to contribute, and the way that they build their skills is increasingly powered by mobile phones. So yes, the payment layer is critically important, and I'm sure others will speak about it, but the benefits of digitalization go far beyond that.
If I could, just to comment on that, because earlier this morning I was at a UNICEF event and it was about digital innovation. It was youth innovators and digital technology and how really that is a, you could say, a platform for innovation. And most of the innovations that were discussed were focusing on energy and other, you could say, services, access to services. So I think, it's such a nice connection.
Yeah. So MTN, we have a platform called Momo. It's mobile money, basically. So it's banking on your phone. So how it helps is that the majority of Africans that are unbanked now can access payments through their cell phones. That's basically, in summary, what it means. But however, if you look at in terms of accessing renewable energies and clean technologies, it's a bit difficult. It's a bit different as a topic, because what the topic we're talking about right now, for people to be able to have access, affordable financing is quite difficult for these technologies. So although we have payment systems, etc., that can enable people to be able to pay for it, the issue that I'm seeing with this is the affordability of it to a consumer or to a person who's sitting under a tree somewhere running a business. That's what we really need to focus on as Africans. How do we access financing for UNICEF to be able to do what they need to do to help with the health system of the continent, whether education, what type of digital tools are we making sure that we can enable people to be able to do these things themselves as well, and they're not so dependent on others. For me, I think that's where the challenge really becomes, in terms of how do we make sure that these things are accessible. Digital and financial inclusion is a reality for an African.
Yes, but you make that good point. Even if you've got the best payment system in the world, if you haven't got any solar that you can actually buy, then
if you can't afford
then you're snookered. I mean, you do see these models in Africa of women's groups and others with door-to-door solar products. But those, I think, in Rwanda and Burundi and places like that, and some things in Kenya. But it clearly requires a much broader initiative across the continent to bring the equipment in, so that then they can use the digitalized, enabled, So I suppose that's the question of partly, it's a broader question, which is how do we bring in the manufacturing of these products onto the African continent? I mean, you've got some happening in North Africa and Morocco with wind power and stuff like that, but there's still a lot of Africa that is actually having to rely on imports from others of these very products, and that's a story in itself.
I think you're onto something, because the way I see that whole ecosystem is about partnership. So there's a lot in the continent right now in terms of governments that have signed up with Paris Agreement, getting funding, etc. But how I see it is that a company like MTN, what we could possibly do with our partners is to enable partnerships that are scalable, right? Because the more we do things at small scale, then you just don't reach what Gautam is talking about. In order to, how do we look at research, for instance, like look at what type of digital tools we can actually have that can solve more of the larger societal issues in the continent, like health, education, etc., including climate change.
And maybe just to build on that, because I think the other important piece is really a whole of government approach. And I think as an advocate for ICT and being an enabler of sustainable development, oftentimes we are talking to ICT ministers, or it's sort of siloed. And in fact, I think it's actually that we need to make sure that we are helping to connect this coalition of the willing that is also energy and infrastructure, education, health ministries, all of them to really understand the potential of this this enablement
and
effect.
I think that's something that sometimes not so visible in the national climate action plans of nations, the NDCs, digitalization, these threads that go through so many different sectors and technologies and enablement towards the climate action and the sustainable development goals. I'm going to have to wrap it up here, I've been told, but I want to say thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for being on the show, and this is something that we could spend a lot more time on. Hopefully at COP28 we can have you back on the show again. We can do that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
thank you very much indeed.
Thanks.
Simon? Just tell Simon.
Thank you.
So, the built environment, our buildings, where we live, where we play, where we work, they're way behind on the climate target. We need to urgently bring clean energy into our buildings while also making them more energy efficient. But for this to work, we also need digitalization. And there's a great project happening in the Nordic region that could set a good example for the rest of the world. Here to share his insights on this is Mats Pelbeck-Sharp. He's head of sustainability at Ericsson. Mats, good to see you. Tell us what this project's about.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you for having us here. It's a real pleasure. We will learn more about this project. I think already back in 2015, when the Paris Agreement happened and when they took the SDG targets, we said that digitalization can provide an accelerated path. And we have been sort of talking about this, but it seems like people don't understand it. So this time we said, let's now demonstrate how it works and what it can do. So there is this startup that will come on later and talk about the solution in itself. So I will not go into the solution, but in essence, what has been happening is by connecting buildings with mobile technology, so it goes really, really fast and easy, we can save 6%, might not sound like massive, but if you think about that, 40% of all the energy in the world is used in buildings. If we could save 6% on all the buildings, that would be super big.
A big hit on the climate
so I think,
issue.
And this is like a shortcut, because all the discussion on buildings has to date been on retrofitting, changing the heating system, insulation, double glazing, and so on. So I think that what we see here is just a clear demonstration, and that's why we wanted to do this project, really, to demonstrate that. And it's not that we have done a proof of concept like most people do. In fact, what we have taken is a case where this company has scaled. So it's 1.5 million square meters of residential areas that is covered by this solution, and it's working sort of today.
Right.
So it's ready to scale.
It's not one super greenhouse in one bit of Oslo or something that we all look at as a poster child. We're dealing with real buildings over a large-scaled area, and we're getting those kinds of 6% cuts.
Yeah, and another thing that I think is interesting is that buildings are built in 1920 and 2020, so 100 years of buildings. So there are sort of, and you can also see that buildings with sort of the older buildings or the buildings with inferior standards have higher savings than the ones that are relatively new, but we have savings on the new buildings as well, or they have savings. It's not us that do it. I mean, I'm just talking about the report now and the facts in the report. So I think it is a very, very interesting report.
So let's go and get some of the other partners on the show, shall we? This is interesting. Joining us on Zoom from Gothenburg, Sweden, we have Victor Vitell. He's Chief Marketing Officer of Kiona. Great to see you. They're a problem-solving Swedish tech company with the goal to stop, if my little pad here works, oh, there we go. Stop all unnecessary energy usage and CO2 emissions in buildings. Also, from the magic of Zoom, we have Veronica, is it Tiemi, or you can correct me when you come on, okay, that's good. She's head of delivery in Europe for the Carbon Trust, and that's an organization that partners with businesses and governments and financial institutions globally to reduce their carbon emissions. And then from Brussels, Belgium, where we've got Maciek Kowalski. Is that correct? You better really say that one. Just say it right now so we've all got it.
Almost. I'm Maciej Kowalczyk from European Commission Climate Action.
I know exactly where you're from, but I wasn't sure about the pronunciation. So you're administrator as well, Digital and Earth Observation for Green Transition, European Commission Directorate Climate Action. Super. And we've got in the studio with us live, we've got Mer Kaplan, and she's Vice President of Sustainability for the US for Skanska. Okay. So let me ask Victor first. Victor, what was Kiona's role in this project? What exactly did you get up to on this?
Thank you. And I agree. We have a startup mentality. However, we are over 23 years old, so it's perhaps the oldest startup company here today. We have 55,000 buildings and supermarkets connected to one of our solutions, and so naturally we're collecting tons of data. It's so much data that I don't even dare guess. This, of course, is quite interesting because if you start looking into that data, you can create great insights and findings. And so we say that we are sustainable and that we are running a sustainable operation, that we have an AI that will enable, like Matt said, a saving on the energy use. So Ericsson came to us after we'd done a case study and said, do you want to put that to the test? And of course, we didn't back down, and they introduced us to Carbon Trust, who was let in to take a look at our data. So that's how it started.
Good. Let me ask you a similar question there. You're a big construction company. You're a big construction company worldwide. Why did Skanska want to be part of this?
I mean, there is a real move towards net zero, net positive, and I know a previous speaker had talked about we don't want to say net anymore. We want to say zero, period. Yeah. Right? So there's a lot of big ambition, and across our client portfolio, you know, that's certainly a topic of discussion. Now, we have to be able to deliver on that, and it's not just about being the construction company, it's about being the advisor. So not only are we, you know, building these buildings, putting these systems in place, but you know, it's the geekiness, it's the love of really getting in there and sharing our knowledge and our experience in being an owner as well. And so we're taking our money in some cases and investing in things like what we call powerhouses, those projects around Europe. We're also incorporating things into our projects in the US that are moving us towards that zero goal. Mm-hmm. But as well, we're seeing a big shift in clients, whether it's a retrofit or a new construction, looking at passive house, which of course is all about the envelope and the systems going into it. Looking at living building challenge, which is net positive energy, net positive water. All of this takes systems, and it takes data to understand how you're performing against those goals. And like it sounds like, I'm very geeky about this. Yep. And Skanska is very much in the weeds. We love being involved in changing the world this way. And so that's what I would say our interest area is.
Okay. So Veronica, you're basically the honesty mechanism here. We're hearing that 6% reduction in emissions. Mats was saying that also at relatively low cost as well, which is the interesting part. We'll come back to that. But how can the people out there watching the show, you know, trust 6%? That's your job. So tell us about this project and what you brought to it. Rigor, I think.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, thanks, Nick, and delighted to be joining this panel today. So yes, our job was essentially, as part of this report, to make sure that you know, the solution that we're looking at here actually has the impact that we're all talking about. So we worked together with Ericsson and Kiona to quantify the net impact of the Kiona Edge steering function. And we did that by looking at both the positive impact that the solution can have by primarily looking at the impact it has on the heating energy consumption of the buildings that we looked at in Sweden and Finland. But we also looked at the additional emissions that come with installing this solution. So looking from everything ranging from the hardware, such as the sensors that need to be installed in the buildings, to also looking at the impact of the ICT network, as well as, of course, the platform itself, which is cloud-based. And we did all of this following a new standard that came out, I believe, late last year, which was developed by the ITU, the L1480 standard. And that sets out a framework for assessing ICT solutions' impact on greenhouse gas emissions in other sectors. This sort of assessment that we did together with Kiona and Ericsson was one of the first to essentially assess this standard and framework. And so we were sort of delighted to be able to pilot this and pilot the robustness of this standard as well.
Yeah. Good. Before I go to our friends at the European Commission, I just want somebody to tell me, so they can tell the viewers, what is exactly, we've heard about sensors in buildings before, but my understanding of this is it's quite simple, right? And it's quite quick to install.
Yeah.
And it's relatively low cost. Relatively, I don't know what relatively is, but I'm saying that because it sounds cool.
Yeah. But I think Victor is the best one to.
Victor, what is it?
Yeah,
what
yeah, I'll
exactly
pick up on that one. I think you're
What is it?
absolutely right. There are three things if you want to create a solution like this and implement it. The first thing, of course, it needs to be affordable. That means that it shouldn't be a big financing decision of going with a solution like this. The second one is it needs to be scalable. So we don't have that much time. We don't have time to roll out. So it needs to be fast installation. It needs to be quick and easy. And the last part, because if you have those two, then you can build a sort of a great company. But if you want to have a long-term company, it also needs to be sustainable. So that's what we've been able to provide. The way we do it is by using sensors, as Mats said, to measure indoor temperature. We also use a sensor to measure outdoor temperature, and then we use a model to calculate how much heat is needed in the building. The exact amount of heat needed in residential buildings to heat it up to 21 degrees indoors.
And how quickly can you install it in a building?
Well, if you want one, I can do that, say 3 hours, but it's a long drive, so...
Yes, okay. I'm coming back to Berlin later. Maybe you could pop round.
Yep,
Okay.
give me a call.
Okay.
I just wanted to add one more thing, and I'm so happy that Skanska is here, because in Sweden, Kiona Skanska has a framework agreement, so one of Kiona's solutions is actually implemented in all of Skanska's buildings, new and old, and that's being rolled out now as well. So when Skanska says that they take this seriously, I can vouch for that.
Super. So let's go to our colleague over at the European Commission. We know that the EU and the Commission, as it were, are doing a lot of great work, right, to get retrofit buildings, bring in insulation, windows, et cetera, and which is really great. And I think the plan is eventually that every homeowner or every building or whatever in the whole of Europe will have this treatment, which is fantastic for saving emissions, saving energy. Where does digitalization fit in to your plans? Because we're hearing about a digital solution here. Is that part of the story?
I must say, from the regulatory perspective that I'm representing, first of all, thank you for inviting me and
thank you.
Be with such a honored panel. From the regulatory perspective, we are looking at digital technologies as an enablers, but also as producers of the emission themselves. If we are here concentrating on the building, then in our European climate law, of our 55% reduction by 2030, we have a specific goal to reduce 40% in certain sectors, including buildings, on the energy and emissions versus 2005. For the buildings, we have, except of quite a broad energy efficiency regulation, namely an energy efficiency directive. We also have a new cap and trade system, emission trading system, which will tackle the fossil fuel used to heat the buildings. So in all this framework, digital is almost everywhere, with energy efficiency in particular. And I'm very glad that Ericsson mentioned the number, with between 6 and 7%, which is, as Europe is quite ambitious, is below our general target of 11.7 energy reduction by 2030, but it's still a very important contribution from the digital side. As digital can still a lot of gaps, I would say, in the solutions for energy efficiency. We have also set up the platform to test this digital solution by the European Commission with European digital companies. The platform is called European Green Digital Coalition. When we tackle specific use cases of using the digital technology in the sectors like constructions, buildings, transport, agriculture, smart cities, energy, power, and manufacturing as well. However, for the most promising and first assessed use cases are those ones for the efficiency of the buildings. With the case, I think Ericsson is also a part of this forum, with the case also involving the newest promoted technologies like heat pumps. We have, I think we have completed...
Can I just come in here a second? Can I just come in a second? I think it's fantastic, but we can't cover the entire policy on this area. I suppose the fundamental question is, could this kind of technology, which I think you're probably going to test as well, it seems quite simple, quite quick. It could be a quick solution on a longer journey. I suppose that's the question. Could that work as an idea?
Let's say if we prove that there is no rebound effect, so that the digital technologies are not consuming more than they are saving, this is definitely a solution, and that's the direction we are driving at.
Okay, cool. So in other words, you guys are going to test it in your own, as it were, situation, as it were, and then it could come back as something that could then penetrate the rest of the market. So I'm sorry I have to wrap up, but we're sitting here over time. It's a very busy day. I want to thank everybody for being on the show. Indeed, our colleague there in the European Commission, Victor, Veronica, Mer, and of course Mats. I think it sounds super, and I hope we can read more about it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sorry.
So we're going to remain in the Nordic region for a little while longer and move from buildings to the water, to transportation on water. Stockholm is the capital of Sweden. It's built on 14 islands, which means that commuting by ferry is a common means of transportation for many workers. Since a few months back, it's been possible to take a ferry without emissions and also without a driver. So we have live on Zoom from Trondheim, Erik Dreikoren, who's the CEO of Z-Bus. Is it Z-Bus? If you were German, you say Z-Bus. But you can tell me. And we also have Linda Echner-Magee, who's Business Development Manager at Tele2. And in the studio, we've got Eric Bjorka, Road Freight Decarbonisation Lead with the Climate Group, would also host the official program during Climate Week NYC. And of course, we're delighted to have Mats Pelbeck-Sharp still with us, Head of Sustainability of Ericsson, because they have a little hand in this story too. So Eric, yes, you're there. Tell us a bit more about this then, because people have been trying to make money out of ferries for donkey's years, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I remember in London they used to have them on the River Thames and they had to pack them all up because they couldn't make a profit. What have you achieved? What have you done? What have you got? What have you done? Yeah, tell us.
Well, thanks for inviting me here. Z-Bus is developing cutting-edge maritime autonomy technology that is based on decades of research at the University of Technology here in Trondheim. So what we're doing with that technology is enabling us to utilize urban waterways in a very new fashion while having networks of unmanned ferries that could, make shortcuts across urban waterways, and hence replace the need for bridges or going around, and utilizing the waterways that are now, for the most part, being underutilized in most cities around the world that are built next to water, because that used to be our main infrastructure. Autonomy makes it possible to actually have a profitable operation on water with many small urban ferries. And that's what we're now prototyping and doing in Stockholm, actually, and providing this to the citizens of Stockholm. And we're very excited to do that in Sweden together with partners.
I bet the kids love it. I used to take my little kids when I lived in London on the autonomous Docklands railway thing, keep them amused on a Saturday. We used to say, "Where's the driver? Where's the driver?" And it wasn't there. So I'm sure it's very popular as well right now with all kinds of age generations. Let me go to Linda. Linda, your business development with Tele2. What is your role in this? What's your company's role here?
Well, we are happy to participate in this great innovation with providing connectivity. And in this case, we're actually providing 5G for this connected ferry in order for it to work in an autonomous way, to send up a lot of data. And in the future, if somebody needs to take action from shore, it needs to have a lot of 5G capabilities. So we've been working together, making this ferry also connected, not to the grid, as you talked before. Other people have helped them do that, but we're helping them to connect to the digital support systems that are part of the whole solution.
That's interesting. So could the ferry, if the autonomous thing didn't know quite where it was going and stretched out across the North Sea or the Atlantic, would it eventually have to stop because the network doesn't go that far, or could you call it back?
That's a good question. Well, we operate inside the middle of the city of Stockholm because connectivity there is excellent, and that's one reason to start in such an area. Also in an area with, where there are lots of people that live around, so this could be a fairly popular service. There's electricity for charging, and it's calm waters, and actually not too much traffic either. So testing out autonomy in this area is essentially perfect in a location like Stockholm that is built on islands.
Right. Eric, road freight decarbonization lead. We're talking here about ferries. These ferries, I think, are transporting people. I don't know if they're transporting freight, but is there more potential for the use of the water around cities and river systems and things like that to actually move freight around in a low carbon way?
Yes,
absolutely.
I mean, we see in Paris, for example, IKEA has tried to do logistics, last mile deliveries with ferries on the river Seine. So we firmly believe that you can do a lot of transport shifts and move between the trucking and the ferries and vice versa. So it's a good combination.
Yeah. Years and years ago, I was a journalist on the Times in London, and they were always talking about how to bring the Thames back as a way of shifting freight and waste and things like that. It was always a bit of a challenge on the economy side, but this autonomous takes the cost out, reduces the cost. Is that correct, do you think? That this is part of the story, Mats?
Sure, definitely. Yeah. And I think it is also, I mean, the digital part and that sort of helps the autonomous way of driving things, makes it possible to have smaller vessels, so you can sort of have them more flexible. And also that helps with sort of the electrification of them. So you can create the system completely different if you build it with autonomous driverless vehicles. Still you will have sort of people controlling them, but then you can control 10 or 20 vehicles from a control tower instead of sort of being there. And I think for the road transport, that is a super huge shift, because we are in US now. We know that there will be a couple of 100,000 drivers short to drive the trucks in the future.
Yes.
And because people don't want to go away in the same way. So if you can instead have a working environment where there is a toilet and you don't have to sort of go out into the woods and so on, whether you can have a coffee machine and you can control 10 vehicles, then the likelihood of recruiting people to control these vehicles is much higher. So I think there are several benefits, and the same in Europe. I think it's 300 truck drivers missing in a couple of years' time.
Yeah.
So I think
that's a European-wide problem, isn't it?
The
shortage
global
of long-distance truck drivers,
yeah.
right? So I mean, the 5G. Tell us, our dear friend from Tele2, why is 5G needed for this? What's so crucial about the 5G that gives you the potential to do this? I mean, how do you explain to a layperson how cool 5G is?
Well, it's cool, but actually, for a very long time, we have rolled out now for I think 2 years 5G, and we haven't really found the real use cases for 5G before. So when this autonomous ferry showed up, it was a fantastic opportunity for us, because what actually 5G brings to the table is high capacity, so being able to send a lot of data. And then also low latency, which means that it's low delay. If you take action somewhere and send the data down to the device, there's milliseconds, which is needed for autonomous remote controlling.
So is it
yeah.
speed then? Does 5G give you speed of response?
Speed of response is a good way of describing latency, yes.
Okay.
It's a little bit like doing this, playing this e-games. You don't want to get killed if you have too bad connection, then somebody else is quicker than you somewhere else.
You don't want to get killed on an autonomous ferry either, so you need a speed of response. If some large ship goes crazy and you can navigate the ferry away from the problem, okay.
And I think also for us, I mean, we have Ericsson and other suppliers to invest in 5G, and we're investing a lot. But before this basically showed up, this ferry, most of the capacity actually goes to people looking more at videos, right?
Yes.
And so, of course, that's good for people who like videos and so on. But this is like the first time we can also use the 5G for, creating innovation, which is good for a sustainable society as well.
Yeah.
So, and we can test the system and everything around it, but also for a good purpose.
Yeah. Eric, let me just pull you back in because, sorry, not Eric. You're the two Erics here. That makes life a bit confusing, doesn't it? Let me go to the Eric on Zoom first. That's quite a smart way of doing it. Eric, you've got, I think, was it 14 when I did there's 14 islands in Sweden. How many ferries have you got running? How many more ferries do you think you could run? And are there other parts of Scandinavia or Europe or Timbuktu or whatever that's wants your ferries, right? Because it sounds like a really simple way of getting people around, low carbon, electric.
Absolutely. And the market for this, we believe, is in the thousands around the world. We're starting in Stockholm. It's built on 14 islands, as you said. And we believe there is a potential for numerous, maybe tens of ferries just in Stockholm. We're also working with Gothenburg, which is the second largest city in Sweden. Copenhagen.
Where I live.
Exactly, right.
Somebody jumping in there.
And other cities in Sweden as well. There's so much water around in Sweden and Scandinavia, and other cities around in Europe also. Inland waterways in Europe is a big thing. There's splitting cities in two that need more mobility for people to cross to the other side of the river Rhine or Donau. Yep. And and then we have like Dubai, Vancouver, Seattle, Sydney, Shanghai, Hong Kong. I mean, the list goes on and on of cities that are surrounded by water that needs more environmentally friendly and, let's say, pedestrian friendly mobility. And we can provide that.
Thanks, Eric. That's great. We're going to have to wrap up very shortly. We've got 45 seconds. But maybe, Mats, you've heard a lot of cool things today. I don't know if you heard any other part of the program, Eric, as well. But we've been trying to cover all the aspects of digitalization, but I suppose it's a yes and no question. Do you think, Eric, first, digitalization has a major role to play in decarbonizing freight transport?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Mats, anything you want to add to this?
No, I must say, I think I would like to thank everybody, both on this panel and the previous one on buildings. I think now we can start demonstrating how digitalization can shortcut and exponentially change the way that we are using our energy, transport, buildings across different sectors.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. I think we're now leaving the ferries for the farms. As I hand over to my colleague Shutta Chakrabarti for a session on some very interesting solutions on how to reduce emissions from dairy. So stay tuned. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Companies are looking for more solutions to improve their environmental scorecards and reduce Scope 3 emissions. With greenhouse gas emissions at an all-time high, dairy farming is the right place to start, as cattle and the crops needed to feed them dominate agricultural emissions. By making a simple switch to carbon-neutral food ingredients, restaurants and consumers can make big improvements to their corporate and personal environmental footprints. In this session, I'm thrilled to have Marcus Lovell-Smith, the CEO of Nuttall, and Corey Blumenthal, Sustainability Specialist at Shake Shack. They will be joining our discussion on how they are partnering to provide low-carbon, climate-smart foods, and how simple ingredient swaps can make a big impact. But first, let's watch this video.
Retailers are under tremendous pressure to show improvement and change. What's called Scope 3 emissions, which is really all of the emissions relating to what's sitting on the shelf at a retailer rather than their own heating and lighting bill, is the vast bulk of a retailer's emissions footprint. So they are being asked by all their stakeholders to make change.
At Shake Shack, our goal has always been the same, to stand for something good. And alongside supplier partners like Nuttall, we remain committed to this.
Dairy farming has a very significant climate footprint. And we also know that 90+% of American households still have milk in their refrigerator. That's why we need to start there. We need to start on dairy farms, which is where the major impact is happening from beef and dairy.
As you can probably guess, at Shake Shack, we sell milkshakes and we sell a lot of them. So it got us thinking. We were able to find a sustainable alternative to conventional dairy milk that didn't compromise on taste or quality. We could make a big difference.
What I would love people to come away from it is to feel really excited about what they can achieve in terms of their climate impact. That achievement occurs through food. And this is a change you can make now, not 2030, not 2050, but you can actually make changes today in buying carbon neutral or low carbon foods that create change at farm level.
We couldn't be happier to partner with someone like Nuttall, who is as committed to making a difference as we are, one milkshake at a time.
For those of you tuning in from around the world, you're in for a treat, and no pun intended. We'll be talking about milkshakes. So let's start with you, though, Marcus. Welcome back to the show. And Corey, welcome. First time. And first of many, I hope. Tell us the story behind Nuttall, for those who might be hearing it for the first time.
Well, Shweta, thank you. It's almost as simple as a glass of milk. We're the first carbon neutral food company in the US, and our aim is to radically reduce emissions on farms, on dairy farms and beef ranches. But we started with dairy, and we're working on a number of interventions across a number of farms, and that's really the exciting bit that we do, which is working with farmers. We're in, I think it's something like over 2,000, 3,000 retailers, but the most recent thing that we're extremely excited about is tying up with great restaurant groups like Shake Shack and offering a carbon neutral product to them.
That is awesome, because it really allows consumers to contribute to solving this climate crisis. And it takes buying a milkshake, right? Corey, is it true? Can consumers really make a difference by choosing milkshakes that have carbon neutral milk in them?
Definitely, I think so. I mean, when you give consumers a viable option, a sustainable alternative, the milkshake that we're making with Nuttall, it's the same milk. It tastes the exact same as another milkshake that you'd buy at Shake Shack, but it has, you know, the fact that we're using milk from Nuttall, carbon neutral milk, it's really, it gives consumers purchasing power and gives them a way to really put their money towards a good partnership, really.
It tastes a little bit better too, doesn't it?
Oh, I mean, I think so. My cookies and cream shake definitely tastes better knowing that the milk used for it was carbon neutral, for sure.
I'm definitely gonna have dessert tonight, I already know now. So why are we focusing on dairy, Marcus?
Well, dairy and indeed beef really are the two big footprints in food and agriculture. And food and agriculture is increasingly understood to have a major climate impact. And within food and agriculture, it's really about beef and it's really about dairy. So that's where we started. We started in dairy and working with US dairy farmers.
So we want to make the most impact. Do you agree? Is dairy the focus?
Yeah, I mean, Shake Shack, we obviously sell shakes, but we're mostly known for our burgers too. And like Marcus said, beef and dairy are, you know, they have a high CO2 emissions associated with it. So when thinking about sustainability from a perspective at Shake Shack, we really thought, okay, what's most material to our business? Obviously, we make shakes and we make burgers. So really being able to, you know, tune into that and find partners who are looking at reducing the emissions associated with it is what we are hoping to accomplish. And we found that through Nuttall, we can continue to sell milkshakes, which everybody loves, and we don't think we should have to sacrifice a good cookies and cream milkshake, but we can do so sustainably. And so for us, meat and dairy, two most material items on our menu, so really focusing in how can we find sustainable alternatives to both of those.
Let me stay with you for a second and dive a little bit deeper into that. So how do you source these sustainable ingredients? You found Nuttall. What are some other examples?
Yeah, exactly. So we really look at, you know, what's on our menu, how can we choose a sustainable alternative? So regarding beef, we're looking at how can we incorporate more regeneratively raised protein into our overall supply chain. So really focusing in on who are we partnering with and are they using sustainable practices? Are they cover cropping? Are they doing rotational grazing? And really finding ways that we can incorporate them into our overall supply chain. I think it's pretty impressive. We have, you know, looking at our menu from the avocados that we source to the tomatoes, we are really focusing on choosing supplier partners that are focused on sustainability, like Nuttall.
Right, and you found each other, so how did it happen?
Well, I'm gonna jump in here because it has nothing to do with me. I think it was three very iconic people were in a room together. Christina Wallenberg from Shake Shack, Corey Carmen, who's a very charismatic female rancher out in Eastern Oregon, and our own Anne Radahill, who runs our carbon team. The three of them got together, and what's so interesting, the three of them got together and they just looked at each other and said, this makes sense. Corey Blumenthal here put it all into practice, but the three of them just got together and said, this makes sense. And so from that, just as an interesting about action, we often talk, and I think this day has been about action. It took less than 2 months from that first conversation to have carbon neutral milk in the first of the Shake Shacks up in the Pacific Northwest, and you know, slowly we're growing from there. So, that's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think really like zooming out, it was really a seamless transition, and I was talking to Marcus about this earlier, but you know, operationally, we were able to make the switch. It's not like the milkshake build changes. The milkshake is gonna taste the same because it's milk. So looking at that from an operations standpoint, we're not changing how the milkshake is made, not changing how it tastes to consumers. So it really did make sense. And we're focused on improving our environmental impact, looking for suppliers who are doing the same, which obviously Nuttall is doing.
And so this is perfect for the conscious consumer that's looking to contribute to, as we were saying in the beginning, a little bit of their purchasing power to solving this climate crisis we're in. How do consumers find additional restaurants and retailers that are really sourcing sustainable ingredients?
Yeah.
So I think you just need to care and look out, because they're out there. The right retailers, the right brands, the right products, the right restaurants are out there, and you will see it. As a consumer, I think you just need to pay attention, and actually through that paying of attention, you can create incredible change. And it really is through food. which is one of the major pillars of climate change, I think we can create great change. And it's systematic change at a farm level, at a community level, at a rural level, almost, if I dare say, an agrarian revolution. You can do that, and I think but you can find great restaurant groups like Shake Shack, and it doesn't have to be neutral milk by any means. It's not about us. It's about just making those choices.
Oh, I love that. And for those that are tuning in from around the world, that's a direct call to action. Pay attention and care, and you will be able to find more sustainably sourced ingredients with great partners and retailers that are also doing their part to transition to this cleaner, greener future. So would you agree with Marcus there?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I also think it's on restaurants to transparently tell consumers what they are doing. Because yes, consumers need to, look out for these restaurants that are making conscious choices, but there's a lot of decision fatigue, and I feel like these restaurants can make it easier for consumers to make a sustainable choice by offering things and being very transparent. Hey, we're using neutral milk for our milkshakes. Come in, don't have to feel guilty about enjoying a milkshake since we're using carbon neutral milk. And I think that if other restaurants did the same, consumers wouldn't have that decision fatigue, and they'd be able to, go to the grocery store and know more about the brands that are on the shelves there. Same with at the restaurant. Feel confident choosing one restaurant over another because you know their brand story.
I definitely don't feel guilty about choosing a milkshake because of neutral milk, but I have other reasons for feeling guilty about choosing a milkshake. So how has this partnership been with Shake Shack, and what are you hoping to see in terms of this partnership going forward?
Well, we would like you have an enormous, not just national but international footprint of restaurants. We'd like to increasingly grow through that. We'd like to see it as a platform for a way of educating consumers to be thinking about these choices. And being told about these choices. I think it's a way of communicating. Ultimately, as a company, as Neutral now, talking about neutral foods, we're really trying to connect people, that's not consumers, people back with farms in a very visceral way, and realize that they can create systematic change at farm level through some fairly simple choices on a daily basis. I don't think people realize how empowered they are. And I often think people struggle a bit, maritime shipping or global aviation or a number of these things are quite difficult to,
Sure.
long duration storage, quite difficult to grapple with. But food is a choice people are making every day.
One of our partners is Fashion for Development, and we've been covering the content that they've been putting out this week as part of the United Nations General Assembly and Climate Week New York. And exactly that for fashion, right? People are making choices about what to wear, people are making choices about what to eat. It's a way to draw in audiences, and it introduces them to the bigger picture questions and issues around climate and its impact. So food is such a critical component to being able to really solve this crisis that we're in.
Definitely.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I think food is, and this is the reason I even got into food and agriculture in the first place, is that it's something that we all have in common. We all eat meals 3 times a day, maybe more if you're me. But it's something we all have in common, and I think people really often overlook it as a way we'll mitigate the effects of climate change. But since it is something, we all have in common, it's something that we can all power together to change. I think that's a really important aspect. As for the partnership, we started in the Pacific Northwest, we've expanded to locations in the East Coast, and we're hoping to continue to expand so that more consumers are able to choose, sustainably and offer a viable option for people.
And to give people options where it's not difficult for them to make the right choice. And I've heard you say this a few times now, Marcus, and I'd love for you to say it again to our audience, which is meeting people where they are. That's really important. Let's not make people feel bad. Let's not shame them. The truth is people are drinking dairy, milk, and so let's give them an option that is better for the planet, right?
I agree. 90% of American households have milk and dairy in their refrigerators. And so that's really where Americans are. And that's really where the issue, the climate issue. So let's deal with that. Not that I'm not a big advocate for other forms of plant-based food and other, but it is actually, that's where the issue is. So let's reduce the impact on dairy farms. Let's do really good work there. And I have a strong belief that ruminants, let's call them cows, ruminants are a big part, a natural part of this ecosystem and can be part of a biodiverse, more sort of better animal welfare, better respect for the land. They can be part of that, of a future.
Exactly. And when we see chains like Shake Shack making these choices, it's really sending a signal. It's sending a signal as to what Americans, global citizens are moving towards. It's showcasing a trend. How do you see Shake Shack positioning itself as a leader in this space, in this transition?
Yeah, and I think Marcus hit on it earlier. There is such an education piece, which I'm hoping that at Shake Shack we can kind of continue to develop, where we help educate consumers on, what is regenerative farming? What does carbon neutral milk mean? Because right now, if consumers knew what it was, they might feel more strongly about purchasing those types of products. So I think that is something that we're hoping to help lead in, because we are making the right choices. We are looking at our supply chain. We are choosing good partners. So how can we really educate consumers so that they know, okay, when I go to Shake Shack, it's okay to eat a cheeseburger because I know that they're doing their due diligence and choosing partners who I should feel comfortable, eating from. And I think we don't have to abandon dairy and milk, dairy and meat, like Marcus said. It's really about fixing the way in which they're produced and really looking at how can we restore the natural ecosystem, because regenerative agriculture does just that, and responsible farming can create natural biodiversity, can help with water efficiency, can help soil health. So really looking at how we're fixing the system versus completely abandoning it.
And as somebody who had many options to pursue following your own education, we were saying earlier to each other that this is truly what you love. This is you're living the career dream here.
I am.
Why?
I mean, I feel like I've said it twice today already, but like every day I can wake up and I'm like, pinch me. This is exactly what I'm most passionate about. Regardless of even having this as a career, my friends and family hear me talk about it all the time, so why not follow that as a career path? But really, I think that we need to make changes, and we need to make changes now. And so to be able to be a part of that and really help drive things at scale it's a dream come true.
And Marcus, for those who don't know your background, you have farming in your background. And so you knew from the get-go that this would be impactful to really focus in on dairy.
Yeah, for me, it's similar. It's wonderful hearing Corey say those words about waking up every day feeling like that. For me, in my small journey, 20 years ago, I was a dairy farmer. I came to America. The first thing I did was run a dairy farm. And for me, full circle now, 20 years on, feels incredibly important work.
So in the last few seconds we have, I would love for you to answer this question. I've been asking many of our guests today, the same one. You're in the space. You're obviously passionate about what you're doing. Are we going to solve the climate crisis, Marcus?
Yes, absolutely, but we need to all care. We all need to, and I think I used the word before, pay attention. If we pay attention, we can solve this.
Corey?
Oh, 100%. We have so many intelligent people working to find solutions for what we're confronted with, and we're already making such changes and really galvanizing things. So I think for sure we will. But I agree. We all have to care.
It's really cool what you're doing. For those tuning in, go try that neutral milkshake. I know I'm definitely going to be getting one of those as soon as possible. And thank you so much to you both. Thank you for joining me on stage.
Thank you so much.
We will now move on to another subject, which is also of great importance to farmers, but also to anyone moving goods and people. Stay tuned. Electric car sales are rising quickly in many parts of the world, and more companies are now also switching to electric trucks and other electric heavy-duty vehicles for their operations. But this transformation needs to happen much faster. If we are to limit global warming in time, we need to move. So how can we make this happen? It's my great pleasure to welcome on stage Linda Tran, Senior Advisor to the Secretary and Director of Public Engagement at the U.S. Department of Transportation. Linda has returned to the Department of Transportation after co-founding 270 Strategies, where she developed public engagement strategies for clients across the globe, including the Environmental Defense Fund, Oxfam America, United Way Worldwide, FAM, the Black Economic Alliance, and the Economic Security Project. She was recently also a senior strategist for Bill Gates' Breakthrough Energy and served on the board of advisors for Higher Ground Labs and Battleground Texas. In March 2023, she received the Woman Who Moves the Nation Award, issued by Conference of Minority Transportation Officials. Linda, it is an absolute pleasure to have you here with me today. So, why is it that we need to focus on transportation? We just heard about food and agriculture. Transportation is a major polluter as well. Talk to us about why this should be a priority.
Yeah, Shweta, thank you so much for having me. I mean, the simple answer is that transportation makes up an inordinate amount of the greenhouse gas emissions that we need to address in the very near term in order to avoid a total climate crisis. In fact, transportation alone is about 28% of greenhouse gas emissions. And that is why you're seeing the Biden administration, the Department of Transportation, and our colleagues at the Department of Energy really focused on ways that we can reduce the use of vehicles that cause a lot of these greenhouse gas emissions, to shift the ways that people take transportation and get about in their daily lives, and really to expand the way that people are thinking about their responsibilities as part of addressing climate.
Fantastic. And again, it's just like fashion and food. Transport is something that Americans engage with every day. And so this is something that we can really make a massive impact on if we focus on it, and that's what the administration is doing. So what is the electrification agenda currently in our current administration?
Better question might be what is not on the agenda. So we are definitely thinking about things from a cross-modal perspective in DOT parlance. So certainly we're enormously focused on electric vehicles, but we're talking about passenger vehicles, light-duty trucks, we're talking about medium and heavy-duty vehicles as well. But we're also focused on some other modes, including ports, and how do we electrify everything that's happening in and around ports. We're looking at aviation and electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. And, you know, more broadly, in addition to electrification, we're thinking about all of the incentives and ways that we can both get Americans all around the country to electrify that family road trip, but also just to bring down the overall emissions of vehicles writ large, whether it's through corporate average fuel economy standards and other means.
So Secretary Buttigieg, who has a massive agenda, of course, that he is overseeing, said, and I want to make sure I quote him correctly, that we're in the middle of a heated race to win the future of electric vehicles. Where is the U.S. right now on this?
Well, look, the Secretary is very, very clear that climate resilience and addressing climate is a massive priority for the Department of Transportation, which, you know, honestly, I served, as you mentioned, previously during the Obama administration. At the time, I never would have thought of our agency as a climate agency. But if we don't tackle transportation emissions, then it's going to be too late too soon. When he's talking about the urgency, you may have heard he testified on the Hill, and he talked about it's either going to be us or it's going to be China. And we need to make the investments that we're making right now to ensure that we're not left behind, but because we have this broader responsibility globally to make sure that we're addressing emissions.
Sure. And it's a responsibility, but there's also a serious benefit coming out of this. This is going to be great for Americans. It's not just cleaner air, it's more jobs. It's good for the economy. What would it mean if we made this transition? What would it mean for the economy? What would it mean for citizens of this country?
Well, in short, it would mean hundreds of thousands of jobs, without doubt. We have already seen, because of the investments of this administration, and that includes the $7.5 billion that the president's bipartisan infrastructure law is investing in electric vehicle charging stations and a national network across the country. But it also includes all kinds of other programs that we're doing through our agency and our sister cabinet agencies to make sure that there's this just transition to this electric and clean energy future. So it'll be a lot of different jobs, and you have to look no further than the reaction that we're seeing from private sector industry right now. So we've already seen an additional $200 billion in clean energy and manufacturing investments just come pouring in as a result of some of the incentives and the programs that we have in place. And you're seeing the traditional automakers, both those that are here in the US and those that are from around the world but are producing here in the US, they are expanding their electric vehicle options at all ranges and prices. And they're also expanding the number of vehicles that they are creating.
It's fantastic because we need government. We need that policy support to be able to incentivize the private sector to do the right thing. After our chat, we're going to be bringing in an expert panel representing Polestar, representing GM, representing Zero Emissions Transportation Association, and these are passionate individuals about ensuring that we have electrification of our fleets. What can government do? What else can government do to support these companies in making these products really commercially viable?
Well, I think we're doing what we should be doing, which is we're creating programs and policies that are incentivizing investment among some of those organizations and companies that you just mentioned, but also much more broadly, right? I mean, we are doing more in this administration than anyone has ever done in the history of this country to move us towards an electric future. We're also taking a really close look at some of the policies and programs that, you know, ordinary everyday Americans might not think about, but that are critically important to make sure that we have the infrastructure that we need. For example, just yesterday, we adopted what we call a categorical exclusion for electric vehicle charging stations, which is supreme gov speak. What it basically means is that we are shortening the permitting and the processing for electric vehicle charging stations in a way that will make sure that we're getting shovels in the ground and dirt flying faster than ever before.
Well, you're in good company. I'm also from Washington, D.C., so I've come
you know
over
the lingo.
to the dark side.
It's all the acronyms.
A little bit, exactly. Yeah. So what are you hoping to see comes out of the administration in terms of the electrification agenda this year and the coming years? We have big announcements to make as we look to Dubai, COP28. Mm-hmm. What can you give us as a little bit of a teaser of what to expect?
Sure.
And what are your hopes of what will come from it?
Well, look, bottom line, we are super focused on making sure that we get those charging stations in the ground. We promised a national network of 500,000 charging stations around the country. There currently are actually just over 154,000 charging stations, but we actually need to make sure that they're working. So this is one of the reasons why last week the department announced $100 million to repair or replace those that currently exist, so that those who already have electric vehicles, it's about 7% of the fleet right now, are able to get around and feel that they can be comfortable about getting to where they want to be and not having that range anxiety, another one of these big terms that we often throw around. As we look forward to this fall and COP in the UAE, we're going to be continuing to talk to our partners and other nations across all of those different modes that I talked about, but specifically as we head in, we're going to be starting to put out some of these additional charging grants for communities and alternative fuel corridors. And so the money is going to continue to flow and the dirt's going to be flying.
Linda, I imagine you could have done many things and you chose to go into government and you chose to be in the administration. Why is this role and why is the impact that you're making through the Department of Transportation, why was that the path you chose?
Well, climate is near and dear to my heart. I'm the mother of 3, and I think pretty much every day about the kind of planet that we are leaving to them and to their own children. And as I mentioned, transportation is at the heart of how we address the current crisis that we're in. So it's been very exciting to be back, and I honestly can't imagine a more fun time to be serving in government again.
Well, thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for what you're contributing to overcoming this climate crisis. We really appreciate you.
Thank you, Shweta.
We will now bring up our industry experts to talk about how we can fast forward fossil-free transport. Joining me on stage is a fantastic panel. I have with me Albert Gore, the Executive Director of Zero Emission Transportation Association, ZETA, and the first industry-backed coalition of its kind. It is the first industry-backed coalition of its kind. We have Anissa Camadoli Costa, the Chief Sustainability Officer of Rivian. We have Kristen Seaman, the Chief Sustainability Officer and Vice President of Sustainable Workplaces at GM, General Motors, and Frederica Claren, the Head of Sustainability at Polestar. Not a bad lineup. Thank you all so much for joining me as we get into this. So, welcome. Great to have you here. I'm going to start with you, Albert. Zeta is an industry-backed coalition, and it really advocates for the full adoption of electric vehicles. So where are we with this right now, and how can we make this happen even faster?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me and on such a distinguished panel. Zeta was founded 3 years ago around a goal of 100% zero-emission vehicle sales by 2030, which is an ambitious goal. But we have made enormous progress over that time frame. Over the last 3 years, particularly since the election of President Biden, EV sales have tripled. And going back 10 years, EV sales have far exceeded even the most aggressive estimates. When the EPA was setting emission standards in 2013, they were estimating at the high end 3% zero-emission vehicle sales by 2025, and that was seen as aggressive. We've now surpassed 7% in the first half of 2023, which is a factor of really great policy and also really strong consumer demand, and a huge wave of investment in EV manufacturing and deployment in the United States. So we have a long way to go, but we have a full supply chain working really, really hard. Some states, I think, are leading the way. California surpassed 26% of new vehicle sales are EVs in Q2 of this year. And the United States will exceed 1 million EV sales this year for the first time ever. So nice. It's a great time to be in this industry and a lot of great work ahead.
It's a great time to be in transportation, for sure. And the Inflation Reduction Act has really helped speed a lot of this along. And so, Kristen, let me come to you. GM has set some really ambitious targets. How has the Inflation Reduction Act helped a company like GM?
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you also for having me here today. Great to be part of this panel. You know, we did set some really big goals back in 2021 around being carbon neutral in our products and operations by 2040 and eliminating tailpipe emissions from new light-duty U.S. vehicles by 2035. And with the IRA, it really is helping this acceleration to an all-electric future, whether it be the tax incentives for consumer purchases, or the help with R&D and manufacturing facilities, really everything that we can do to make this transition happen faster. Infrastructure changes from a charging standpoint. You know, we're doing a lot on our own to try and accelerate the transition, but we can't do it by ourselves. We really need collaborations across public and private, across with our competitors, and really working together on solutions that'll get us there faster.
Exactly. That public-private collaboration is so critical, which is why it was such a pleasure to have that conversation with Linda just before this, to showcase how we really need to work together if we're going to see these vehicles urgently make it to market. And I have two electric car companies here, which is exciting. Rivian is a young car company, and it's still relatively small, but growing. And tell us what you see as the major opportunities and advantages for accelerating to fossil-free transport.
Yeah, and thank you again. I'm really thrilled to be here on this great panel. So for those of you that might not know, Rivian was founded by RJ Scaringe, and RJ founded Rivian to focus on a fossil-free future in terms of and electrification of transport. So we're an all-electric vehicle company, as you mentioned. There are a lot of great opportunities, right? I mean, we are starting with the clean sheet. So whether you're looking at design, whether you're looking at supply chain or software, for example, and we vertically integrated our software stack, right? So from a consumer perspective, from a customer perspective, you really get an enhanced experience from end to end when you're engaging with Rivian and with our brand. And then I'd also say from a climate perspective, right, we're able to incorporate decarbonization into our business model. So for example, the Rivian charging networks run on 100% renewable energy. So a lot of opportunity ahead, and we're thrilled to be in the game.
That's awesome. And we can't just have Americans sitting here talking about governance and how the Inflation Reduction Act has helped the companies. We are a Swedish company ourselves. We don't have time. And so thrilled to bring in a European perspective on this. What do you think about the incentives that have been brought by the Inflation Reduction Act, and how has it affected competition from your vantage point?
I mean, we're seeing policy globally coming in that is more strict and that is absolutely trying to promote an acceleration of EVs, for example. But at Polestar, when we look at the type of policy that is coming in now in the EU or in the US, I don't feel it's cutting it. And I hate to be kind of putting a blanket over this, but we still see that, you know, we have to have much higher ambitions when we talk to our suppliers, for example, or to our retailers when it comes to climate and the policies is supporting us to have. We know that we stand for an impactful climate solution, but it's so underutilized. And even the policies coming in now is not promoting, you know, an adoption in the rate that we need. Only 1.5% of the global car stock is electrified. So even if sales are going through the roof, we are still not showing up in the climate crisis. And we also know what we can do to really show up as an industry. Together with Rivian, we published the Pathway Report in February, showing that there are 3 impactful levers that we can now use. We need to pull them simultaneously at the same time to make it happen, but we can use them to secure that we stay within our carbon budget in the automotive industry. And let's come back to the levers later on, maybe.
Well, let me turn to, since you mentioned it, Anissa, talk to us a little bit about this report and what that means.
Yeah, I mean, so from the Rivian perspective and clearly the Polestar perspective, we wanted to make sure that we had the data. So we independently funded this report to be commissioned by Kearney, the consulting firm. So they did this report with publicly available data. If anyone's interested, please reach out because we're happy to share. We want to be transparent. But the 3 levers, simply put, were electrification, which we all know, but not simply electrification, right, and moving to full EVs. It's also lever 2, so renewable energy, and of course decarbonizing the supply chain. And as Frederica referenced, it's really critical that it's not just 1 lever or 2 levers. We have to pull on all 3 levers really hard and as quickly as possible. And that's where, as Kristen mentioned, collaboration is key, right? Collaboration within our industry, but also outside the industry and across industries and with government and NGOs and every individual. So I think that those are the important things that we're all focused on. And at Rivian in particular, we're excited to get to work.
Nice. And just to add to that, collaboration within a very strict time frame. So we only have up until the early 2030s to really make this switch, to pull the 3 levers. So when we talk about collaboration nowadays, we can't sit and talk about stuff that will happen during the coming decades. We really have to challenge ourselves in thinking new about how we collaborate. For me, it's more about taking collective action than collaborating.
Well, because we don't have time. So count on us as a collaborator to take your messages and to push it out to those of you tuning in from around the world. I'm going to bring it back to the US, and I'm going to ask Albert, Linda and I were talking about this before the panel, which was that there's real benefits in electrification. It's going to be incredible for American citizens who will really be rewarded with more jobs and opportunities, right? So tell us a little bit from a Zeta perspective, what is it that Americans can look forward to?
Well, the jobs impact of the EV revolution is enormous. And by the Blue-Green Alliance's count, there have been 191,000 jobs in the EV industry announced since the passage of the IRA. There are tens of thousands of jobs in the manufacturing and installation of charging stations, not to mention the electricity supply industry, which today already employs over 7 million people or supports 7 million jobs. And this is going to be a really dramatic engine of growth for that industry and all of the installation of renewable energy that is coming as well, both before the IRA and accelerated by the IRA. So I think another piece that's important is where these investments are going, where this manufacturing is taking place, and it is taking place in a way that, in a very practical way. And to use two examples of companies here on this panel, I drive a Rivian. It was made in a plant that was a former internal combustion engine vehicle plant in Normal, Illinois, and in my family's home state of Tennessee in Spring Hill, through a joint venture with LG, GM is building electric vehicles in the same community where they've long built internal combustion engine vehicles before this. So it's a great example of how there are going to be a huge range of new opportunities for folks who are looking to work in this industry.
Yeah, that's incredible. And Kristen, I'm going to turn to you and ask how you think about that. And I just came back from Detroit, where I saw you at TED Countdown, and GM was everywhere, of course. And so there's a lot of opportunity for a manufacturer like GM in this transition. How do you view it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think to tie in a couple of the points that were talked about, first off, from a collaboration standpoint, Anissa and I have had many conversations of what we can do together as an industry, and I often say we need to collaborate in this space. We can compete on products and collaborate on solutions. And so whether it's the renewable energy, initiatives that are in place and our transition, and I think you're right? It's what we can do as individual companies. If you look at GM's carbon footprint, 75% of it is the customer usage of our vehicles, or Scope 3 Category 11. So our transition to an all-electric future is super important, and that's going to make the biggest difference. But we can't ignore what we have from a scale standpoint. You talked about our manufacturing facilities. So we actually, in Tennessee, we manufacture and build electric vehicles, and then we also are building battery cells. So we're manufacturing battery cells there in the joint venture. And so all of these things are helping to accelerate this transition to go as fast as possible. And we just I think we need to continue to find those solutions, work together, and make it happen.
And there's still some challenges, right, that we need to overcome. And if we share and have these conversations, we can learn from each other and speed up overcoming them.
For sure.
So Rivian, let's start with Anissa on this one. What are some of these challenges? And what can you share to those who are tuning in that might be able to learn?
Challenges more broadly in this space, or with respect to?
With respect to the acceleration of electrification.
Yeah, I mean, I think the challenges that we all share are range anxiety, right? I think that's a real thing, and being able to address that. So charging infrastructure. I think battery is something that is top of mind. Those are maybe two of the things that I think we're all talking about, certainly, and I think consumers and customers are talking about as well.
Do we have some solutions to that? Where do you come in on this, Albert?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, I think we think about charging infrastructure and the build out of the charging network as moving hand in hand with deployment of electric vehicles, and it is obviously has been a primary concern, but there's been a huge wave of investment in the manufacturing of chargers and deployment of chargers. The National Electric Vehicle Initiative is just now breaking ground on a nationwide charging network. I think in terms of battery range, we've seen unbelievable advancements. The biggest barriers in my mind are really about the degree to which there is misinformation about electric vehicles, and that quickly dissipates when people get behind the wheel, and we see when friends and neighbors and family members drive an EV, all of a sudden it's got a real powerful effect. And I think that's why we've seen such an acceleration of adoption, because it's really been pulled by strong consumer demand. So trying to make sure that we are able to get all of the information about how EVs really are much cleaner. They're much better for the environment. That's one of the main things that we hear is, are they really that much better? They're way better. They're 3 times better when you're, for on-road use. And even if you take into account all the upstream emissions from minerals and, drilling oil and delivering oil and gas, it's more than twice as good for the environment as driving a gas car. So I think getting that information out is really, really important.
I mean, I hear you. I hear all the benefits, and Europe is doing better than the U.S. on this, right? In terms of adoption of vehicles. Tell us, what can we learn from Europe? What are incentives are in place that make the adoption of electric vehicles that much higher?
I mean, in countries like Norway and Sweden, of course, the financial incentive has been so pivotal in helping the switch. In Norway, I mean, essentially no ICE cars are sold any longer. I mean, I think we're above 87%, something like that, of EV sales. So there are absolutely clear learnings that you can take from countries where we've seen an amazing acceleration and just implement. And that's kind of what is bringing me hope also. When we talk about this very tight time frame that we have, we know that we need to accelerate and we need to develop things in an exponential way. But we see that Norway, Sweden, and other countries have done this switch in just a handful of years. So it can be done, but we just have to be very clear about where we want to go as an industry and send the signal to policymakers that, you know, it's going to be about EVs. We're gonna make this transition, and you need to support it.
And if I might say, I think what's really nice as well, and you see it in the variety that we represent up here, but from a consumer perspective, there's the choice there, right? And if you start with product first, with design and craftsmanship first, which, you know, we believe we have, right? You have an easy sort of reason to make the switch from ICE to EV.
Yes, I love that. And you feel good about it too. I mean, driving these cars, it looks good, and you're doing your part. And that's something that I don't think, we're talking directly to the audience, and I hope it doesn't need to take that much convincing to choose carbon neutral milk, to choose the electric vehicle if you can. And then choose the vehicle that is talking the talk, right? And is living up to the pledges and ambitions that has been set forward. And Polestar has set some serious ambitions. So you are aiming to be climate neutral by 2040. Are you on track to achieving these goals?
Oh gosh, that's going to be, can you ask me in a couple of years? I mean, we have, like many others, set our net zero target for 2040. We've also said that we're going to halve our relative emissions, because as we're scaling and growing as a company, we want to decouple that somehow from emissions. So we are on the path of halving our emissions per sold car between 20 and 2030, and that trend is moving along nicely. We had an emissions reductions of 6 tons the last year, so per sold car. Gosh, now I don't remember the numbers anymore.
It's okay.
6%, sorry. And we've also said, so all of our car programs, we have carbon budgets for them. That is, if we meet those targets, we will meet our net zero targets. We have a mitigation plan. We've also said that we're going to deliver a car that is zero in carbon budget by 2030, the Polestar Zero, which is now supported by an engineering project called Polestar Zero Project. Coming back to the value of EVs, I mean, innovation, the value of the innovation that we can extract from setting these types of climate targets, figuring out how to produce all of the ingoing components, the 30,000 plus parts in a car in a climate neutral way, will drive amazing innovation and business value. So we're very open about this project. We would love for others to get on board. We have 30 partners already now, but
please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to add, you know, and I think it goes again to the collaboration and the industry impact, right? I mean, one of the things we did is we issued a ESG supplier pledge. And so we asked our suppliers to sign on for their own carbon neutral goals and also their an EcoVadis score, so from a human rights perspective and all of that. But I think what's really important there is it really starts to snowball the effect. And so what we're seeing is not only are our suppliers signing on, but they're asking their suppliers to sign on. And that doesn't just help General Motors, it helps the industry. And so it enables us to get even faster to that. No different than what we're seeing from a renewable energy standpoint. I mean, all of us to get to zero, need the grid to be decarbonized. Yeah. So we need to work together on adding additionality from a renewable energy standpoint, working with utilities to really accelerate their decarbonization strategies. And that's, again, it's going to help us, it's going to help our suppliers, it's going to overall be a solution for everyone.
Sure. And Anissa, please jump in, of course.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think we're all speaking to this, but we're really on a journey, right? We're on our individual journeys, so to speak, within our institutions, our companies, but we're on a journey together, and then the whole world is changing and evolving and moving so rapidly, and so we've got to be adjusting, and hopefully that adjustment means actually moving further, faster together, right, and focusing on how we can even look past legislation as a low bar, right, but how can we continuously lead and go beyond legislation that is being crafted and created in a really impactful way. And I think making sure, as you referenced, but I mean, for us, as we look at energy, making sure that we've got climate, conservation, and community, right? People at the center of the way that we are working is going to be critical and really important.
So Albert, how are these companies doing? And across your alliance, all the companies that are part of Zeta, who's doing well, and what are you hoping to see happen industry-wide?
Well, you know, Zeta's a unique and diverse coalition of companies. So we span, you know, 5 different industries, plus a few. But what is the unifying principle for all of our work is moving as quickly as possible to zero emission transportation, light duty, medium, and heavy duty. And I think one of the things that I'm most proud of is the work that we've done to try to support the policy work that has been done by the EPA this year across both light duty and light and medium duty and heavy duty. And I think, you know, it is it's really important to show our work and show that not only is it feasible to deploy zero-emission vehicles on that timeline, it's actually possible to move even more quickly. But what EPA did was, you know, with its mandate to protect public health, they set what they believed were achievable emissions reductions targets. And electric vehicles are the most viable technology that's on the market today. And what we set out to show is across the mineral sector, the battery sector, EV manufacturing, battery recycling, charging network deployment, and electricity supply. All the companies across all those sectors stand ready to deliver on that timeline. And so I think it's important to defend that policy and to start executing on it, because it is, you know, it still is short of what some of the other countries in Europe that are a bit smaller, a bit different geographically. You know, in the United States, there are still many states where the majority of new vehicles sold are trucks, and with, you know, glad there are such great electric trucks coming out. But it's you know, it's a big lift, but it really also involves a lot of opportunity. And so for folks who have spent their lives doing engineering, working on extraction of one kind or another, or installation, there are all of those jobs in the EV supply chain and in the electricity sector. So I think seeing it as an opportunity and defending that opportunity in the United States' role in leading, you know, in the future is really, really important.
So thank you for your work in policy, because that had been a blocker for some time, and now we're getting to the point where we're seeing an acceleration to electrification because of the policy work that has come out of the US and around the world. But what are some of the other blockers? What are in the last couple minutes that we have, I'd love to get each of you to tell me and our audience what the challenges that we could also have a call to action to support and help overcome. If I can start with you, Fredrika.
Well, I think we've described many of the blockers already now, but I would like to end with bringing in something that I feel is so pressing that we talk about here during Climate Week, and that's the fact that fossil fuels are being subsidized so heavily still, and that is actually counteracting the EV transition as well in so many ways. And somehow I don't see that we are actually pointing to this from the industry enough, and I would love to see us really trying to engage with policymakers now so that they can be brave enough in putting in place other incentives that are truly supporting the green transition.
Thank you. Well, our audience will definitely hear that.
I would say, again, we've talked about some of the challenges. I think the opportunity is, GM and others are, we're going to have a whole portfolio of vehicles that cover the needs of, regardless of what type of vehicle you drive today, affordable, family, trucks, something that everybody can live in an EV. And I think that adoption and acceptance and customers experiencing it starts with the product and having great products that people want to drive.
Awesome. Thank you. Anissa?
I would agree. In all honesty, I think it's been said. I would just maybe underscore the collective action part and the time frame. I think that we all enjoy working together, but we're also going to be looking forward to the day when we're focusing on other issues.
Perfect. Albert, final thoughts, please.
I would ask people if you hear anybody saying that EVs aren't as clean as gas cars, or that there's not going to be enough charging infrastructure, or that the grid can't handle all of the new load from EVs, or that this transition is going to benefit other countries more than it benefits the United States. You can go to zeta2030.org and learn what we have to say on the topic, but the facts are on your side, and it's really important to get that information out. And you should feel really confident in saying that none of those things are true, and be a part of this movement.
So Albert's call to action is fact check. Thank you so much, panelists. I really appreciate you contributing to our We Don't Have Time broadcast, Climate Week New York. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will now hand it over to my colleague Nick Nuttall for a session on how art can play a vital role in speeding up the transition to a more sustainable society.
A wise person once said, "Science tells us what we need to do, but it is art that makes us want to do it." This is what this panel discussion will focus on: how art can touch and move us in a way that science hardly ever can, and how this can lead to real change. It's my pleasure to welcome, actually all on Zoom, Alison Tickell, coming in from Oxford in the United Kingdom. She's the founder and director of Julie's Bicycle, which among many things has played a pivotal role in bringing climate and environmental issues into the funding flows of the UK art scene. We've also got Andrew Potts, who is based in the US, working at the intersection of climate change, the arts and culture. He's the Heritage and Climate Action Advisor to Europa Nostra and the European Heritage Hub. Then we've got Love Seeger, a contemporary artist, musician, producer and climate justice activist, who is also based in London and has a Ugandan heritage, actually. He's the original frontman and songwriter of Grammy-winning Clean Bandit, but he's now doing something with has been doing something with the Philharmonia, so we'll talk about that a little bit in a moment. And Thomas Sarancino, who's Argentinian-born, a Berlin-based artist now, whose projects consist of floating sculptures, international collaborations, and interactive installations that propose and dialogue with forms of inhabiting and sensing the environment that have been suppressed by the capital Ocene era. You've heard of the Anthropocene? This is the capital Ocene. So that's a new concept altogether. Alison, hello.
Hello.
Hello. I know you're an artist yourself, a trained cellist, yeah? But you have an extraordinary career, not least in the area of getting the government's Art Council in the UK to link the funding of projects with climate and environmental commitments by art institutions. Tell us how you pulled this off, and what do you think the impact has been?
First of all, I didn't pull it off, Nick. It was the combined effort of many of us.
Okay.
Yeah, it was very clear. So it actually its origins go back to the 2008 UK Climate Act, which was a bit of a lightning rod. I think probably many people will have felt that moment. Around 2007, 2008, when a lot was changing. And we, Julie's Bicycle, my organization, and other organizations and people in the UK launched a very concerted effort to lobby and persuade and cajole the national funding body, Arts Council England, to take climate change much more seriously. And what we did was we persuaded them that actually data matters by proving that 100 organizations that were really key to their portfolio were actually using data, saving money, but more importantly, actually bringing down their greenhouse gas emissions. And we also got lots of voices from the sector to speak to them, big voices. We made a very strong case that the UK arts community really wanted to take action, and that actually without supporting them, they were actually they were not doing their duty by the arts. So in 2012, Arts Council England made environmental reporting and a policy and an action plan a requirement for receiving funding from Arts Council England. So that's what happened. It was a game changer, actually, although now we're quite used to data. At the time, we wanted to make the case that actually data was a really helpful tool, not just in terms of bringing down greenhouse gas emissions by understanding what the issues were, but by lifting up climate to become an organizational priority. And it's created a kind of magic, because what it's done is by enabling a whole sector to work together and to collaborate together from all sorts of different regions, different organizational types, creative activities. What it's done is to ignite a really exciting movement. It's really mobilized creativity, collaboration, the kinds of issues that were being discussed in the previous conversation about how we work together, as well as created a new accountability trail across the sector. And that's had a magic way beyond the nuts and bolts of reporting. It's created a very different context, of course, not on its own, but it has had a pivotal effect, not just also in the UK now, but I think more and more, and this isn't just this program, it's a lot of dynamics that are going on all over the world, but there's a huge amount of interest actually now in how to develop sector-wide transformation, working with culture, because culture is a bit of a superpower in the context of climate.
Okay, let's hold it there, Alison. Thank you. We'll come back to you. Let me go to Andrew Potts. You're working at the nexus of heritage and climate change, but also now very much with a focus on the global United Nations climate process, which is kind of interesting. And tell us a little bit about what was achieved at the last UN climate conference in Egypt, COP27, and then maybe go into why is it important to anchor heritage, culture, and the arts in the official UN process? Let's keep this tight as well, Andrew, because we have a tight session. We've got Love Seeger as well, and we've got Thomas as well. So, yeah, go ahead. I can't actually hear you, Andrew. Maybe you're muted. Anybody checking Andrew's sound system? Anybody checking Andrew's sound system? Okay. All right. Andrew, I can't hear you. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stop it right there, and I'm going to come back to you. Love Seeger. Hello. Can you hear us?
Hi.
Yeah,
Hi.
fantastic.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
So,
wonderful.
Seeger, I listened to some of your music that you've created, especially a track about air pollution, which was super cool. Do you think that music and the arts generally can shift thinking on climate and environmental issues, including those responsible for taking the decisions, like governments, like local authorities? How can you influence the wider world?
Well, I think it's absolutely. I think sometimes we conveniently forget the past, but when you look at even dictatorships, what's the first thing they do? They make sure they get the fashion right with their uniform. You know, they make sure they get their slogans right. They make sure they get the music right. So I work with Philharmonia, an international orchestra, and when we look even with national anthems, when you're setting up countries, so culture, everybody knows that culture, always, be it music, being fashion, being the visual side of things, is so potent and it's so powerful. What I've been doing and what I've been attempting to do is when you want to give a voice to different people. So in the United Kingdom, we have our politicians saying, this is the will of the people, or this is what the people want, or these are the decisions. But how do we know that? We can do it. We can wait democratically every 5 years or so to get an election, and hopefully there's going to be an election very soon in the UK. Or you can create some art which people can respond to. So with working with Philharmonia, I then had Live and Breathe, a project in inner city London, where again, it's writing music with a classical orchestra who have 3,000 people going through their doors every Thursday at Royal Festival Hall, and then taking it to the black and brown communities and saying, here's the music for you to respond to a call for clean air. And now you can put your voice to that. And they can do that within 3 minutes or so. And then we can put it, then it's up to the artist to then say, okay, how do we shoot this in the best way? And how do we make it attractive? Where do we put up billboards? Where do we do all of these other different interventions? And that can get the voice out of that person. And now we have the internet, people can go and see what people are saying. And then the government has to then respond to that, because now we are showing you using art, what people think. And it's so powerful. In the United Kingdom, we have the top 10 visitor attractions have more than 2 million people going through every year. The top 20, over 1 million people going through the doors every year. Why would we not use this?
Yeah, got you. Andrew, I just want to inform you that according to our tech people, you have muted yourself.
Am I still muted?
No, there you go. I heard you right there. That's fantastic, Andrew. Let's flip back to you, Andrew, again. Tell us about what happened with cultural heritage and its links to the arts at UN Climate Conference in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt.
Yeah, with pleasure. I mean, we've already heard, even just with Love and Allison's interventions, about the power of culture as a component of transformative climate action. And this isn't just the viewpoint of culture lovers. We know this from climate science. In the most recent round of IPCC reports, the AR6 makes clear that the sociocultural dimension is an enabling condition of 1.5 degree pathways and an enabling condition of climate resilient sustainable development. Like other enabling conditions, finance, technology, and yet we see a lot of finance and technology attention from climate policy and a lot of funding of climate and of finance and technology based solutions, but not of culture based solutions. And so for some time now, people who are aware of this problem have made the argument to the folks who design climate policy that they have to pay attention to the sociocultural enabling conditions of transformative climate action, have to pay attention to arts, culture, and heritage. And we did have some progress on this at prior COPs, including last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, where we got some small but important references in the critical context of loss and damage, and also the global goal on adaptation to culture. But what we consistently see is that we don't get a breakthrough. We don't get a breakthrough where culture is valued as a pillar of climate action the way other enabling conditions like finance, like technology are. Why? Well, for a very simple reason. There's a list of what the elements of climate policy are supposed to be embedded in law, embedded in policy, and that list does not include the word culture. And so what we're trying to do at COP28 in Dubai is get a political decision out of the COP, a so-called joint work decision that would direct the UNFCCC, the secretariat there of the UN Climate Agency and its expert bodies to take on board culture as a key component of climate policy, which hopefully will create entry points for the work of Love, for the work of Thomas, for the work of Allison, will value their work in funding frameworks, and will help us finally scale out culture-based climate action and realize its potential.
Yeah. Okay, let's flip over to Thomas before we can have a bit more of a free little chat. So Thomas, I was reading about some of your amazing floating structures and installations. If I understand correctly, you're trying to reignite humanity's senses to the environment that has been blunted or suppressed by capitalism and what you now call the Capitalocene era, yeah? Now, can you describe then, maybe just for the audience, one of your works, for example, that brings that sort of, capturing the senses back? I mean, you can choose yourself, but I did read about the Erosine Foundation and some of these. Just give us some idea, something that we can hold on to and think about for a second.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Is working the microphone?
Yes, you're working, and I can also see a little dog with an umbrella up its nose. So I wasn't quite sure which one was Thomas,
You see, when you say humanity, we have to include also other beings that are not only humans. And I think so that's part of the work. But also, when we talk about humanity, sometimes what I have been fascinated during the last years of my work is really about cultures which sometimes are not regarded as humans and are really treated as non-humans. Beside also thinking about the non-human that the small dog is accompanying her here. And this is what I'm thinking about more about culture, which represent today 5% of the population of the entire world, who are able to maintain and sustain 80% of the biodiversity on the planet Earth. This means sometimes when we talk about all this green energy transition, sometimes we forgot from where lithium is coming, for example. And this means one of the, when I heard all the panel before, is when we think about the transition is by who benefit and who is benefiting from this transition. This means I've been working for many years now in Argentina, in the north, where lithium is extracted in the region of Jujuy, and we know that more than 46% of the lithium resources are the triangle of lithium between Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile. And this is a place where the global north keep using policies, extractivist methods, and destroying cultures which exactly know how to live on the planet Earth with the diversity that humanity needed. And this means over there we have been lifting up a sculpture and we have been breaking 32 world record of the more sustainable flight on human Earth, making a balloon basically that is able only to fly with the sun, without lithium, without solar panels, and was written huge in the sculpture, water and life is much more worth than lithium, written by the 33 indigenous community who live in the region. This means sometimes, it's a little bit about the work is how we can come all together and try to think that justice is the best technology. And today will be lithium, a green energy transition. Tomorrow there will be another demand, but there is no world, as many activists say, if we don't stop a certain habit of hyper-consumerism from the global north.
Right. And you brought your art now, you're based in Berlin. Do you see any difference between the way culture is valued in Germany versus Argentina, or is it the same story, that we're living in the Capitalocene and it's a bit blind to the cultures that have actually, in a sense, shaped the living conditions of what is planet Earth today?
Yeah, what I will say is like, this is what I can say in the exhibition we just recently had in Serpentine and in the United Kingdom, is really this relationship of how this community that have been encountered through the years, they really have it's not that they don't use technology, but their face time, at the end of the day, how many hours they spend with technology is very different than the relationship that we have. And this means, it's like, it's really, they have also cars and they have a certain way, but the lifestyle that they maintain and they sustain is very different. The decision that they make within the community, the assemblies that they have, the way, and this means what they are claiming, saying, look, we have a way of organizing ourselves that is much more older than the 200 years Argentinian government and the 500 years before Colón arrived to South America. Let us live in peace and let us maintain our culture and the way that we know how to sustain and maintain this diversity and biodiversity that today science tell us exactly what I have said at the beginning. It's 5% of the population who exactly know how to live. It means let's not think that green technology or electric cars will modify their lifestyle. In this case, we have to learn from them in how to live more sustainable.
Yeah, when people talk about sustainable transport, they rarely mention walking. There's no way you can make money out of walking. It's just something we all do. Yeah. Alison, let's come back to you. So, in a sense, what you achieved there was to actually get the institutions that are actually working in the area of arts, so it could be theatre or music or whatever, to actually green their systems, as it were. And you and others working hard with the Arts Council in England. I know you've been bringing some of these ideas across to Europe. But it's sometimes more difficult in Europe because it's quite easy in England because you've got one responsible body, but in a company like Germany, you've got different responsible bodies. And this is about how things get coordinated. This is the network that delivers. And sometimes the network is very broad. Do you find that in other parts of the world that you've been working in, it's tougher to break down the system that positively works against cooperation on something as straightforward as let's green the arts, right? Let's decarbonize the arts.
Well, obviously, the one size does not fit all in a simplistic sense. So and if it were that easy, we might be a bit further on. We do have the framework of 1.5, and we've got an awful lot of understanding about that. But I think that the key, and just to finish on that, there's a huge amount of interest now and commitment to understanding what it is that overarching strategic bodies can do. That has really changed. There are two things I just wanted to point out on that. One is that cultural policy very often does valorize social inclusion. This speaks a bit to Thomas's and to Sega's point. Social inclusion, that it valorizes coming together, cultural democracy, rights-based work. All of these are climate, they're climate themes. So I think that there's a lot of discussion at the moment. But whatever happens, it really does need to be appropriate to the place in which it is made. So there isn't one size fits all. But we do have 1.5. We do also have now the 30 by 30 biodiversity framework. But it will look very different in different places. And just one point to make on that, which is Thomas's point about climate justice. I think it doesn't take very long to work in this space to understand that actually there is no conflict between climate 1.5 work and centering climate justice as an absolutely critical thematic across culture. Culture is all about climate justice. And we need to recognize that in our national policy frameworks. We need to recognize it in our local and our place-based work, that actually if we don't center justice, and I include in that not just indigenous communities, which are, as Thomas said, these are people with massive capacity to steward and to whom we need to learn. But also, as Sega was talking about the injustice that exists in all our societies about who actually gets to have access to green spaces or access to clean technologies. If we can bring together issues around inclusion, justice, care, stewardship, biodiversity into this broad area of culture, whether that be through the arts, the creative community, creative industries, or indeed heritage, which is why the point that Andrew is making is so critical. I am absolutely sure we will get much further in our ambitions because people will be at the center of climate policy, not technologies, not only finance, not just politics. It's about people on the ground and how we feel about ourselves.
Got you. So, Andrew, culture, heritage, arts, we already know that culture and heritage and arts, it's not just the built stuff, it's also the natural world. A beautiful mountain for something is part of somebody's culture, right? And heritage as well. If we lose the ice, we lose the snow. If you come from a part of the world where snow and ice is important for your family, it connects you to the past, it connects you to the present, but you're losing a future. We know there is some depression in some of the northern countries from the loss of those. So it's the natural world as well. How can we bring, who are you calling on to support bringing culture more closely into the UN process? Who's supporting it right now, and who do you need to get on board to actually make a difference?
Well, I completely agree with you about the diversity of ways that culture intersects with climate action, and the points the other speakers have made. Heritage gives us a picture of how we lived before we were addicted to fossil fuels. Arts has the power to challenge existing mindsets. Maybe most powerfully are the knowledge systems, the value systems, the cosmologies of communities that were never co-opted by take, make, waste systems that gave us climate change. So these are all the people that need to be brought into the table. Of course, the culture sector is going to advocate for itself. And so first and foremost, we're trying to organize the culture sector behind this campaign. And that is all these dimensions, from craft and creative industries to performing arts, to archaeology, to monuments, very inclusive in that way. But we need also allies. We need allies from the environment and climate world who understand that, as the IPCC says, culture is a critical enabling condition to 1.5 degree pathways. So we need them to help us help them to bolster our climate action system is failing. We're going to be announcing on October 16th, Allison and I are involved in this, others, a global campaign to mobilize people behind the idea of a political decision at COP28, asking the UNFCCC to finally put culture at the heart of climate policy.
Okay. Siga, just coming back to you, I mean, it's quite a change from being a rap singer to working with the Philharmonia at the Royal Festival Hall or whatever it is in London, right? Was that a cultural shock for you?
Well, no, like Alison, probably worse. I played the cello. I learned the cello at school. So it was nice to come back. But I think that's the point behind everything. We're in a world which is siloed because of capitalism. If you silo something, you can pigeon somebody into a box and say, you can't speak on this issue, or you can't make this music, or you can't make this art. So that's the exciting thing where you then, and what we're seeing is that these big cultural institutions or organizations, whether it's Serpentine Galleries, whether it's Philharmonia, they have individuals, they have people there who are also human and see climate catastrophe, who can see what's happening in Libya, who can see what's happening with the forest fires. And they're saying, how can we use our skills to take part, to raise our own voices? And in what way? What is your tool? So it might be music, it might be art, it might be videography. So that is the main thing where we just need more of that. And I think if everybody can see what is happening, then you can see that there's a groundswell. South Bank Centre, one of the biggest art centre in Europe, collective art centre in Europe, they just had Planet Summer, which I had a few little small involvements in. But then that's their whole summer, saying with programming, how can we bring hope in a time of crisis? Yes, we have crisis, but how do you have hope? Because that's the other thing that the arts can do, is to bring hope to people.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, I'm so sorry. I've just hit the 0 second mark on the monitor here. I'm going to have to wrap up. This is a longer conversation, clearly, than just the minutes that we've had. And I think you're all doing fantastic work. And I know there's a lot of other people doing fantastic work. We need the arts. We need culture. We need to change people's minds and perceptions. I hope that we can get you back on for a longer discussion at COP28. With other colleagues too, but I really have to shut it down here and move on to our next guest, who has a strong connection with the arts as well. So please keep watching the show for the next few minutes. Thanks very much. Bye. We're going to in the most fitting way with a live performance from a very interesting and wonderful artist who draws inspiration from a range of styles and disciplines while exploring unsung intersections of humankind and the natural world. Based in Washington Heights but of Thai-Swedish descent, Sirintip has shared her unique sound on more than 30 releases and is currently on tour promoting her new album Carbon, which kind of is a bit of a giveaway about what the topic is. But she will perform from the song from her album Aki, one of the tracks. This song is inspired by and reflects at the end air pollution data from air pollution in Bangkok. Very pleased to have you here, Sirintip. It's over to you.
Thank you so much. She's staring at the little city
city on a glass floor and high tide. She's reminiscing on what future life would feel like. The concrete has these streets seeking fire. Must believe her heartbeat, her gold mine. Open up the sky at her command. She's coming far away where nothing turns to sand. She's waiting, if only she knew, to see what is true, the truth to a fog, her own monologue. If only she could, I know that she would. She knows that she can, the world's in her hand. It's hard to see the edge, but still she can't imagineความฝัน. Somewhere inside there is a voice that wants to scream out. The concrete has these streets seeking flight. Must believe her heartbeat, her gold mine. Open up the sky at her command. She's coming far away where nothing turns to sand. She's waiting, if only she knew, to see what is true, the truth to a fog, her own monologue. If only she could, I know that she would. She knows that she can, the world's in her hand.
Thank you.
If we want people to act and react to the climate emergency, they first need to learn about it, obviously. But how do we get this message across in a divided society? What is the key to success and to failure? And is it true that the messenger is sometimes more important than the message? Here with me now to talk about this are three very distinguished guests. Please welcome on stage Jen Padalecki, founder of Town. Jen is an actress and an activist, best known for her starring roles on ABC Family's Wildfire and CW's legendary series Supernatural. And currently she's on the hit CW show Walker. Jen co-founded Town with the intention to create a space that embraces the tenets of sustainability in an honest and attainable way. Charlie Capon is the co-founder of Town, as well as a published author and digital entrepreneur who uses humor and technology to build communities seeking solutions to planetary and personal challenges facing the world today. Also co-founder of Town, Kelly Mickey, whose career as an award-winning journalist has included Self Magazine, Elle, Women's Health, and many more. So, thrilled to have you all here. Thank you so much for joining us in studio. Let's get to it. You've been part of launching this initiative. Why did you do it?
Well, first of all, I just have to say thank you so much for having us. This is a really big moment, and we feel so lucky to be here amongst so many amazing stewards of this planet. So thank you. But I really started Town, the inception was really when I started having children. When I started having kids, I started to reflect a lot on my own upbringing and my background. I had such a cool experience where, you know, the outdoors and nature was really my playground. And when I started having kids, I was thinking about what I was leaving behind for them and for their kids. And I'm looking around, and as anybody who's watching who's a parent, often the things that we use as a parent are of convenience, they're single use, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm a huge waster, and you know, what are some things and resources that I could use to help me be a better steward of the planet, be more sustainable? And I was really struggling to find things that made sense for me in my lifestyle. I'm a mom, I'm a partner to my wonderful husband, Jared Padalecki. We live a busy life, and I needed something that was realistic and easy for me to do. And it was either a doom or gloom or all or nothing in statistics in a language that was hard for me to understand. And so I got together with my best friend, Kelly Mickle, who is an award-winning journalist and a total badass. And I put our heads together along with Charlie Capon, and we decided to, we found Town, which is stands for Take Only What We Need. And it's a platform for people and planet, that intersection, and to uplift companies and resources and people in the space that are doing things really well, and get it out into the world. Also, you know, showcasing where we're doing, you know, trying things in the sustainable field and where we're failing, and you know, in an honest, approachable way.
I love it. It's approachable, and you're attracting audiences that you have on through your platforms, and we need to have everybody's voice part of the conversation. So it's so critical that you did this, and the climate community really appreciates it. We need it. We also need humor. So talk to me a little bit, Charlie, about why, you know, a lot of this climate science, and me, I'm guilty of this, I'm part of this community. We do talk a lot about the negative impacts of climate and the bleak future if we don't act now. But ultimately, it's humor that really works and draws people in and gets them excited about contributing their part and role. So why did you choose humor?
Well, why choose humor? I think I see humor as sort of, when doctors go in to do the surgery, they use anesthesia. Humor can get in ways that I think sometimes cynicism and fear, while motivating, humor can cross boundaries, connect people together. It can also teach us things. So for the past decade and a half, I've used humor to speak to fathers about, their emotions, their needs. I've mobilized people through play around the world through a game that, helped raise millions of dollars. I think there's a place for cynicism. There's a place for dire messaging. We need to know, we're at a tipping point. But I think the long-term sustainable sort of strategy is humor and joy and play. Having a reason, to want to live and survive is as important as knowing what we need to change right now.
I love it. The behavioral scientist in me is so happy. This is like an application of social science, and we need to do more of it. We have to act urgently, and that's why you joined this initiative as well, Kelly. Tell us what brought you to this, what attracted you to this idea.
Yeah, I think for me, coming from a journalism background, at some point you sort of realize that for young people today, they're not going to traditional media sites like newspapers and magazines to get information anymore. And they are going to TikTok and Instagram. And so journalism really does, people like myself need to be on those platforms to make sure that people are getting credible information. And so for us, it was really important to make sure that the information that our followers are getting is accurate, and that they are also getting it in a way that speaks to them in their lives. And I was an editor at Self Magazine. I was a health editor there for 8 years, and a lot of my role there was to take really dense scientific information and give it to them in a way that made sense, and also gave them actionable tips that they could use in their real lives. And that's really what we're trying to do with Town, is here's all these scary news headlines about what's happening to the planet, but then what do I do with that? And so for us, we're really trying to give them actionable advice that they can use in their daily lives.
Well, I'm going to come to this question. I'm going to ask all of you to give some action takeaways for our global audience that's tuning in from around the world. And we're doing our part to communicate. We're bringing credible actors onto, by actors I mean, you're an actor, but all actors across the spectrum that are working in climate. And we're supporting them communicating steps that need to be taken. And now that's our role. And you, Jen, are doing this in unexpected ways to unexpected audiences and bringing them in through them being part of your fan base. So talk to us a little bit about how you're able to reach these different audiences that may not otherwise tune in to climate conversations. I know you're speaking at the Fank Salt Lake comic convention later this week, so can we bring them all in?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a storyteller, and with those stories, you get to, have wonderful people that hopefully watch, and I have a wonderful fan base, and people continue to watch my stories, and I think they get to follow along, and I've created a platform, and it's grown, and so with that now I'm starting to weave in my own life and lifestyle, and it's kind of like a wavelength or a sort of language, and I think by sharing more about my life and being honest about the trials and tribulations, again, like I said, I'm curious at at my core, and I'm not perfect in this space, and I keep trying to build upon that, and so I'm trying to showcase that as much as possible in my feed and Instagram feed and stuff. For example, building a garden. I nerd out with soil health and where my food comes from and the travel, the time it takes for our food to get to our plate. And I love showing that to our kids. And so being able to grow a garden and use those, fruits and vegetables from our garden into, our home is something that's been really fun. And then sharing that and then getting feedback from this wonderful fan base who is now following along, has been super vocal about your platform, and we don't have time, and it's so cool to grow and build this community and the excitement, and
that's awesome. You're using your skills, you're contributing your part. And Charlie, you have some cool skills too. You're a digital entrepreneur. How have you used your knowledge to build communities, to spread this message?
Well, I think the intersection between a passion and a purpose is really important. So this next half of my life, I only really want to be working on projects like that. I think with environmentalism, we need to start where we are. We need to take incremental progress and let go of some of the perfectionism, some of the anxiety around it. For me, as an entrepreneur, someone who's been working for 2 decades in a digital space, I think we need to create communities that really foster that progress over perfection. I think we say that a lot with Town. We want to create a space for everybody to come, to share, regardless of background. I think the other piece of it for me, just seeing lots of audiences and building lots of audiences over the years, is we need to step outside our bubble and speak to people who aren't like us and learn from other people who are not like us. Indigenous cultures, people in different sort of economic statuses. We have to be thinking about the broader picture and then remove out some of the perfectionism and obsession with doing everything exactly one way, because one size does not fit all. So if we can just do a little bit better, and a little bit better, and then that will bring our awareness up, and then we can look at the bigger picture, which is corporations and countries and legislation that really are the big club to swing.
Oh, this is music to my ears. This is exactly it. And you're really doing your part. You're really drawing in audiences, and you're using your knowledge and skills to get the message out so that people can really secure their futures ultimately, right? That's what we're trying to achieve here. And we could potentially, we could spread out a little bit more. I think this is something that frustrates me, Kelly, and tell me if you think about this too. Is the media covering this enough? We hear about it somewhat in mainstream media, but we need organizations like ours to really reach consumers of this content where they are on YouTube or Spotify or LinkedIn or whatever it might be. But what about more unexpected publications like Vogue or Condé Nast? Tell us how we could bring those outlets in to this fold.
Yeah, I think the mainstream publications have gotten much better. You see Washington Post, New York Times is covering this way more often than they used to. I do think you are seeing it in some of the general interest magazines more. Unfortunately, they are there are fewer of them now than there used to be. I also think that this is going to be about a public demand for it. I think, 10 years ago when magazines, wellness magazines like Self, Shape, you looked at the fitness content or lifestyle content in those magazines and it was all very thin models, and now you see a lot more body types represented. And I think that was a result of the body positivity movement and a public that had sort of a change in perception of what was acceptable and sort of pressuring those magazines to represent other body types. And I think that there needs to be sort of a shift, a cultural shift that pressures the magazines to change, just like we need that pressure to get the government to change, for companies to change. And I think that's sort of our goal with Town, is to kind of encourage this grassroots movement to create that cultural shift that will then kind of build on to a larger movement.
Yeah.
Definitely, and we don't want to blame people, right? We don't want to shame anyone. We still have to live our lives.
Yeah.
And for the rest of the world that hasn't even experienced energy the way that the West has, they deserve to be able to, flip a light switch on in their lives. That there's still people that have never even been able to do that. So how do we bring populations on board? How do we get them to change their lifestyles without shaming them in the process?
Well, I think everyone's temperature is so different, and that's what is a big thing with Town, is that everyone's ability to shift and change and what they can do where they are. And so I think incrementally, as a collective, if we could come together and just do a little bit and a little bit, and like Kelly's saying, like if we all watch each other and build upon that, and then have the policies change and the big corporations change. But, I think we don't all have to do the same thing. You could be the best recycler, but, we all have to just do our part in whatever that looks like and model that.
And what are you hoping, Charlie, to achieve through this effort, through Town? How do we bring people on board, and how do we not shame them in the process?
Sure. I think Town, the motif of it is a community at its heart. The discussion, the discourse, and then talking about products and talking about people doing great things. I think, there's a cynical part of me and there's an optimistic part of me. And I think if I can merge those two into like kind of a cynical optimist that sees the challenges ahead of us, is not Pollyanna about that, but also really focuses on our reason to exist. And the more I understand this space, the more I realize that it's not one kind of person that needs to be there. I need to learn from a sustainable hunter about why they care about the environment. I need to understand from a farmer who's, wanting to do better and create regenerative agriculture. I think you can go as deep as you want to go, as long as we're all taking steps, as long as we're all trying to do better and be better. I think at the end of the day, the biggest thing for me is to create an environment where we realize that we're not separate from the earth, that the earth's health and our health are intrinsically linked. So as long as we start marrying those concepts together and take care of ourselves and the planet at the same time, then you can care about nothing environmental and still do well, and you can care about everything environmental and then realize you have to take care of yourself so you can be a good steward.
I mean, I'm smiling because it seems so obvious, right?
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing that you would think would be inherent in us humans, but somehow we've managed to destroy our planet in the process of wanting to do good for ourselves and our future generations. And as a parent, right, and thinking about what the planet is going to look like for your children, what is it that you want to impart to them so that they do a little bit better, so they are true environmental stewards?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that we have one planet. This is our community. Whether we agree with each other or disagree with each other, we all live here and we're all part of this community.
There's no planet B.
There's no planet B. There isn't. And so, bridging that gap and that barrier and coming together regardless of what community we're from or what party we agree with, but to be stewards of this planet and nurture our community and to be a good role model and always give back and be great stewards.
Well,
take only what we need.
It sounds like you're exactly, and it sounds like you're doing that, and the education component of showing children where their food comes from. I mean, that's so critical and that's really key. And so, how do we get more people to do that have your background, Kelly. So those that are writing, right? Those that are reporting, they can really come into the fold. They can share these ideas. They can contribute to the awareness and education of the next generation. What do you hope to see happen there?
I mean, I would love to see more local stories. I think that people care about these issues when they see how it affects them personally. And we were talking about this the other day that, even someone who may not believe in climate change, if suddenly their local beach closes because of pollution, then they're going to care about clean water. And so if you have local reporters covering local stories and people are understanding how these climate issues are actually affecting them and their lives or the people close to them, I think that it makes it feel more real and it makes people care about these issues more. The problem is a lot of these local news organizations are not being well funded right now, and a lot of people are being laid off. So I do think that's a major hurdle, I feel like, for covering this topic, is that there is a bit of a crisis in the journalism world of getting it funded. But I think that covering these local stories is really important, and covering them in a way that young people are going to see them. So going to TikTok and Instagram, where the young people are and where they're going to see and engage with these topics, is really crucial.
Exactly. Meeting consumers of this
Where they
content
are.
where they are.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. And so in the couple minutes we have left, I would love for you to give us a call to action. What is it that the audience that's tuning in can do? What is it that you're asking them to do? What are you hoping to achieve with this? Let me start with you, Jen.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, follow us at Town, but also, just be curious. If something, doesn't feel right in the sustainability world, look to another peer or a mentor. Always ask questions and find what's right for you, but just always try to be a little bit better for our planet. Vote on
That's
policy.
the big one. I'm from Washington, D.C. I mean, it's basically my rally cry.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree.
Charlie?
I think one of the things that we talk about a lot with Town is putting on your oxygen mask first. If you're not taking care of yourself, and there are ways to take care of yourself that also take care of the planet, if you're not taking care of yourself so you can be a better steward, you're not becoming the warrior for the planet that we need. So taking care of yourself, resting, doing all these things that we also talk about, and also a lot of these things are nature-based. Going out into nature, grounding, those kinds of things are so powerful. And so let nature be, your medicine if you need it, and also be unafraid to go out there into the world and try one new thing, talk to someone who isn't like you,
Amazing.
So that find out.
I love that. Thank you. Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the classic, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. I think the whole reason we started this was because we felt very intimidated by the green space, that we weren't green enough, we weren't knowledgeable enough, but we wanted to learn more and we wanted to participate, and we knew a lot of other people that were like us that wanted to as well. And so I think just, it's okay to just be trying your best, and if you fail sometimes, that's okay. Keep trying.
No, absolutely. We do not have to be perfect in this. We need to move. We can break a few things along the way. It's one of those cases where it's acceptable.
Yes.
It's the future of humanity at stake. So thank you all so much. Last question. This is more like a vote now. Okay. You've met so many great people along the way, and I'm sure it's driven your passion, and you're inspired with the people that you've met. So do you think we're gonna succeed here in what we're trying to do? Do you think there's enough hands on deck that we will overcome this climate crisis?
I do. I really do. I believe in humanity. I believe that we are at a tipping point. Like you said, we don't have time, and I believe that, especially with youth, and everyone seems very passionate and on board and rallying around this crisis. So I do. I really do.
Awesome. And yes?
Yeah, definitely. We have to start treating us as part of the equation and not as the problem. We are the solution and the issue at the same time.
Yes, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't believe that we could be, I wouldn't be doing this.
Well, thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank you for launching Town, and tune in to the organization at
Town?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Town.com, TOWWN, or follow us on Instagram.
Please do that. Thank you so much, panelists.
Thank you.
So we are going to talk more about climate communication in the next session as well, and we're bringing another well-known actor up on stage, so stay tuned.
So over the past few years, a team of Arctic experts and scientists have brought the Arctic to the World Economic Forum at Davos and to other global climate meetings. They have set up an Arctic science base camp in sub-zero temperatures and launched Arctic Risk Platform to bring a message of global risk to the world leaders. It's now my pleasure to welcome on stage, and they're already here, Rainn Wilson, actor and director and founding director of Climate Base Camp. And as a committed climate change advocate, Rainn is also an active member of the Arctic Base Camp Advisory Board and founding director of Climate Base Camp. And with him, we've got Professor Gail Whitman, executive director, Arctic Base Camp and Climate Base Camp, professor of sustainability, University of Exeter Business School. And she's an expert on global risk arising from the systemic changes occurring in the natural environment. So let's start in the Arctic, shall we? Can you give us both an explanation of how you see this climate emergency that's actually happening in the Arctic right now?
Gail, why don't you take that one?
How about I kick off in just a small clarification? It's Gail Whiteman. I know it's a very uncomfortable last name for a white man to say, but it's not Whitman, so I just want to clarify that.
Okay.
Nick, that's totally fine.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. The Arctic and the Antarctic are really ground zero for climate change. The Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the rest of the planet, and some parts of the Arctic are warming 7 times faster. Now, what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay there, and in fact, it drives extreme weather and other climate events around the world. So that sort of weird weather that we're all experiencing, well, that's the Arctic calling. And what we try to do at Davos is ring that alarm bell so global leaders know how fast it's changing and how fast risks are escalating for the rest of us.
Okay. And what do you want them to do, or what did you ask them to do to save the Arctic? Apart from the obvious, which is cut your bloody emissions right now as fast as you can and get us to halving them at least by 2030 to have a 50-50 chance of net zero in 2050. What else could they do?
Well, I think the first thing is they absolutely have to do that, and there's no silver bullet. There's no geoengineering solution that's going to save this. Really, we need to cut emissions in half, and we have to do it now. We can't delay. So our argument is about we cannot delay this till a little bit later. We have to do it now.
Right.
The other thing we need to do is, in some cases, we're going to really have to build up that adaptation program, because there are certain things that are like melt in Greenland that there's a certain amount of that's already locked in, and the adaptation issue is not high enough on the global agenda.
Right. Gail, I'm actually coming to you again, but you've used some unusual methods to spread the word around, and Arctic Science Base Camp in Davos is one of those, but what other things have you done as well to try and get the message out?
Well, actually, I'm going to throw that to Rainn. Exactly.
Let's do that one.
Well, first of all, let's go to Davos, which I had the good pleasure of staying there in 2020 in the Arctic Base Camp. And you have to understand, you listeners, you viewers, whoever you are, 7 people up there.
No, there's about 4.5 million out watching this right now.
What?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Well, it is.
So we gain a lot of legitimacy by the fact that we are staying in science research tents on the grounds of a very fancy hotel at the fanciest town, at the fanciest event on the planet.
Yeah.
And we have these unwashed climate scientists giving tours of what's happening in the Arctic to Benjamin Netanyahu and Al Gore and Greta Thunberg and all of the VIPs that come by. So part of what we have been trying to do, and what Gail has done so effectively, is promote a conversation and a deeper conversation.
Yeah.
And she has really helped lead the conversation about what's happening in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic. And this is kind of common knowledge now, but it really wasn't common knowledge 5 or 10 years ago. So she's helped further that. In addition to the great kind of camping science expedition in which we speak science to power, we've done all kinds of activations. We shipped a iceberg to COP26 in Glasgow and from Greenland, and set it up outside the conference center. So as the attendees were coming and going, this iceberg was melting in front of their very eyes. We bottled the water and handed out Arctic melt water, glacial melt water to the attendees as well. And we've done a number of what you might call stunts. We call them activations to really raise awareness around these issues to what I would call the movable middle. I think that far too many and far too much of the climate work that's happening is preaching to the choir. It's doing work in documentaries that are only seen by fellow environmentalists. So, and you can't really shout at or convince people on the other side of the equation, but there is a movable middle. Picture college kids in mid-America who are on social media and understand science, and yet they go home to their families, and their families are in denial about climate change and are climate skeptics. These are swayable. This is a swayable population that eventually will vote and will eventually really speak up for their generation and following generations. So a number of our activations and social media stunts and whatnot are really aimed using humor as well to try and sway and prod that population.
And if I can add in on that, thanks, Rainey, is that we've also tried to use new technologies. So we built not just a base camp tent at Davos so people can talk to us individually, but we also have built an Arctic Risk platform online where we curate science data and try and make it understandable for all different kinds of target audience. Those could be citizens in climate vulnerable countries. In fact, we've had 1 million citizens come into our science website to try and figure out what's going on in the year since we launched it, which for a science website is really actually quite a big number. We also talked to business about what are
That's arcticrisk.org?
Arcticrisk.org. Yes, thank you, Ray.
Good.
Yep.
Good plug.
Good plug.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. We talked to business audiences to really say, okay, what are the key material risks for, say, the agricultural sector from things like Arctic tipping points? What should policymakers do, and so on? And so we try to curate science in a way that's understandable, meaningful, and then link in with all the really great solutions that are out there, and we try and tell people what they could do. And then we do use absolutely the power and the magic of people like Rain. So maybe you can talk about your other name, Rain.
Well, I was going to come to the other name.
Okay.
Surely you're stealing one of my top lines here.
Darn. Darn.
But you know, you mentioned the Arctic. We have the Antarctic too, of course. And I see that there was some new science out in the last week or so that showed almost unprecedented melting there too. And it seems to me that no matter what's gone on in the last 10 or 20 years, we've had some of the biggest hitters in the world go to the Arctic and the Antarctic and stand there and say, look, I can touch it, you can see it. You can, you know, you've had the scientists talking about the methane bubbling up from underneath because of this, and so on and so forth. And yet, whenever you look at anything, or you can start talking about the Amazon rainforest drying out, or you can talk about what's happening to coral reefs, the politicians, you would think, get it because the governments sign up to the science, right? You don't just sign up. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change requires governments to sign it off. And yet, somehow that little old thing, like maybe it's capitalism, maybe it's the economy of the past, whatever it is, still gets in the way of this decisive action, you know, to halve emissions, to meet the 1.5 degree safety line. Which we know would be better if we didn't have to have 1.5, better if it was just 0, yeah? So where do you see, you can see tipping points in the climate, but where do you see a tipping point in the consciousness of the global community that we are all at total risk in the next, could it be 5 or 10 years, if we don't get our shit together on this in the Arctic, Antarctic, but also everywhere else? Doesn't it make you cross? It makes me very cross.
I certainly get cross. I've never felt the word cross. I've never used the word cross before. I assume it means like angry.
It means damn irritated.
Damn irritated. I've been damn irritated before. But yes, I'm more than cross. I'm irate about it. But you have an irrefutable force, which is the science, and you have an unmovable object, which is essentially greed. And people are not, unfortunately, going to change their behaviors until their personal lives are affected in such a way, and their children's lives in such a way that is catastrophic. So this is unfortunate, but I have hope. Gail has hope, and Dr. Whiteman, she speaks so eloquently about this, about the importance of staying positive and generating hope, using joy and in inspiration, really believing that we can make this change and keep fighting the fight. Because if you don't, if you get too cross and too overwhelmed, it's easy to give up. And the other side wants you to give up.
Yeah.
The other side wants us to be pessimistic, wants us to be cynical, and wants us to not do anything. So if anger motivates you, that's great. I also believe, and I'm not going to plug my book, but I just wrote a book. I'm not even going to mention the title. No one say it. Shh.
Can somebody say the title?
No, please.
Okay, fine.
Don't do it. But I talk about why we need a spiritual revolution, because I think that systems are set up, all systems, healthcare, education, the economy, certainly any system you can think of, agriculture, are set up on competitive levels. Everything is one-upsmanship, backstabbing, every man for himself. Some would call that capitalism, although I think that you can have healthy or spiritual capitalism. And as long as our systems are guided by those principles and those forces, we will never see sustainable change, long-lasting change in any of the plethora of pandemics that affect our modern culture. So there's two conversations. There's, limiting CO2, getting climate data out there, trying to move the movable middle a little bit. But there's a much larger conversation about, hey, human beings on planet Earth, we need to reinvent kind of how we do most everything.
About values.
Exactly.
What are the real values?
Exactly.
And
I want to pick up on this idea that we know the science, because we do and we don't, even those of us that are really committed to it. And one of the things that we have learned by trying to innovate on science communication is that even the people that think they know the most about the science can't actually contextualize the change that's happening in the polar regions, so the Arctic and the Antarctic. One of the things I always do, I'm a professor, so I do pop quiz. Pop quiz, Nick, you know a ton. You know probably more about certainly climate policy than I do, but let's look at Greenland. We know Greenland is melting, agreed. Now, if you know what a wine bottle looks like, it's about this big. How many?
I think he's seen plenty of wine bottles, Gail.
He just looked into my eyes.
Exactly, exactly. You've got that sort of a esprit de corps. How many wine bottles worth of water are melting off the Greenland ice sheet per second, based on a decade average?
Per second.
Per second. Now, I have asked all kinds of world leaders. Boris Johnson, I've asked this question. I've asked CEOs.
I think Boris Johnson was a mistake to ask that question.
Well, we'll see if you do better, if you're closer to Boris or not.
The question is, how many wine bottles has Boris drunk in comparison
I didn't
to
ask
the
Where's the wine bottle?
Yeah, exactly. So, Nick, how many bottles?
Oh, and it's got to be an astronomical number because you set it up.
A second.
20 million a second.
Very close. It's 17 million. You are much better than Mr. Johnson's answer.
Well
have a
done.
prize to give.
Do we have a prize? Can we give him an iceberg?
Give him an iceberg.
Give him an iceberg.
You can take it home and he's, oh, thank you. I can
That
put
is.
Anyway, is that a hamster? Can you slide there somewhere?
That's
It's
a close
dead
answer.
hamster that was killed by global warming.
We did that. We do this all the time, and most of the time, Nick is the exception. He's the star student in the class. Most of the time, and including leading CEOs that are leading the climate leadership drive, they don't understand the scale. So there is this idea that we don't understand it. There's also the idea that people think 1.5 degrees C is an aspirational target, and 2 degrees gives us the safe zone. When we look at the science, that's not true. Even at 1.5 degrees, Arctic tipping points will tip with cascading effects. So if we go to the 2 degrees, we are going to have dangerous overshoot. We will not stay at 2. The natural systems are kicking in. So one of the things we do is say, urgency. You cannot wait on this. And I think that's really important.
Rain, I'm just very conscious of the time because we've got five and a bit minutes left, and there's lots of questions to ask, but I do have to ask this question because somebody wrote it down in my script, so I have to ask
Okay.
it. Which is, Rain, you are often making headlines, but in November, the media coverage really hit the roof when you publicly announced you would change your name to something else.
I changed my name on social media to Rain Extreme Weather Winter Wilson because as part of the Arctic Risk platform at arcticrisk.org, we had an Arctic Risk name changer with a random name changer. You could enter your name in and hit a button, and it would give all kinds of wonderfully evocative climate descriptors add to your name. And then we asked people to change their name on social media to illumine the topic, the issue, and to drive people to the website. We thought it was a dumb little stunt. 300,000 people changed their names on social media.
Oh, that's so cool.
And it drove millions of people to the website to look at the climate data. So it's trying to think outside of the box in unique ways to communicate about the climate. And I got lambasted by Fox News and Breitbart, like these Hollywood elite assholes, look at them, he changed his name. Thousands of comments like, this guy changed his. I did not actually go down to City Hall and change my name, but we had a good time nonetheless.
Okay. Well, I need to plug that in. I think I'd like a little bit of that as well. I need to have my, but you know, Rain is a bit of, I mean, if it was an AI machine, right? You go Rain, you go, okay, drought, Wilson,
yes.
or yeah, okay.
Yes.
Where does this end? Look, you're about to launch another initiative called the Climate Base Camp. Can you tell the audience about what this is about?
So we've had Arctic Base Camp based on Arctic science and communicating that science to power and the importance of what's happening in the Arctic as a bellwether for the more temperate zones. Climate Base Camp is much more about communicating science to culture. So we want to do activations that inspire, excite, make headlines, titillate, make people laugh, and to continue the work we've been doing with Arctic Base Camp, but try and broaden it to a larger audience.
Great. So if Climate Base Camp is speaking science to culture, we don't start with science, right? We start with cultures. So the activation that we started with this week, Monday on Climate Week in New York, was looking at food. Now, lots of people are working on food, but we thought, let's look at ice cream. Now, who doesn't want free ice cream on a day in New York in September? But actually, most of our ice cream flavors are really getting hammered by climate change. So what is your favorite ice cream flavor, Nick?
My favorite one actually is mango sorbet.
Mango sorbet. Well,
Mangoes.
mango is in trouble, of course, with climate change, both in terms of the changing precipitation and the seasonal growth rates, but also because of extreme weather events, also because of different bugs and fungi that are changing because the climate is changing. But it's not just that. I'm vanilla. I love vanilla. That's my favorite. Rain, you are?
Pistachio.
Pistachio, chocolate, coffee, strawberry. These are in trouble. So by saying that, we've called them endangered flavors. So not just endangered animals, they're endangered flavors. And we launched a campaign called Save the Flavors. And you can imagine it's not just about
the action
ice
item.
cream.
The action item is to try and get people to talk to grocery stores, manufacturers, producers, ice cream companies, to label these flavors as endangered flavors, because we have to get people where they live and where their pleasure centers are.
I think that's a really good idea because, I mean, most people don't even know where the tomato comes from, right? And then you realize these are biodiversity hot regions of the world, right, which are also at risk from climate change and other activities. Do you know where the carrot comes from?
I know that the Dutch made the carrot orange.
They did, yes. It actually comes from Uzbekistan.
I did not know that.
That's a good question. That's a good Trivial Pursuit question.
Wow.
That's a good one.
That's good.
I'm going to put
I'm
that
so
in
glad
my,
I came today.
my bag of tricks.
If only for that.
I think that's I think you're quite right, how you have to touch what people really care about, because some things are so remote from them.
Carrot about.
Or carrot about, or we could carrot on about this all evening.
Hey!
But what's next? Anything else in your kit bag? Because we've got 1 minute.
And I'm going to have Rain kick it off. Where were you today in the...
Oh, we're doing something with the World Economic Forum and more partnerships at Davos, because, you know, I've got 50 seconds. A lot of people poop on Davos, but it's really important at the World Economic Forum that you have CEOs, board members and world leaders getting together, trying to come up with solutions. We need a place for that to happen. Yes, they're flying their private jets and they're a bunch of douchebags, but nonetheless, it's an important place and a really important conversation. So they've created this metaverse, and we have the Arctic base camp in the metaverse. What are you calling it?
So what we have is so they have a global collaboration village in the metaverse, and we have helped them with the science to do the first polar tipping point hub, so that you can go into this metaverse, which they will be doing at Davos. You can see the West Antarctic ice sheet, you can see the Arctic sea ice, and you can learn about permafrost, and you can see all the data. You can experience yourself, and most importantly, you can see how it drives global risks in all the countries' headquarters and economies in which all of these people operate.
And you can do it in 3D.
And you do it in 3D.
It would be even better is if they walked onto the thin ice and slipped straight through. Well, but that's another idea.
The metaverse doesn't. They don't have legs yet, but that's what we're hoping will happen
next year.
So Rain and I were in the metaverse this morning with our avatars.
Yeah, it was actually really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, we're looking forward to that. We have to wrap it up here. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
It was really good.
This was fun.
And yeah, it was bags of fun and good work.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. I'm putting my hamster back.
Okay, very good.
Cheers. Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you.
Climate activism has a certain ring to it. Many applaud it, others loathe it. Currently, everyone is affected by it. But does everyone advocating for the environment want to be labeled an activist? And what does climate activism actually entail? Is it blocking traffic, interrupting White House dinners and sporting events? Is it truly an effective way to mobilize people? Or is it better to use targeted messaging via social media, or even engaging with polluters and historic polluters to overcome the climate crisis? Or maybe it's all of the above. Welcome to an engaging panel discussion with climate activists who are using very different pathways and climate advocacy methods to accelerate climate action across society. I'm thrilled to have with me in studio Michael Greenberg, founder of Climate Defiance. His group focuses on using direct action to resist fossil fuel industries and politicians supporting it. David Fenton is the senior advisor to Adam McKay's Yellow Dot Studios. He also founded Fenton, the social change agency, which he sold in 2016 to work on climate communications full-time. He has just finished his book tour for the Activist Media Handbook, Lessons from 50 Years as a Progressive Agitator, and he was most recently interviewed by Jane Fonda for it. Ebony Twilley Martin is the executive director of Greenpeace USA. She is the first woman of color to lead the nation's largest legacy environmental organization and is championing progress on racial and environmental justice. Dawn Richard, singer, animation artist, and artist relations director for the Hip Hop Caucus, with an extensive musical career ranging from multi-platinum selling pop group Danity Kane and Dirty Money to independent artist. Dawn has a way of really connecting with artists and helping to mobilize and support nonprofit organizations. I am so thrilled to have all of you on this panel. What an incredible group of climate advocates and activists that we have here today. So, Dawn, I'm going to start with you. As part of the Hip Hop Caucus, which is a national nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that connects the hip hop community to the civic process, how can we really mobilize this community? How can we bring music into the fold for sustainable change?
Well, music is a powerful tool. It can create behavior change. It can cause people to see the sign of the times, which we need to see at this moment. I know for me, going through Katrina, losing everything, I use that platform and bring storytelling and narrative to the forefront. I think leadership and advocacy the popularity and the times where people speak different languages, but music can be one cohesive sound, one message is an important tool. I also think education and information. Music is that tool, and having artists speak on this narrative can be powerful for society and cultural change.
I love that. That's so needed.
Yeah.
And we need to bring all communities on board. So why not use what we know will work? Music really touches people.
And not just music, creatives and beyond just music, like muralists, storytellers, filmmakers, directors. It's the artist is expansive, and it can range all across the board, and that message can really curate and help narrative and help us push our narrative forward.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Michael, let me come to you. You founded Climate Defiance just this past March.
Mhm.
You've been busy. You've done quite a lot since. You have organized several disruptive protests. Tell us about these methods. Why have you chosen this form of activism?
Sure. I sincerely believe that disruptive direct action is the fastest, the quickest, the most effective way to catalyze change. I mean, the results are just so clear. You know, the New York Times recently, in writing about the 13 million acres that Biden just protected in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, wrote that Biden was, quote unquote, personally stung by the outrage of youth activists in the wake of Willow, and that's why he decided to do that. And so I believe it's, you know, groups like, not just us, also Gen Z for Change, Sunrise Movements, the school strikers, et cetera, who can and are really galvanizing that. I think we can't just ask nicely, we need to have some bark as well in our advocacy.
Well, we're going to get more into that, especially talking about the protests that we've witnessed here as part of the United Nations General Assembly and Climate Week. So I will come back to you with that. But let me turn to David. So you are an advisor to Adam McKay's Yellow Dot Studios, and tell us a little bit about this, the approach, the unique approach that Yellow Dot is using to hold polluters accountable. There's humor involved.
Yeah, well, people pay more attention when you have a sense of humor and you're not so predictable or boring, right? And things go viral when they're funny and when they're mocking and when they're sarcastic. And, you know, everybody's on their phones all the time. So if we're going to get the public to really understand the nature of this urgent crisis that we're in, we have to be on people's phones in ways that they want to look at and be entertained by, not just informed. So it's essential.
And so you have an entire career in activism, and we're going to come back to it. Maybe one organization you haven't worked with fully is Greenpeace. That's not true either, is it? You've worked with Greenpeace.
Starting in the 1990s.
Yeah, a little bit. But we have the executive director of Greenpeace USA, and Greenpeace is most well known for, it's the largest campaigning organization in the world. And you don't actually come from a campaigning background, though. So how does one become an activist? Tell us about your journey.
So I think we all believe that everyone deserves clean air, clean water, and wants to live in a healthy and thriving environment. And for me, that clean air hit home when my youngest son was wheezing at night. And I could not figure out why he was wheezing. And if your child has a cold, you give him cough medicine. If he has a fever, you will give him Tylenol. What do you give your child when they can't breathe? You actually have to take action. And when I took him to the doctor, the first question she asked was, well, where do you live? And I said, well, I live in an apartment. And she said, well, are there grass and trees around? And I said, no. I said, I live actually in between two highways. And she said, well, your son's asthma is environmentally induced. And as a mother, I had to act to ensure that he had what he needed to breathe. And when I started to do more research, I learned that Black and brown people were more impacted by pollution and environmental degradation. And again, I said I needed to act. And so what is the biggest activist organization at that time was Greenpeace. And so I became involved with the organization. And when I looked at the organization, I also noticed that faces like mine weren't reflected in the movement broadly. And faces like mine are the ones that also have the solutions for what we're dealing with. And so I have been on a journey of activism ever since, especially in the organization. And one thing that I am very proud of is when I started the organization, we were 13% Black Indigenous people of color, and today we're 57% Black Indigenous people of color. And we have a broad and growing and diverse movement, and I think that was also evident at the march that we saw on Sunday. It was just amazing to see the diversity of movement builders and activists who are all galvanized and want to make change and are in this fight together.
That's awesome. I mean, that's what happens when you have a woman of color in a leadership role. You see more diversity. And it's really important to you. I'm going to stay with you for one more minute. Why is it so critical to think about environmental justice as we think about the climate movement? Why are these two so interwoven?
Well, when we look at the impacts of the climate crisis, we see 100-year floods occurring every 5 years now. We see the intensity of the weather, extreme weather events. We see oceans boiling. We see our fires are red. Well, our skies are red from the fires. And we knew in New York a couple weeks ago, we couldn't breathe. And the communities that are more disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis, we also see where gas and oil wells and all of these fossil fuel installations are. They're in communities that look like mine. And so climate justice is a human rights issue. And those things are inextricably intertwined. We can't stop the climate crisis without addressing the health crisis and those impacts and who it impacts more. So it is very important that we understand how these things overlap and intersect, and that the solutions that we come up with not only advance science, but advance justice as well.
And I know that that concept is absolutely
what the caucus is
the
speaking
core
on.
of the Hip Hop Caucus.
It is.
It's rooted so firmly in that racial justice and climate justice are one and the same.
One and the same.
So please expand on this.
Yes, and you spoke directly to why we are fighting that fight right now, that these communities that are being traumatized by natural gas, LNG, the petrochemical plants, are neighborhoods and communities that look like us. They happen in Latinx, Indigenous, and Black cultures. That's environmental racism. That's a part of that walks hand in hand. So when we speak about the climate crisis, we have to speak about environmental racism and how these communities are our stories are also being stifled. So when you speak about what you talk about your story and why you chose to get into this fight, Hip Hop Caucus, we want to amplify these stories and these true stories that have been stifled because these communities don't get their chances in the light, right? It's happening to us, but we are oftentimes not the ones that get to tell our stories or it gets to be seen. And I think the moment we have that conversation and we address that and we know that this fight is not just a global fight, it is, but it is also oftentimes the people it's us. It looks like us. We're the ones dealing with it, experiencing it, Latinx, Indigenous, and Black communities.
That's right.
It's real.
It absolutely is. And David, you come from, your career in activism has brought you here. And your book came out. You've been on tour for your book, The Activist Media Handbook. Tell us the lessons you've learned. Summarize for our audience who may not have seen it yet.
Well, the main lesson is the first rule of communications is also the first rule of organizing, which is you have to talk to people where they are at. And you have to start with that. So you have to use simple, clear, short messages that everybody instantly gets. And then you have to repeat them and repeat them more than you can imagine until it sinks into the brain. And the polluting industries know this, and they're very good at it. They invest a great deal in confusing the public and putting us on defense. And we don't invest in it enough, in my opinion. A lot of people in our community, they're policy type people, and they think that like great policy ideas just kind of magically sell themselves, and selling is dirty and manipulative, and you keep that up, you'll lose. So my message is, we have to reach the public. And if you look at the public opinion polls, while climate is rising in importance, it's still pretty low for most people. Most people can't even really explain what we're doing to the earth to you. So we have a long way to go.
So it's really communication. That's the approach.
No, I wouldn't say that. There's never any one approach. Like what Michael's doing is essential. You know, if you look at the history of social movements, you have to have civil disobedience and a radical part. You have to have a mass mainstream movement. You know, you have to talk in ways that everybody can hear. You have to have cultural figures involved in this, like the Hip Hop Caucus. That's how we ended the war in Vietnam. That's how we reversed the nuclear arms race. That's how we ended segregation. And that's how we're going to save the climate for our kids.
So that's a perfect segue to Michael to ask, what is the evidence behind your methods? Why did you choose these approaches as your contribution to overcoming this climate crisis?
Oh, yeah. So there's a lot of evidence that direct action is absolutely effective. So right, there was a study in the Stanford Innovation Review that found that direct action tactics, like those that are used by Sunrise Movement and Extinction Rebellion, have a 10 times higher return on investment per dollar than tactics of conventional groups. And we absolutely see that in our work. We started just on Twitter, for example. We started our account 6 months ago. We've used $0 for paid ads, and our direct actions have helped the account reach over 50 million people, because when people see arrests, when people see sacrifice, when people see disruption, this stuff really, really spreads. The last example I'll give of evidence that this works, I'll talk about Jody Freeman. She's regarded as the leading environmental law professor at Harvard Law School. She was also raking in $300,000 a year for the past decade from her seat on the board of Conoco. She claimed she was doing it to, move them to the left or whatever, but clearly it wasn't working. So what did we do? We shut down Jody Freeman's speech, presenting her the Big Oil Bestie Award. What happened a few weeks later? She stepped down from the board of Conoco. So this stuff is already working in our first 6 months, and we are so excited to continue doing what has shown to be effective.
Well, there's an example right there, case in point. So I'm going to stay with you because you really put yourself at risk. I mean, you physically put yourself at risk. Is it worth this risk?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we're fighting for is literally everything we know and love, our communities, our homes, our lives, our children. And so, yeah, it hasn't always been easy. People have gotten bruised and bloodied by, private security. One person was in jail who had life-saving meds that they weren't able to access. So yeah, this stuff is serious, but it also is just, I wish we didn't have to do it, but it's absolutely necessary. I mean, yesterday at Climate Week, as I was telling David and Ebony earlier, we shut down the Deputy Interior Secretary as he was on stage, and it was super uncomfortable. The whole room was looking at me, hundreds of people, but nevertheless, I had to stand up, confront him. I called him a climate criminal in front of hundreds of people at this very Climate Week, and that's what we need to continue doing.
Wow. Ebony, you've put yourself at risk. You've been arrested.
Yes.
Why do you do this?
For my children. Someone said today, we need to be good ancestors, and we need to leave for our children and the future generations something better. And when we see the attacks on our democracy, we see the attacks on our community, we see the attacks on our very beings, we have to take bold action. And if we look at the civil rights movement, as you said, the history of movements in this country, progress has never come without a sacrifice. Mm-hmm. It's not come without a sacrifice. And every generation, there are those of us that are called, and we have those assignments, and we have to walk in them. And I feel it's not for everybody. I believe everybody has a role in the movement. We are all environmentalists because we live in this environment. So we all have roles, and some of us, our roles require greater sacrifice. And if we're able to do that, we do that. And that's why I make those sacrifices. Wow.
David, you've done a few of those too over decades. So why do you do it? And why do we need to really call out the villains in this story? Why do we have to tell the story? And why do we have to emphasize who the bad actors in the story are?
People learn from stories, and stories have to have conflict to be of interest to people. And actually, we have an epic story right now. you know, when you say this, you can sound like a crazy person, but this is actually the facts of our situation. There are some very evil people who know they are risking and ruining the future of life on Earth to make money for the next 20 years. They know exactly what they're doing. They're the most powerful industry that has ever existed, and humanity has never fought for these stakes before. So, of course, we have to go up against them in every way. You know, as Al Gore has even recently said, you know, the time to try to negotiate with these people is over. They are trying to kill us. It is not a joke. It's what's happening.
Wow. So is that the most important message? Or John, let me come to you. What would you say is the most important message that we need to spread right now?
We need to stop the industrialization of fossil fuels, LNG. We need to stop it completely. I am living it. My story is real. My father has cancer. Not only did we go through Katrina and lose everything, but then we have friends and family who are diagnosed with cancer. They are living next to our cancer alley. These are human stories. They are real life stories. So we need that to stop first and know that we are living that example through the Black and brown people. It is a global issue. We are all feeling it, but it is also happening in real time in my community, in my place. So that's how I see it changing. I love the word disruption. I think we need to be more disruptive because if not, more of my people, more of your people will die.
That's exactly right. We have to tell the stories. We have to put ourselves in harm's way, potentially. It's part of the sacrifice. So it sounds like the initial question when we opened this panel was, what works or what should we be doing? And it really is all of the above, it sounds like. But what lines would you not cross? I'm going to come to Michael. Is there something you wouldn't do?
A few weeks ago, we really struggled. We ended up doing it, but you know, it was Steny Hoyer's 84th birthday party. We knew that all his friends and family and acquaintances would be there.
You should tell people who he is.
Oh, Steny Hoyer, yeah.
We're in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
So
Right, I'm glad we have a communications guru. Right, so Steny Hoyer he was the House Majority Leader under Nancy Pelosi. Now he's just a regular congressman. So yeah, he's a Democrat who votes the right way, but doesn't really lift a finger for climate. And yeah, it was a hard call whether or not we should shut down this man's 84th birthday party fundraiser. And I did feel a little bit bad, honestly. But he really needed a push. And actually, I'm glad we did, because we questioned him first, politely but firmly, you know, will you stop fossil fuel subsidies, and will you stop taking money from the fossil fuel industry? Bare minimum stuff, not radical policies. And he said no. So we shut him down, and we didn't regret it. Sure, yeah, there'll be times when I say, hey, like that's a bridge too far. But we try to err on the side of more rather than less.
we err on the side of disruption. A word that I think would be, if we were doing one of those word, clouds, that would be middle and bolded. So.
But we also need to split the enemy. So, you know, we can attract some conservatives to this cause, and we better. Because, you know, they're affected too, and they're propagandized, but their health is in danger, their prosperity is in danger. You know, a lot of their values are threatened, and they don't really know. And, you know, when they go online, all they see is that this is a hoax. So, you know, we can reach some of them, and we need to, because you know, you can't do this in a partisan, divided country just with one side. You got to have some of the other side. So there are ways to do that.
How do we do it? So please answer your own question here.
Well, the answer is you have people from their tribe tell them how this threatens their values, which it does.
Absolutely. And ultimately, it's not, communication isn't the only tool, but it's a tool that we really deploy. Obviously, that's the whole point of the We Don't Have Time platform, is we amplify voices and we target different audiences based on who is trusted by those audiences. Tell us some moral principles that we should live by. How do we communicate? How do we all become communicators in this climate movement?
I think the most important thing, other than messages have to be simple and repeated, I'd like to repeat that, messages have to be simple and repeated, is that they need to touch people's hearts, not just their minds. And successful social movements seize and hold the moral high ground. and make everything in moral terms. You know, the idea that people just vote their economic self-interest is nonsense. That's just not true. We see all these Americans voting against their economic self-interest. These are moral fights, and they need to be put in moral terms. And if we do that, we win.
So how do we do that through music? How do we do that through hip hop? How do we really get the communities to join the climate movement that may not be part of it or aware of
Education. We have to inform our people. Our people don't know, and I think he nailed it when he said simple messaging. We have to talk to the people, for the people, by the people, with the people. We have to be able to communicate with them on a local grassroots level. We understand policy. We need to educate them on what that is and then speak to them in a way that they can digest it so that they can implement it into their neighborhoods. I think that's imperative. And once you do that, like you said, social movement, the young, the youth, people that are on Gen Z, that's on the ground doing these great things, they'll have heroes and local community heroes that they can look up to, that they listen to. And those heroes can then get information from people like David, people like they can see this and be like, okay, we understand it. Right now they can't. The message has to really reign true, and music does that. Murals do that. Storytelling, film, working with like people like Dream Hampton, who we have on the Hip Hop Caucus board. We're getting to the DIY, the grassroots community, to be able to have those kind of moments.
And where in the ecosystem, in this vast landscape of activists and advocates, does a legacy organization like Greenpeace fall now? Given its history, given where it is, and given where you want to take it, how will Greenpeace be most effective in exactly this type of communication effort and this type of disruption?
I think, well, what we've seen from Greenpeace, like you said, the largest, and a global campaigning organization that has a beautiful legacy, and to see so many organizations now taking those reins with disruption when we were the only ones to do it for so many years, but now to see Climate Defiance and to see Sunrise, we have partners in this game, and everybody understands that disruption is necessary to make change. And Greenpeace is the only organization that will climb an oil rig out in the ocean to stop it from drilling. We are the only organization that will sail a ship out to the Arctic, drill through the ice, lower a submarine to find life that people never knew existed, and then mount a campaign to save and preserve that life. And we still have more work to do. It took us 10 years to get to a global oceans treaty. That's only 30% of the ocean. We need to make sure the entire ocean is safe. We need to make sure that our democracy works for us and works for the people. So Greenpeace has a lot more work to do. As long as there's injustice, we'll be here fighting for justice.
So what do you all need to continue doing this? What do you need, Michael? How do we support you? So I know that the Climate Mobilization Fund really gets behind groups like yours. And was it successful? Was it enough?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, we can do a lot with a little, but frankly, the foundation world needs to learn to take some risks. The amount of foundation funding that goes to disruptive direct action is literally a rounding error. So yeah, foundations need to step up. And yeah, I'm hopeful that members of the public can learn to take risks themselves. It's not enough to just buy a tote bag from your favorite environmental organization. This is about everything, about life on Earth. So people need to, step up, take risks, do what's uncomfortable.
And what did you do with the funds? What did you do this week? Let's talk about the United Nations General Assembly. You were out there. Has it been successful?
Oh, it's been great. Yeah, folks from our organization, in collaboration with New York Communities for Change and others, we shut down all the entrances to CityMake. There were 1,000 bankers pounding the doors to get in. Yeah, as I mentioned, we shut down the Deputy Interior Secretary who physically signed Willow. We shut him down 3 times. And yeah, we're going to continue doing this stuff because we really, really believe that it works.
Remind me not to get on your bad side. But that's only if I get into oil and gas. And the likelihood of that is 0. So we have a couple minutes left. I would love your final thoughts on where we are right now, what really you're hoping to see come out of this week, and what can we look forward to? We have an audience tuning in from around the world. What would you tell them? How can they become climate advocates, activists? How do we mobilize people? Let's start with you, Ebony.
As I said, there are so many roles. Everybody has a role to play in this movement. If you're in the environment, which you are an environmentalist. You may not be able to get arrested, but we have folks that have the bail money. We have folks that provide legal defense. We need folks that do the strategy. We need folks that bring the food out while we're protesting. There are so many ways that you can plug in. Of course, go to our website and you can figure out those ways. And also just become active in your local community. That's really where the change starts. So get active and involved in your democracy, because that is also the tool that we have to ensure that we have a safe environment.
I would say quickly that people don't hear much or enough about climate change. And people report that they rarely or never hear much about it. And part of it is that the language we use is not clear to people. So my best advice would be talk about it. And when you talk about it, talk about pollution. Everybody knows what pollution is, and no one likes it. So when you say net zero on all these, high-falutin terms, people don't know what you mean. But you say we need to stop pollution and make the polluters pay for their pollution, everybody goes, yeah.
Awesome. Michael.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, call to action. And for our audience tuning in, how can they get involved? What would you like them to take away from this?
Oh, absolutely. I really believe that people need to engage in disruptive direct action. So block doors, force politicians off stages, shut down fundraisers. You can do it yourself, independently, or if you want to do it with a group like Climate Defiance, we're just at climatedefiance.org. You can sign up and we will help you get into some good trouble.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, for us, the hiphopcaucus.org, I think we are here to amplify stories. We want to know that you can see yourself in this moment. You are not alone in your journey. We are here to help support your stories, to help you learn about this process and know that you are not at home sitting and you have nowhere to go. We are an avenue, a safe space for people to learn about the climate movement, to know that it exists and there's a way out of it, and there are many ways you can be a part of it, whether that's through, like you said, activism, whether it's you delivering, volunteering, just to be in the space to help your family, help your community. It starts with you at home, and then it can grow from there, and we're here to help with that. So hiphopcaucus.org.
All, thank you so much for the sacrifices you have made, truly for the greater good. And thank you for sharing with our audience how to get into some good trouble. Really, really thankful for the work that you do. Thank you.
Panel. It was a good, strong. We closed us. We closed.
First day of the We Don't Have Time broadcast, The Road to COP28. Thanks to all of our amazing guests today who have joined us, and thanks again to Horizon Media for letting us use their incredible studio for this broadcast. Tomorrow, we will be broadcasting live from the Swedish-American Chamber of Commerce here in New York, from where we will bring you more dynamic climate conversations, impressive solutions, and exciting guests. Check out the full program on wedon'thavetime.org. But before we end, we'll enjoy some more great live music. First, from my co-host, Nick Nuttall, who had his new album come out just a few months ago. After that, we will hear another song from Sirintip, who made a great performance here in the studio earlier. Sirintip's second song closes out this first day of our Road to COP28 broadcast. It's called Hostage, and it personifies the situation of Mother Earth. Enjoy, and see you again tomorrow live from Climate Week New York.
Great. So this is a track called Hometown. It's a song on my new album about my town, my hometown in the north of England called Rochdale. It's in Lancashire. It's not far from Manchester. And it once was a pretty village, and then the Industrial Revolution came, and it was once a thriving town. Now it's really on its last legs. What are we going to do? Maybe like an old person, it needs to be downsized. So this song is about downsizing my hometown in a rather radical way to save emissions and restore the nature that was once there. So let's go. But flower boxes are free of soot. They've opened up the river to tourists that don't give a fuck. The statue of its most famous daughter is pigeon shit free. Welcome, welcome to virtual reality. Surely you can see the once busy markets have lost all their street cred. Once hot factory chimneys cold and so long dead. There's nothing happening but the parking's free. Welcome, welcome to virtual reality. Let's get pissed at 3. Nobody's gonna do anything about it. Mercy killing's best. Nobody's gonna do anything about it. The town's on its last legs. Wrap up the final buildings and level the rest. Once was a byword for productivity. Strong social movements help the poor in society. The tide of history has washed it all away. Welcome, welcome to virtual reality. Surely you can see nobody's gonna do anything about it. Mercy killing's best. Nobody's gonna do anything about it. The town's on its last legs. Wrap up the final buildings and level the rest. Wrap up the final buildings and level the rest. Nobody's gonna do anything about it. Mercy killing's best. Nobody's gonna do anything about it. The town's on its last legs. Wrap up the final buildings and level the rest. Just level the rest. Thank you. And now over to the absolutely fantastic, unbelievable artist Sirintip. She's going on tour in Sweden, I think in October, and also in Germany. So in Sweden, that's our hometown. Yep, so that's fantastic. And then you're going to do Northeastern USA after that, sometime maybe in the kind of December period. Check out her new album, Carbon. It's absolutely super. Come on down. Here's the mic.
Thank you so much, Nick.
Against my will, I never asked for this. You pointed a gun at my head, wrapped me in stone and drowned me. Who was I before you? Who was here before you? Oh, my heart is broken. You're swimming inside my veins. Oh, my tears are turning red. You drag me along in chains. Look how much of me you strapped your foot around my neck and wonder why I've changed. I'm bound by the air that promises that you suffocate. Who was I before you? Who was here before you? Oh, my heart is broken. You're swimming inside my veins. Oh, my tears are turning red. You drag me along in chains. Look how much of me will remain. I've gone down on my knees for you, set my oceans on fire. I've got my hands for you to share my blood. When will you let me go? When will you let me go? When will you let me go? Will you let me go? My heart is broken. I'm swimming inside your veins. Oh, my tears are turning red. You drag me along in chains. Look how much of me will Thank you.